Was starting. Hello and welcome in to everybody tuning in on that YouTube live stream. It is so good to have each and every single one of you guys in here with us today. We already have our first Trump supporter on the line. They're a little bit insane. They've spent the last 5 minutes here very angrily detesting the fact, Lenny, thank you for the galaxy, that I make money off of hating on Trump. So I don't know. This will be an interesting conversation. But no, seriously, man, tell us, why do you support, Donald J. Trump?
Would you like me to tell you why I support him because of the last 4 years, or would you like me to tell you why I support him from his first term?
Well, I mean, I want you to tell us why you support him today, and whatever you think the most convincing argument would be to convince me that you're right and I'm wrong, that's the one I want you to give me.
So my biggest argument as of today, because he's still freshly in his new presidency, is the fact that Joe Biden said that he couldn't close the border down without making, bills in Congress and the Senate, when actually we just needed a president and all he had to do was write an executive order to close the border down. We have a border crossings down 99% from when Joe Biden was in office. So that is the first, you could say, promise made, promise kept. So
yeah, so you're right. Border crossings are down. But on one hand, I don't care. And then on another hand, I think it's really bad because of what caused them to decrease. So let's start off there. Donald Trump has been violating the human and constitutional rights of undocumented immigrants in this country, such as with his illegal, unconstitutional deportation of Abrigo Garcia, sending him to a detention center for terrorists in El Salvador. In violation of Abrigo Garcia's human and constitutional rights. Of course, that's going to scare people away from entry. And then also all the EOs that he has used to slow border entries. I think that ultimately they don't matter. In the long term, they're nothing more than a Band-Aid on a bullet wound because they're not actually addressing and or fixing the root cause of undocumented entry into this country.
So would you say an immigrant that walks across the border without being vetted or going towards the port of entry, which should be their, let's say, should they be deported or should they be able to seek asylum and live here?
Okay, well, I mean, Trump supporter challenge, respond to what Dean says extra hard, okay? I'm just saying, I'll go ahead and take it away and let you, and I'll respond to what you just said. But I want you to keep in mind that you made your first point. I debunked it. You didn't respond to my refutation, and you just made a second point.
What was the first point that you debunked?
Yeah, for sure. You said that you support Donald Trump because of his EOs, as well as a massive drop in border crossings.
That was your personal opinion, because if you think that it's bad,
I'm going to go ahead and mute you because I don't support you interrupting me. I let you interrupt me once to ask me what my refutation was, but then when you interrupted me while I was giving you the refutation for the second time, you interrupted me again, meaning that you definitely weren't listening. Let's not play games. But anyways, to respond to your second point, because you're all over the place, you don't know what the hell you want to talk about. If there is an immigrant that comes into America with the use of undocumented means, and they do not have prior violent offenses, I think they should be offered a pathway to residency or citizenship to stay in America. In fact, I would say that is what we should do for every single undocumented immigrant without prior violent offenses in this country. Absolutely.
So you think somebody that walks across the border that hasn't been vetted, that hasn't have no criminal background, nothing, but you still walked across the border without doing it the right way, you're thinking that, or you're saying that they should be able to live here, freely?
110%. 110%, because it's good for them, it's good for us, and it's good for America.
Is it not a crime to cross the border illegally?
Yeah.
Yes or no?
It's a misdemeanor. Yes, it's a federal misdemeanor. Absolutely.
It's a criminal offense.
So will you let me finish speaking before you interrupt me? Because now you're all over the place again, sir. The first question you asked me is, would I offer them a pathway to residency or citizenship? I start to give you my explanation of why I do agree with that, and then you interrupt me again, and you call it a crime. I want you to be able to make whatever points you want to, but don't make them in the middle of my own points, and make sure that you're actually responding to what I say. Okay? Because when I'm telling you that I support mass amnesty for undocumented immigrants because it's good for them, it's good for us, and it's good for the success of this country, and you interrupt me midway through and you say, well, is it not a crime? Okay, you're not responding to what I said, and you're deflecting. In fact, that's what you've done to every single point that I've made since this conversation began. You make a point, Dean debunks it, you interrupt me, and then you move on. So how about we slow down the conversation?
Just go fuck your buddy Parker, buddy.
Okay, so when Trump supporters start to lose a debate, you talk about men fucking each other. You are so fucking weird, bro.
Go fuck your buddy Parker. Yeah, that's what I said. Y'all are really fucking losers, yo. Like I said, y'all are the reason why
somebody's getting pissed off.
I love it. No, I'm not pissed off.
wait,
I come on here and I love
no,
it.
no,
I'm
seriously.
glad
Like
I got on
instead of
here.
addressing anything that he just said, you
everybody
decide to
else.
sit there and just be homophobic
No, it
or
doesn't
like
matter what
not
I say.
address
You're
anything he
going to
said.
believe your point. You're going to believe your personal
We
opinion.
wait. If you give us a
Think you
convincing
have facts,
argument,
just
wait,
like
wait,
Charlie Kirk murdered you, just like Charlie Kirk murdered you on every fucking
give me
thing.
what point? Give me 1 point.
You
Give me
even
1
tried to
point.
go
I'm
up
sorry.
there and he wouldn't even talk to you. It's fucking
I'm
hilarious.
sorry.
Every
I'm
time
sorry,
I see-
Parker. I'm not going to let him respond to that about Charlie.
You got burnt, bro. You
Okay.
got burnt.
10
Cooked.
seconds. We're going to slow down. Take a deep breath, man. Okay? We're all over the place. You've only been on the live for 5 minutes, and you've tried to talk to us about maybe 30 things. We need to slow down. We need to go through each point, grant it the time it deserves, and have a good, cohesive, productive dialogue. Okay? We're ultimately not going to move the country forward if we cannot have good, cohesive, productive dialogue exploring the nuances of what we're saying. Okay? And that goes for both of us, man. I'm not going to be able to push my point forward. You're not going to be able to push your point forward. We're going to go nowhere, and it's going to stay messy, and no one's going to take anything away from this conversation. So let's slow it down a little bit. Okay? So, first and foremost, you asked me why I support mass amnesty, offering undocumented immigrants that do not have prior violent offenses a pathway to residency or citizenship. So the reason why I support that is because it's good for them, it's good for us, and it makes the country better. Mass amnesty helps everyone. Mass deportation hurts everyone. If you want to ask me for why it is that I say this, or to give you specifics on how it helps or hurts, feel free. Let's have a conversation about what is best to do with the undocumented immigrants in America.
What we should do with the undocumented that are already here, the ones that are outstaying their visas and all that, they should still be deported. If
Okay.
you're
Why
outstaying
is
your
that?
visa, you should be deported.
Why is that?
First off, if we came here and we gave you a visa for 10 years and you've been here for 15 years, what do you think should happen?
Well, I've already told you that. I agree
Reinstate it?
I agree with mass amnesty. I think that all undocumented immigrants without prior violent offenses should be offered a pathway to residency or citizenship. I've already told you that 4 or 5 times. Okay? So you are trying to argue that mass deportation is good for this country. So I'm going to ask you a question. Jess, thank you for the glowing jellyfish. Okay?
Did you not agree with the massive influx of immigrants?
Once again, you're now moving the conversation once
No,
again.
you're talking about master deportation is good. Is
I
what
want to
you're saying,
have
and
a
I'm
back
saying,
and
right?
forth conversation with you on if
See,
mass
no, you're
deportation is
just
good or
having a
bad for America.
conversation on what you want. Like I told
So can you please
you,
tell
don't want to
me?
accept all the people that came here in 4 years.
I think every single undocumented immigrant without a prior violent offense on their record that came into America in the last 4 years should be offered a pathway to residency or citizenship. Right.
So all 2 million illegal immigrants has crossed our border under Biden should just be able to stay here.
How many
Whether
times
they
do I? How many
committed
times
crimes.
do I need to repeat this for you?
So why would you insanely believe that that's okay?
Okay,
Does
that's a
any
great
other
question.
country in this world do that? Does
How about
any
you
other
tell us why
country-
how about you tell us why in that specific condition it's bad?
Well,
First off,
okay,
I don't
that's-
want to have to
that's fine.
fight my job for an illegal immigrant that's going to make money and send it back to their country. First off,
Okay.
I
Okay,
like to have
okay,
my house.
I'd
and
like
not
to
have
respond
fight
to that now.
housing for
I'd like,
illegal immigrants.
I'd like to respond to that now. Okay, so first and foremost, undocumented immigrants in America create more jobs. If we were to deport,
middle class taxpayers
okay,
is
let's
paying
not
for that.
do the interruptions, man. Calm down. Be an adult. Okay, when you come up here and you speak like incoherently, and you interrupt and you can't form a sentence and you can't push your point forward, it really makes your side of the aisle look terrible. Okay, I'm going to ask you to try to represent your side of the aisle to the best of your ability. And that's obviously going to mean speaking a little bit more coherently, speaking in full sentences, fleshing out your argument, and not interrupting. All right, you're doing MAGA a disservice. Now, okay, let's go to what you said. So Parker asked you, well, what is bad about mass amnesty? You said, well, they take jobs and they take housing and they're subsidized by the average American. To the first point that they take jobs, undocumented immigrants actually create more jobs. If we deported every single undocumented immigrant today, our GDP growth would slow by around $1.1 to $1.7 trillion per year. Our industries and our manufacturers would be significantly less productive. The reason why they'd be significantly less productive is because we would be ripping 8.3 million laborers out of our workforce that are more likely to participate in the workforce than natural US born citizens. And then on the consumer side of things, well, we're just removing consumers from the demand of any given American good, and we have less people spending less money with slow GDP growth and a bill totaling to around $2 trillion over the course of the next 10 years. Okay, that's going to weaken our economy, and that's going to make our companies less productive and less efficient. That means less job opportunities and less job growth. Okay, so that's the reason why mass amnesty is actually good for more job opportunities for Americans compared to mass deportation, in which creates less job opportunities for Americans.
Listen, you can sound all smart all you want, but I'm sorry, but most of Americans can see past your bullshit, and that's why Trump's in office. And that's exactly why he's doing what he is doing. Thank you.
Okay,
like I
so
said,
your argument it is that you just think most people disagree with me, therefore I'm wrong? Well, I mean, isn't that what the flat earther said
most
to the
people
globe earthers
has
500 years
disagreed
ago?
with you. Most of America disagrees with you. That's why we voted for Trump.
Okay, and that's why there was around 13 million people that popped out to the No Kings protest yesterday, right? One of the largest American
I was at
protests
DC.
ever,
Where at?
ever. The largest protest against an American president
was
in the
that?
history of America,
Where was it at?
in every single city in this country.
Oh my God. Yeah, okay.
Wait, that's like what?
I was in Baltimore City. There was more Pride fucking people for Pride Month than I seen any protesters. I went to the Capitol and I went to DC. I live in Baltimore, Maryland. So
I know that's not true. I know that's not true.
There was more LGBTQ, and I'm not even a part of that either. I don't like the premium version of gay. They're all just gay. But there was more Pride Month out there than there was ever any No Kings. I didn't even see a No Kings in Baltimore.
But
nobody at the Capitol.
Statistically
I went to
speaking,
DC, and I couldn't even get in DC because
statistically
there were so
speaking,
many
you're wrong.
American flags.
The only protest on American record in which had more people get out and protest for it was the Earth Day protest in the 70s with 20 million Americans protesting. Okay? Right? Like right now, there's an estimated 13 million Americans that went out and protested yesterday. So quit lying. Okay, there was a No King's Day protest in Baltimore. You can look it up online. There was a No King's Day protest in DC.
Baltimore all
You
day
can look it up
yesterday. No, there was
online. All right. But once again, I want you to actually try to grant a refutation to the points that I just made about why you were wrong about mass deportation slimming job growth. I was able to break it down to you. I was able to give you the figures. I gave you the source to
tried to make it
justify the
sound-
figures. And I tried to explain to you why I was right and you were wrong. Your refutation was, well, Trump's president. A lot of people disagree with me. Therefore, you're wrong. Okay, so that's what is called an appeal to populist fallacy. All right. So A, I'm not sure that most people disagree with me. I think that Donald Trump's approval rating is at an historical low of around 20 through 30% right now. But B, even if most people did disagree with me, well, this wouldn't mean that I'm wrong. All right. A good example of this was around 90% of humans alive 500 years ago thought that the earth was flat. A vast majority of people disagreed with spherical earthers, globe earthers. Did that mean that the globe earthers were wrong? Absolutely not. All right. So let's not use logical fallacies to combat each other's positions. Try again to combat the position I gave you about why mass deportation slows job growth in America without responding with a textbook logical fallacy.
Let's pass this point on the deportation because obviously you're just going to believe your opinion. And I understand that. I get it. It's good. You make it sound like you're all smart to try to push some type of narrative. Let's talk about the mental decline either in Trump or Biden. Let's go there.
So I want to clarify now that you can't refute what I said.
Oh,
so
you're going to clarify that you won your point? Is you going to feel better now? You're going to get an arousal if you get that out?
This is now the third time you've talked about me being aroused since you've joined the live.
I wanted to make sure.
You're an incredibly strange guy. You're an incredibly strange fellow. Let me tell you.
Hey, I'm Poochie with the best coochie. It is what it is.
I'm literally cringing.
Hey, you cringe all you want. You live on that side of the fence, boy. You got all them dicks and all the fucking LGBTQ all on your side. What are you cringing for? That is.
Are you just try to insult me by saying that I'm gay?
How do I know? You want here every day. Where's your girlfriend at, bro?
I have a question, man. Real quick.
Why ain't you with your girlfriend?
What's your obsession?
I wouldn't show my girlfriend live because insane people like you would harass her.
Or maybe you just don't have one. Why are you so scared? If you're popular, why don't you have security? If you're so scared of your life, like.
I'm not gonna pay for security. What?
You guys make good money off of promoting off the hate on Trump. You don't think people?
Okay, we're gonna slow down now. Okay, sir, stop talking, please. Okay, so this is now like maybe the fifth time that you've responded to me and Parker's arguments by saying that we're gay. I don't know how to like tell you this. I don't know how to like inform you on this.
Announce that you're not gay.
Okay, you're interrupting me. We'll let the toddler whine and we'll make him calm down.
If you're not, can you announce that you're not gay?
Yeah, I'm not gay.
I'm not gay.
Let's wait for him to finish.
Thank you.
Okay. The toddler's done whining. So actually, combating my economic argument why mass deportation is bad for America by saying I like dick doesn't further the conversation. Can we agree?
I mean, whatever. Go ahead.
Fucking hell. Brooke, thank you for the $30 over on Venmo. Brooke says, Deep, thank you so much for all the important work that you do. I appreciate you for the love, Brooke. Let's get 300 Brooke W's down below that chat, making me richer by hating on Trump, as a guest would say. As well as Joy with the $5 over on Venmo, Victoria with a 1, and Eliza with a 1. I really appreciate y'all so much for the love. You guys are so incredibly kind. I would also love to thank, let's see here, Jane with the $20 super chat over on YouTube, and Indigo with the 22-pound super chat over on YouTube. I appreciate you, Jane and Indigo, as well as Isabel with the $10 over on PayPal. I really appreciate y'all so much for the love. So I have a question real quick. I mean, I just want to see if we could even hold a productive dialogue with you. Are you able to give us any reason why you legitimately support mass deportation, or can you qualify one way that helps America so we could have a back and forth dialogue with one another?
Let's just go to the mental decline in Biden and Trump. Which one was worse?
Okay, I don't think that
I told you we went past. Let's just go past the deportation.
I don't think that we should.
We're not going to find a level ground.
I
Because,
don't think
you
that.
have a personal opinion.
Okay, but we're here to debate our personal opinions.
Okay, well, we debated that one. We've been on this topic for a minute. Let's just switch it up.
So do you
guess,
think? Wait. I want to clarify. The debate was you saying that you support mass deportation, me detailing why mass deportation is bad for America, and then you calling us gay. Is that what a nuanced debate looks like to you?
Deportation is good in this country right now. I agree to that.
No. I'm answer my question. Answer my question. Is that what a good debate looks like to you? You telling us that you support mass deportation, me telling you why you shouldn't, and then you calling me gay. Is that what like a nuanced, fleshed out debate looks like to you?
Take it if that's however you take it. I mean, we all have freedom of speech, right? So I mean, you can.
All right. Well, I mean, if you think that's a fleshed out debate, I'm gonna go and let you, go back to the kindergarten now. Like scurry on, you little boy. Go back to kindergarten. Go back to drawing, your shapes and learning how to write. We're gonna move on to the next guest because we're here to talk to adults. All right. So everyone, just give us a minute to get that next guest up in the box. We got the next Trump supporter loading up in. The track money now is loading into the box. Everybody, if you're a part of the 15,000 people tuning into the live stream, welcome in. I appreciate everyone so much for being here. As well as thank you for the gifted subs. I'm not quite sure how many were gifted or who gifted them, but I'm just seeing them on the top of my phone screen. So seriously, I think it's Alexis or Alex or even maybe Alexandria. Just know that I really appreciate you for all the gifted subs. You are awesome. Thank you so much. But yeah, everybody, go ahead and put a MAGA down below in that chat if you'd like to come up and have a conversation. We're going to get that next guest loaded in. What's going on, Evil? Do you support Trump?
Hi. Oh my gosh. Hi, Dean.
Hi, how old are you?
Sorry. I am 20.
Okay, do you support
I
Trump?
was born October 6th. I don't.
All right, well then unfortunately I'm going to have to go in and remove you because we are just looking to talk to Trump supporters right now. Please do follow the rules. I would really appreciate it if you could go ahead and follow the rules for me. Everyone, we're going to get that next guest, Bryson, up in the box, y'all. Yo, Alexandria. Okay, chat, how many subs did Alexandria get? Because they're still going. I want to make sure that we show Alexandria some love. But no, seriously, guys, we're going to go to get that next guest up in the box right now. Go to drop in MAGA down below in that comment section if you would like to come up and have a conversation. And Dat, thank you so much for the meteor shower. I really appreciate that. And Alexandria with the total 20 gifted subs. Thank you so much. Chris, what's going on? Are you MAGA? Okay, Chris isn't here. Braden is still loading in. It looks like Braden's gone. So we have a total of 15.5 thousand people in the stream right now, but for whatever reason, we cannot find one person that is ready and willing to come up here and tell us why they support Trump. If you ever want evidence that liberalism is winning in America, just reflect on the fact of how little Trump supporters are willing to come up here and have a good conversation. Yo, what's up, Urbex? You MAGA? And Urbex is leaving too. See, MAGA is scared. MAGA is running away. MAGA is not willing to have a conversation with me. I mean, if you were to put me in front of a crowd of close to 16,000 people before the election, would it have been difficult to find one person that supports Trump that would be willing to talk to me? Absolutely not, everybody. Oddly, I appreciate you for that, Galaxy. But look at how difficult it is now, everybody. Look at how difficult it is now. What is going on? Do you support Trump, Derek?
I do.
All right, Derek. Well, we're going to go ahead and let you take it away, man. Tell us why you support Trump. Worth putting out there in the meantime. If you want to support me or Parker, you can find our Venmos and PayPals and link trees in our respective bios. Speaking of, let me make sure I thank Joseph really quickly for the $25 donation over on Venmo, saying this is for booting the homophobe. Yeah, we got him out of there, Joseph. I appreciate you for the $25, my man. Much love. But Derek, take it away. Tell us why you support Trump.
I support him because he's a businessman. You know, he runs the company, the country like a business. I don't agree with all of his views, but I do agree with most of them. And I am a Republican, so I vote party lines.
Okay, well, first of all, to respond to the last thing that you said there, you're a Republican, so you vote party lines. That is, and with all due respect, I'm gonna say this, and this is gonna come off rude, but I'm gonna be honest. That is some of the most idiotic shit I've heard all day. We should never vote party lines. We should vote for who is better for America. The moment that we place the party over the country, the parties don't matter anymore. All right? So, I mean, let's just not even entertain that way of thinking. Now, to respond to your first point, that he's a businessman and he's treating America like a business, it's funny. It's really funny because I'm going to ask you a question. Do you support his policy of mass deportation?
I do.
Okay. All right. Well, no good businessman that treats America like a business would support mass deportation because mass deportation is removing 8.3 million contributors in our labor force that pay money into our GDP and tax pool every single year. Okay. All right. If we want to treat America like a business, well, it's not good for the business to intentionally cut 1.1 trillion through 1.7 trillion dollars in revenue out of the business per year. All right. That's not a good business decision, and that's what mass deportation does.
I will agree with you there, but the argument I'll make is since the beginning of America, we've had rules and policies in place. If you want to come into this country, there's a right way to do it and there's a wrong way to do it. And for a lot of years, it's been good to have people come into this country and while they're here, work on getting their citizenship and doing all that. However, we live in a time right now.
Oh no, Derek, you're lagging, man. Derek. You're getting some major lag. You're getting some major lag right now, bro. I'm gonna have you like disconnect your Wi-Fi or something. Just try to figure it out, because I'd love to have a chat with you, but you're just lagging real bad, man.
Is that any better?
Yeah, for sure, man. So anyways, your refutation there was just saying, well, there's a right way to do it and there's a wrong way to do it, and you think that they should be deported even if it hurts the country. Well, that just means that you don't look at the country like a business. So merely telling us that you would support Donald Trump because he's a good businessman is not good enough reason. Also, not to mention that regardless of what your qualifications for a businessman are, it's an objective fact that Elon would be a better businessman than Trump. He's amounted a larger net worth in a smaller period of time, and even Elon thinks that Donald Trump's economic policy is going to send America into a recession and that he should be impeached from office. So you'd have to trust Elon more than Trump, and Elon wants Trump to go. Therefore, you'd have to agree that Trump should go.
I don't agree with that, and I'm not
okay, well, then
sure
you
that
so
I
then
trust
you don't
Elon.
just simply trust somebody because they're a businessman. So why do you support Trump?
There's a lot of different reasons. I do agree, like I said, I do agree with a lot of his policies. I do think that in the short amount of time he's been in office, he's definitely created a much better place than what the past administration had going on here.
Based on what policy?
Or just based on what economic metric? Investment in American industries has gone stagnant. Consumer confidence is at an all-time low. GDP growth went down in the fourth quarter of this year when it went up in every other country on the face of planet Earth. I mean, we see that core inflation has risen. Unemployment has risen. Forecast of GDP growth has gone down. I mean, I actually, every single like macroeconomic indicator that I look at, it seems like the country's actually gotten worse since Biden left. I mean, we haven't even broke even in the S&P 500, and he's been in office for 150 days.
I don't know. I mean, look at all the money that he's found in wasteful spending.
Oh, you mean like the $120 billion that Doge supposedly cut? You understand that he wants our government to spend $4 trillion just to cut the taxes for the top 20% of income earners and increase them on the bottom 80%? That it was so wasteful of a bill, that it is what caused the division between Donald Trump, who supports it, and Elon, who headed Doge. Even Elon agrees that it is one of the most wasteful bills that our American Congress has seen in modern American history. And he wants to get rid of the debt ceiling just to get it through Congress. I mean, the bill spends more money than every dollar spent in the last 4 years by the Democrats on non-COVID related expenditure.
All right, well, let's be honest about that. Elon was all for the bill until he found out that his little company was involved in it, and there was going to be money cuts going to him. And that's all of a sudden when he decided that he didn't like the bill because
That's not
his company
true.
was going to lose money in the.
Even
It is true.
even Donald Trump has talked about how Elon Musk knew about his intent to get rid of the EV mandate since before the election. And you're not responding to the substance of what I said, all right? Because I'm just trying to point out somebody on your side of the aisle that would agree with me, so maybe you'd be more likely to believe it. But I mean, that's not even the reason. I'm not saying the bill is bad because Elon thinks it's bad. I'm saying the bill is bad because it's spending nearly $4 trillion to reduce the after-tax income of 80% of Americans, and it's spending twice as much money as every penny spent in the last 4 years by Democrats on non-COVID related expenditure in one bill in the first 150 days in office.
Well, you have a lot more facts than I do as far as the numbers go. However, my feeling is that he's doing a much better job than the past administration has done.
All right. Well, that's why it's called a feeling, and obviously we should trust the facts over the feelings. You said I have facts. You said you have feelings, meaning we should trust me over you. I would love to ask you a question, though. Do you consider yourself an American patriot? We're lagging again, Derek. Do I still have you here?
Yeah, I definitely consider myself a patriot.
Okay. Do American patriots support core American values?
They should.
Okay. Is the Constitution a core American value?
It is.
So American patriots support the Constitution?
Yeah.
Okay, so if you want to get rid of the Constitution, there's no way in hell you're an American patriot, right?
I'm trying to follow where you're going with this.
So if you want to get rid of the Constitution, there's no way in hell that you're an American patriot, right?
If you want to get rid of the Constitution in its entirety, yeah, I'll agree with that.
Here's a screenshot of Donald Trump calling for the termination of the Constitution in its entirety. If we want to read the last sentence, he says, a massive fraud of this type and magnitude allows for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution. So you don't think that Donald Trump is an American patriot. Why would you, as a patriot, support somebody that you think is anti-American?
That doesn't say that he wants to get rid of the Constitution.
It does. Read it.
Massive fraud of this type and magnitude allows for the termination of all rules, regulations, articles, and even those found in the Constitution.
I mean, do you want to
But
read it
that
out
doesn't
loud?
say- I'm reading it, and what you're taking it out of context. What he's talking about is the different rules and different regulations that are in place for fraud within the government, not necessarily the Constitution.
Even those found in the Constitution.
He literally says the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution. He explicitly contradicts what you just said.
Because, again, that's why I said if you want to get rid of the Constitution in its entirety, yes. But there are parts of the Constitution that does need to be looked
It
at.
says
and does-
all
Yeah.
rules, regulations, and articles.
I have a question.
Even those found in the Constitution.
What is the word all
regarding
mean?
fraud.
What
Regarding
is the
fraud.
word what is the word all mean?
I'm sorry?
What does the word all mean?
Everything. But he's talking about a fraud, not the Constitution.
What is the word
He's talking about the different
Constitution mean?
frauds that are within the government.
Dude, he literally says even those found in the Constitution. So your interpretation of what Donald Trump says in the screenshot contradicts what Donald Trump said in the screenshot. You can't make that up. Okay, and Derek left. So Derek said, see you later, and hit the road. Well, Derek, man, I appreciate your time, but I'm going to say this. I said this yesterday. I want to say it again, guys. When I'm able to prove to you that you're wrong, I don't want you to run away. I just want you to admit that you're wrong and become a better person for your country and for everybody in the country, right? What's going on at Tract Money Now? Are you MAGA?
How you doing? Yeah.
Cool. Well, before we hop into the debate, I need to thank Hannah for the $50 over on Venmo. Hannah, jeez, thank you. Hannah says, "Love what you do, Dean. Keep educating the petulant dimwits." Hannah, I really appreciate you for the love. That is so kind, guys. Let's get 500 Hannah W's down below in that live chat while we start our next debate. Thank you so much, Hannah, as well as 200 Carson W's. That's Carson with a C for the $20 on PayPal. They say, "Love your content." I really appreciate that, Carson. Now, take it away. Tell us why you support Donald Jimothy Trump. Attract money now.
Can I think a few people real quick?
Of course. In the meantime, guys, make sure we're double tapping on that phone screen.
Molly, thank you so much for the $5. Appreciate it. Jay with the $3. Lindsay, thank you for the $5. Appreciate it. Joseph with the $25. And Joy, thank you for the $5. I really appreciate it. Give some W's for everyone in the chat. Thank you so much.
Now, take it away. Attract money now. Why do you support the worst president of your life, Donald J. Trump?
So, I do Uber Eats full time. I've been doing it for years. And I was making decent money. And then all of a sudden, there's illegal, undocumented foreigners.
Undocumented
corner.
foreigners. Okay. Jesus.
Yeah, illegal foreigners.
Illegal foreigners. How about we just call them undocumented immigrants? Come on.
On every corner with 2-3 phones each, multiple Uber accounts, which they have gotten fraudulently because they could never
How do you
sign
know
up
that
on
they're
it.
undocumented immigrants?
I've talked to them. I've had many conversations with them.
So
They
you've talked to
openly
them?
admit-
And they just
Yeah,
tell
they
you that they're
openly-
undocumented immigrants? So, okay,
openly
so
admit it.
you've met an undocumented immigrant that's been hustling? Why does this mean you
Lots
support
of
Trump?
them. Lots of them.
Okay,
And
so there's a lot of undocumented immigrants that are absolutely fucking hustling. Why does this make you
yeah,
support
that
Trump?
are stealing my money, making me earn less
You're just.
money.
I'm
because
sorry.
of
Are you mad that you have competition?
illegal competition, fraudulent competition, and
Well,
they're
you're
using
only
stolen.
saying it's fraudulent and illegal because you don't want the competition.
I have a question. How
No,
Sounds
much?
like-
I
it sounds
know
like-
it's fraudulent and illegal.
I have a
Talk
question.
to
How much
them.
more money do you think you'd make per year if they weren't doing that?
Well, I'm making a lot of money now that they're too scared to come out.
So
In
can you
LA.
answer my question?
At least double that I'm making now, or that I was making.
Did you know that you'll make less money this year because of Donald Trump's economic policy? It's going to reduce the after-tax income for 80% of Americans, and I know you fall into the 80% of Americans. Individuals that do Uber Eats are around the average American. They're not making over $130,000 per year. Now, I mean, I also want to just point it out right now that you are basically telling us that you support DEI. Right, and like at least like this sense of DEI that the right criticizes the left for, of basically saying that we shouldn't uphold like merit or qualifications to the highest degree for determining who's in the labor force, but we should rather make that determination based upon some other irrelevant characteristic. You're basically saying that you want to intentionally slim down the competition that you'd have in your market by booting
fair competition.
by booting undocumented immigrants out of the country. And, I mean, I'll also have you know that the trade-off here is, although you may personally make a little bit more money, our GDP is going to
lot more
reduce by
money.
around 1.1 trillion to 1.7 trillion dollars per year if every single undocumented immigrant in America was to be deported. And I'm not going to lie, like some random Uber Eats driver making a little bit more money just simply isn't a large enough gain to justify ripping fathers and mothers that have been hardworking in America for the last 35 years away from
No.
their family, reducing our GDP growth by $500 billion per year, and defunding our federal government over $100 billion per year in taxes, reducing average qualities of life, weakening the American economy, and increasing levels of crime. Also, by the way, I just want to point it out there that Uber Eats isn't going to be an essential good. It's going to be kind of a want compared to a need. And individuals are going to be less likely to want the wants compared to the needs, want the non-essential goods compared to the essential goods, the worse our economy is performing. And I mean, when our GDP growth crashes by 4% because we're doing a mass deportation, individuals are going to be less likely to want to consume those non-essential goods, which actually means if we were to do a mass deportation today, you'd make less money tomorrow.
Cooked.
Well, I'm not saying I'm for mass deportation. I'm
That's
saying
what Donald Trump's advocating for.
I'm for deportation where it's appropriate, and in my case, it's appropriate. These guys, they come here like 3 months at a time, and they go back home. They convert. They
Okay,
convert
wait.
the
So when
dollar.
so to clarify, when is it appropriate? Because we would say it's appropriate if they've committed a violent crime or a bad crime. Given that's not the case, then
committing
why would it be wrong?
Using stolen identities in order to be on the app.
That's illegal. I totally agree. That's something that we consider as wrong or a bad crime.
That's
But
why
like
it's
you
not cool, man.
But you understand that like it is the case that like in order for someone to be able to work in the country, right, that it is the case that they have to have some type of documentation, correct?
Wait. You're saying that undocumented immigrants steal identities to compete against you?
Yeah, they rent accounts for like $200 a week from like crime networks who use stolen
For sure.
identity.
Could you give us any evidence of this happening on like
It's
the macro
all
scale in
you
America?
can research it on Google. It's all over.
For
Google.
sure. I mean, if it's all over everywhere, you
can
should be able
find
to.
groups where they rent these
If
accounts
it's
out.
if it's all over,
it's a known thing. Dude.
If it's all over everywhere, maybe you should just like give us the source yourself. Not to mention that even if this is happening, they wouldn't need to do this if they are residents or citizens and had the proper documentation to do it themselves. So that's why we should offer them a pathway to residency or citizenship. It's funny because every single critique that you can name of undocumented immigrants that is actually true just inevitably leads us right back to residency or citizenship and mass amnesty. Like think about it. Like how about you shut the hell up while I'm talking? How about you shut the hell up while I'm talking? I actually didn't. I actually haven't interrupted you. So now shut the hell up while I'm talking. That's all I'm asking you for. All right? You're obviously not going to be listening to me while I'm speaking. I'm trying to give you a cogent rebuttal to what you're saying. I've been letting the interruptions slide in like, I don't know, like the last 20 minutes. I've just been letting them slide, letting you interrupt, let you do whatever the hell you want. Okay. All right. But I mean, dude, this is obviously not going to be productive. It's not going to push the conversation forward. So let's try to push the conversation forward a little bit. If your ultimate issue with undocumented immigrants is like renting accounts from citizens to go out and work a job, okay, that demonstrates they're willing to work hard as fuck. So what if we gave them citizenship or residency directly? Imagine what they'd do then. Let's enact legislation, help them spread their damn wings and not have to pay $200 a month to rent an account from a citizen just to generate income, to buy goods in the American economy, to grow our GDP and provide for them and their family. Let's give them their own residency or citizenship. What the hell would they be doing then? See, one of the many benefits of mass amnesty right there, sir.
The dollar for their currency, and they get like 20 times what the dollar's worth in their currency.
Are you driving?
They don't come here to stay here. They come here just.
That's the sound of the phone when he's driving. So we're going to move on to the next guest. We got the shop pimp loading up into the box. Here we go, everybody. If you were part of the 15,000 people hanging out in the stream with us here today, guys, make sure that we're double tapping away on that phone screen. What's going on in the shop? Are you MAGA?
I am.
Okay, how old are you, bro?
I am 25.
Cool. Well, we're going to let you take it away. Tell us why you support Trump. But before we do, I got to thank Mindy for the $40 over on PayPal. Mindy says, still in the hospital with COVID, but showing all my nurses your live show. Dude, Mindy, I remember you. I really hope that you're doing okay, Mindy. Please show some love to Mindy down below in that comment section for the 40. But the shop, no, seriously, man, take it away. Tell us why you support Trump, man. You're going to have to come back to the live, though. And also, yeah, no way in hell that this guy's 5 years older than me, but whatever.
Rebecca, think of the $5. Thank you,
I am
Rebecca.
5 years older than you, yes.
Okay, well, tell us why you support Trump, man.
So my biggest support for Trump is his, I don't want to say necessarily his foreign policies, but on what he's trying to do for the Ukraine-Russia war. I wanted to talk about what he's trying to do.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God. So, yeah, you know, he
give
ran on
Putin
the...
more power?
Yeah, he ran on the pro-peace ticket. He said that he was going to end the Russian-Ukrainian war in the first 24 hours in office. 145 days in. We have no ceasefire in Russia and Ukraine. Russia has launched their largest missiles in Ukraine, and Ukraine has launched their largest counterattacks. We have no ceasefire in Israel and Palestine. In fact, when Donald Trump became our president, Israel violated the ceasefire agreement achieved under the Biden-Harris administration. And now Israel has started war with Iran. And now we're having countries like China, Russia, Pakistan, and even North Korea saying that they want to support Iran. And now we're throwing our support for Israel. I mean, like, global tensions are increasing. Nothing's getting done. More people are dying. Saying that you support Donald Trump because of his foreign policy has got to be probably the worst argument you could give us today.
I never said it was an argument. I literally just wanted to hear your piece on it.
Okay, for sure, man. Well, I mean, that's my piece, dude. I probably think that is where he's blundered the most. Like objectively, like we could talk about his economic policy and how it's bad for Americans, but I'm only going to be able to give you like a report detailing what the policy might do in the future to demonstrate why it's bad for this country. But when we're evaluating the efficacy of his foreign policy and foreign relations, we're looking at the hard outcomes, man. And that's why I call his foreign relations probably the biggest blunder of his presidency so far. I mean, there's no way that we could look at him saying that he's going to end the war in the first 24 hours in office, with tensions only rising in Russia, Ukraine, Israel, Palestine, and Iran 145 days in office. I mean, we're like closer to World War III now than I think we ever have been before. And it's only exponentially gotten worse since the beginning of his administration.
And honestly, within the last 3 months of him being in office and me just watching everything that he's doing and kind of going across everything, I can agree with you on that. I have nothing to disagree with you on that. That was initially why I had supported Trump, although my position may be changing.
Okay, awesome, man. So why do you support him today?
It's really hard for me to answer because I'm a small business owner. I own 2 businesses, and I have been able to pursue my dreams with him in office versus where I couldn't.
Small businesses have actually been hit hard by Trump. I mean, even in his original reformation of the tax code back in 2017, he increased the corporate tax rate on small businesses from 15 to 21%. I mean, as I pointed out earlier, there's not a single macroeconomic indicator that's performing better today than it was 145 days ago. Everything's either gone stagnant or went down. So obviously, this isn't going to be indicative of more opportunity for American small businesses.
And that may be true, but for me, at least, my businesses have taken off. So
okay, I wouldn't attribute that to Trump, though, right?
And it's definitely possible that it isn't contributed to Trump. But for me, that's why I support him, and I appreciate you taking the time to talk to me today.
Well, I mean, maybe like before you leave here, I don't know why there's just been less cars parking on the road in my neighborhood since Donald Trump was inaugurated. Can I say Donald Trump did that? Absolutely not. Why? Because he obviously didn't do anything that would have caused less cars to be parked in my neighborhood. And I mean, that's kind of what I'd say about your small business. I don't think he's done anything that would have caused your small business to accelerate. And unless you could demonstrate to me, Parker, and everybody else watching what he has done to make your small business accelerate, I mean, we should treat you saying that he's been successful for you in your life, just like me when I said that he's been successful for the amount of cars parked on the street in my neighborhood.
And that's understandable. And also, out to Hunter, I am not older than 25. I saw your comment.
So what has he done that's helped your small business?
Oh, no, I'm out of time. I have to go. I just wanted to see what you wanted to talk about for that.
Okay,
I thought you were going to push your immigrant.
All right, well, have a good rest of the day. He's out of time, everybody. Out of time. Out of time, guys. Out of time. What's up, AIDS? You MAGA?
Yo, what's up?
You support Trump?
Yeah, I got 3 reasons.
Hey, how old are you?
I want to hear your opinion.
Hey, how old are you?
I'm 19.
What year were you born in?
I was born in 2006.
What month?
All right, so my first reason is...
Martha, what's up? You support Trump?
I'm British. Absolutely not.
Okay, base. I gotta kick you. Yeah, we're only looking to talk to people that are from America, at least 18 years old, and support Donald J. Trump. Y'all, please follow the rules. Please, 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 please. And Alessandra! Oh my God, Alessandra, it's so good to see you in here with us today. Thank you for the $80 donation over on PayPal, as well as Carrie with the $20 donation over on PayPal. Carrie spelled Carri and Alessandra spelled Allesandra. Alessandra says, thank you for being you. Have an amazing day. I hope you have an amazing day as well, Alessandra. We love you here. Seriously, guys, let's get 800 Alessandra W's and 200 Carrie W's. Seriously, guys, thank you so very much. And welcome into the live stream, Reagan. It is good to have you in here with us today. Do you want to go ahead and tell us why you support the man, the myth, the failure, Donald Trump?
Hi. So I actually don't, but my husband does.
Is he with you?
No, he's not, but I need help.
Okay, Reagan,
here's what I'm
going to recommend is request to join the live when he's with you. I love to talk to him, but I mean, maybe that would be a fun thing to do.
Yeah, I'm not sure if he would, but I need help. So we have a lot of heated discussions. The biggest one that I'm having an issue fighting with him in is the pullout of Afghanistan.
Okay, all right. Well, I'm gonna go ahead and give you a couple points as it relates to pull out of Afghanistan. That I am gonna move on because we are just looking to have some conversations with Trump supporters.
Yes.
So the only reason why 13 service members died on the pull out of Afghanistan is because a member of the Taliban had self-unaligned bombed them. And that member of the Taliban was only able to do that because he was let out of a jail in Afghanistan that was operated by America due to a deal that Donald Trump had negotiated with the Taliban. So in other words, it was only because of a deal that Trump made that that individual was able to kill those 13 service members. But, maybe we'll bring that up to him, see what he says, Reagan. And seriously, feel free to re-request when maybe he's with you so we could have a discussion with him. I'd love to do that. But we are going to move on to the next guest, guys. And let's go and see what that next guest has to say.
Dean?
Of course, man. Take it away. Well, Parker's thanking his donors, guys. Make sure that we're double tapping on that phone screen and sharing that live.
Joey, thank you for the $5. And Christian with the $250 on PayPal. Can we get some W's for Christian in the comment section right now? Thank you, Christian. I really appreciate it. It's good to see you as always. W's for Christian in the chat right now.
You're so funny. I love you.
W Christian in the chat, everyone. Seriously, W Christian. Always good to see you, Christian. Always good to see you, Christian. We appreciate you. W Christian's in the chat.
Hope you're doing well, Christian. Hope you're doing well, man. What's going on, Zach? Are you MAGA?
Nah, bro, but what up, Dean?
All right, hop out of here, Zach. Hope you're doing well, though. Guys, keep in mind, we are only looking to talk to Americans that are at least 18 years old that support Donald J. Trump. There is absolutely no reason why we should have 15,000 people in here, not one person to come up here and talk to us. So come on now.
Yeah, what's going on, chat? Hop in the box.
Ellie,
I have oh my God, I have 15 minutes left. I didn't even realize.
what's going on, LED? You support Trump?
Yes.
How old are you, man?
I'm 18.
And why the hell do you support the worst president of your life, Donald J. Trump, the man, the myth, the failure? Okay. Wow. I guess he didn't tolerate the disrespect. Everybody. He didn't tolerate the... Okay, all right. Maybe I need to stop opening with that. Okay, all right. Maybe I need to stop opening with that, everybody. What's going on, MBU? Do you support Trump? Okay, all right. Well, he's just breathing. He's breathing. He's a mouth breather, everybody. They definitely do support Trump. Shouldn't have kicked him. Maybe I kicked him too early. Would have been a perfect person to talk to. What's up, Emma? Do you support Trump?
I love you, Dean.
All right. Well, I appreciate that, Emma, but please do follow the rules of the stream and do not request
Only
unless you
Dean
like Trump.
is crazy. Only Dean is crazy. Diabolical, I tell you.
What's up? You support Trump?
I do support Trump.
Okay. Is there any way that you could turn off that music in the background?
Sorry, turn your phone down.
Okay, they left. Their name was Daddy's Girl XOXO 11.9.14. I would actually love to talk to you. So Daddy's Girl XOXO, if you re-request at any point, I will happily bring you up here. I mean this. I would love to have a conversation with you. I bet everybody would love if we could have a conversation with one another. So just to let you know, you're on the top of the list, all right? JJ, thank you for the $15 on Venmo, and Ocean with the 10. I appreciate you, JJ and Ocean. Ocean says, got my MAGA mom to tune into the stream and got her to admit that Alex Jones is a con man. Let's go, Ocean! W's for Ocean and Ocean's mom down below in that chat. That's what I love to hear. What's going on? Okay, LJ and Jacob aren't loading in. It looks like Jacob took off and LJ's just simply not connecting. Wow. Okay. I love to hear that. Seriously. I seriously really do love to hear that. And Alessandra, thank you for another $20 over on PayPal. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much, Alessandra. What's going on? Big Dog 8. Are you MAGA?
Yes, I am.
Okay. What about you, Nick?
I love you, Dean and Parker.
All right. Well, please follow my rules, you guys.
At least they put in Parker.
Right. So Big Dog 8, how old are you?
I'm 34.
Okay. All right. And why do you support the worst well, actually, we caused the last gay to run away when I said that. Why do you support the best president of your life, the man, the myth, the legend, Donald Trump?
So the reason why I voted for Trump this time around is because, the Democrats sit there and say that they're against mass deportation. But I'm like, if you look under Obama, Biden, and even Clinton here, they have all deported more people than Trump. So I voted for Trump for less mass deportation.
Okay.
Are you serious?
I mean, so first and foremost, you voted for Trump for less mass deportation. Could you please tell me what Kamala Harris's policy was for deportation?
No, I didn't. I didn't want to vote for her. I voted for Trump simply for the fact that the Democrats are hypocrites. We got to call it out where we see it.
Okay, so you're voting on the basis of supposed hypocrisy, right? Okay. Do you think it was hypocritical when Donald Trump called himself an American patriot but tried to coup and rig an American election?
I didn't support that,
Okay,
but again, I simply voted for him because, like, the Democrats sat there and say, like, look at all the No Kings protests and all the protests that are out there today, right? They're saying that they don't want any mass deportation, but the Democrats sit there and deport people and don't put it on the news, but at least the Republicans are open about it.
So there's going to be a couple differences here. Like, we do understand that there's high deportations under Obama and Clinton. And in fact, like, that's actually something that both me and Parker disagree with. We're not party loyalists like a lot of Trump supporters. But I'd actually say that someone could hypothetically support Clinton and Obama's policy, but not support Donald Trump's, because there's still distinctions, right? You know, like Obama, for instance, Obama focused on deporting individuals with prior violent offenses. Obama focused on deporting like gang members, etc. But Donald Trump, on the other hand, you know what he ran on and what he's been running on is deporting every single undocumented immigrant in America. You know, we've never seen a Democrat run on that. Okay, Obama and Clinton both, they did not run on and they did not want a removal of every single undocumented immigrant in this country. Okay, but that is a point that Donald Trump explicitly ran on. Okay, he explicitly wanted to remove every single undocumented immigrant in America. Now, another big difference is the way that the removals are being done. Okay, I cannot name a single illegal, unconstitutional deportation under Clinton, Obama, or Biden. Okay, but I can name many under Trump that Donald Trump has unapologetically defended, even though SCOTUS has ruled against them, such as his removal of Abrigo Garcia, all right? Such as his removal of the 2 planes worth of Venezuelan immigrants that a federal judge ruled were unconstitutional due to the lack of due process, all right? Such as his... Okay, go ahead.
Why should an undocumented immigrant be forwarded due process in a country they're not even legally supposed to be in?
Because the 14th Amendment explicitly says
The
anyone in this
14th
country under the
Amendment
jurisdiction.
only applies to people that have come here legally.
No, that's just not true. The Constitution explicitly in the 14th Amendment, I literally read it off on my live today, explicitly says any person after prior referencing citizens. So it is explicitly saying people.
Okay.
It's not referencing.
Back up what you just said. Prior referencing people, citizens of this country.
Man, why... Okay, we shouldn't be having a debate about this because you're objectively wrong. SCOTUS has upheld forever that undocumented immigrants or non-citizens have constitutional protections.
Okay, and how does SCOTUS know what our forefathers meant when they...
Wait, can I read to you the section 1 of the 14th Amendment?
Okay,
Lance?
so Parker, go ahead and read that. But after you read that and Lance, you respond. All that we need to know is that in accordance with the Constitution, our American Supreme Court has the ultimate authority to interpret what the Constitution means, and what they say is no. Let me. It can't actually. No.
Everybody interprets the law differently.
So no. Legally speaking, there's rules. There's confines, and there's a method in which we determine what the interpretation of the American Constitution is. That is why we have a structure. No, stop talking. Stop talking, Lance. You're crashing out. That is why we have a structure of local courts, a state Supreme Courts, federal courts, circuit courts, and then the Supreme Court. Okay? And the Supreme Court is the highest court in America, and they possess the ultimate and final authority to interpret the American Constitution and what it means and who it applies to. What they say, what they rule, is what the Constitution means. So when the Supreme Court ruled in 2020 that undocumented immigrants do have due process, that meant that undocumented immigrants do have due process. When SCOTUS ruled on April 10th that Abrigo Garcia had constitutional protections, even though he was an undocumented immigrant, that meant that Abrigo Garcia had constitutional protections, even though he's an undocumented immigrant. Supreme Court decisions cannot be appealed, and Supreme Court decisions are the objective final ruling of the legal interpretation of the American Constitution. And when you make the claim that undocumented immigrants do not have constitutional rights, you are making a legal interpretation of the American Constitution. And if your legal interpretation of the American Constitution contradicts SCOTUS's interpretation, you are wrong, because their interpretation is final as explicitly defined in the Articles of the Constitution.
Yeah, so the 14th Amendment says no state shall make or enforce any law which shall abridge the privileges or immunities of citizens of the United States, nor shall any state deprive any person of life, liberty, or property without due process of law, nor deny to any person within its jurisdiction the equal protection of the laws. That's explicitly referencing the difference between citizens and people, and it's referencing anyone that's within the jurisdiction of the country is granted the equal protections of the law.
But seriously, all we need to know is that SCOTUS has ruled forever that undocumented immigrants have constitutional rights. Like SCOTUS's rulings are like equivalent to like in accordance with like Christianity, for instance, like God's moral laws. You know how like Christianity teaches God as like the ultimate standard of truth? Well, that is literally what the Supreme Court is in the American legal system. But it looks like Lance ran away. So, Big Dog 8, go ahead and speak up.
No.
Oh, you're back.
I'm still here.
Take it away.
I'm still here. But you failed to realize that in the 14th Amendment, it specifically claims U.S. citizens.
We don't need to debate the language of the 14th Amendment. Please respond to what I said about how it is the case that as God would exist as the final standard for truth in Christianity, the Supreme Court exists as the final standard of interpreting the American Constitution and the American legal system. And SCOTUS defends that undocumented immigrants have constitutional rights.
You can't compare God to a man.
Actually,
okay?
and the comparison is the way that Christians perceive God is the ultimate standard of truth, and God is like never wrong. Okay, well, in accordance with like the American legal system, what SCOTUS says is the ultimate standard of truth, and their rulings are final, meaning their rulings cannot be wrong. At least is what the current legal interpretation of the Constitution is. That's the comparison I'm making.
The current.
Yes.
In 1868, when it was ratified, it could have been. It could have. You don't know what they were meaning back then, but we have an interpretation that they were referring to natural.
Wait. We do know the people that ratified the Constitution in the 19th century intended for a Supreme Court to be ever existing to interpret the Constitution regardless of the year it is, and have their interpretation of the Constitution be final. The Constitution was not meant to be a static document that was written in the 19th century to have the interpretation that they supposed when written to be true, final, and forever. No, the Constitution was intended by the authors of it to be a living document that changes with our country as our country evolves, progresses. And I mean, this is why SCOTUS has the authority to make their rulings, and this is why you're wrong.
Okay, I objectively disagree, but I will gladly move on to another topic.
What specifically do you disagree with, and why do you disagree?
I disagree with the fact that natural-born citizens are basically the only people in the United States that should be given constitutional rights. Because if you're here illegally, you've already broken the law.
So I just want to go.
Did I not just read the Constitution to you directly and show you how it explicitly says that anyone within the jurisdiction has equal protection of the law?
But I just like once again. Okay, fine. You know what, Parker? Talk to me about the language of the amendment. Talk about the language of the Constitution. But it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because SCOTUS says that they have the constitutional protections. You can't disagree with SCOTUS legally. Like seriously, like Lance. Do you think that legally speaking, you can disagree with SCOTUS's interpretation of the Constitution?
Well, I mean, most Republicans do.
I don't think that you're understanding my argument. If you are a lawyer representing an undocumented immigrant in court, is there any legal argument that you can make when representing them to convince a judge or a jury that they don't deserve constitutional protections?
can I make a comment?
No,
on,
I want you to respond to what I'm saying because
massive hater has put up in the chat. Nobody is illegal
No,
on stolen land.
I want you to respond to what I'm saying. I want you to respond to me, not what somebody's saying in the chat. Is if you were a lawyer, is there a single legal argument that you could make that any judge, jury, or so on would accept that undocumented immigrants do not have constitutional protections, given the fact that the highest court in America has ruled that they do?
Just because the highest court in America has ruled, it's a man. Okay, the Constitution's language is. It's
what question am I asking you? Please repeat. Please repeat the question that I asked you.
Can I?
How can I disagree?
No. Shut the fuck up, Big Dog 8. Lance, repeat the question that I asked you.
You're asking how I can objectively disagree.
No, that's not what I'm asking. That's not what I'm asking. Listen closely to the question that I'm asking. If you were a lawyer making an argument in court, is there a single judge or jury in America that would accept any argument that would conclude that undocumented immigrants don't have constitutional protections, given the fact that the highest court in America, SCOTUS, has ruled that they do? Yes or no?
I mean, no.
My case is now proven. So, Parker, go ahead and take it away. But Parker, he was trying to explain to you how the language of the 14th Amendment explicitly says that they have constitutional protections and have a right to due process. And you have now affirmed what both me and Parker are arguing here because you just agreed there's not a single court in America that would accept your position. That means that your position is wrong in a legal sense. But I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna go use the restroom. BRB in 30 seconds, Parker, if you want to take it away.
For sure.
So to kind of rebut against Lance here, as a person that voted for MAGA,
wait, but before I only have a few more minutes. I literally have to go in a few minutes. I want him just to clarify this point real quick because I haven't really had much time to speak. So can he address that real quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Lance, hello?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so did you hear me read the section 1 of the 14th Amendment, or do you want me to read it again?
Did you not specifically read the part where it says citizens?
I will read the whole thing again because apparently you're not smart enough to hear what I said. No state shall make or enforce any law which shall abridge the privileges or immunities of citizens of the United States, nor, please listen, Jesus Christ, nor shall any state deprive any person of life, liberty, or property without due process of law, nor deny to any person within its jurisdiction the equal protection of the laws.
But do you understand that the first sentence that you read specifically included it didn't include illegals or immigrants. It said U.S. citizens, and when you read on where you start talking about any persons, it's referring to what was already established in the line before that when it made a claim of citizens.
Okay, I'm sorry. There's no way you just interpreted that statement as that. That's like actually the craziest fucking thing I've ever heard. When it says citizens, it's referencing a different aspect where it's saying privileges or immunities, and then it says right after a semicolon, right? Nor shall any state deprive any person of life, liberty, or property without due process of law, nor deny any person within its jurisdiction the equal protection of the laws. You cannot tell me that you just completely ignore the second part that I read just because you heard me say citizens in the beginning. If anything, that serves as evidence that there's a distinction between citizens and persons insofar as it's describing, in this context, any person in America, not specifically just a citizen. And that prior, when it was referencing citizens, in that explicit example, then it was referencing just citizens. So don't be, purposefully disingenuous and ignore that context because you don't want to acknowledge reality.
Okay. What is the Supreme Court's legal definition of a U.S. citizen, and what is their legal definition of a person?
Wait, do you understand that the distinction in terminology would very much make it clear that it's referencing any person? Do you agree that a undocumented immigrant is a person?
Wait. Can I just ask a question? Do you think in order to be a citizen, you have to have a social security number?
To be a United States citizen,
yeah.
you have You either have to have a security number, or you have to have a green card or a U.S. visa.
Great. Okay, so now that you've accepted that, would you thereby also accept that because you think that the word person in the Constitution just means citizen, that if you don't have like a social security number, a green card, or a visa, you don't really have any constitutional protections, right?
You shouldn't have, no.
Okay, well, I mean, when do you get an SSN? Not like when your mother's pregnant when you're born. So this means that fetuses, under your view, are not citizens, which would also imply that fetuses, under your view, are not legal persons, which would also therefore imply that fetuses, under your view, would have no legal protections, which would thereby imply that under your view, you are pro-choice all 9 months and you think women should be able to get an abortion whenever, wherever, for any reason or no reason at all.
Absolutely not.
Okay, well, that's what your logic implies here. That's what your logic implies here, because you said you got to be a citizen to be a person, and you got to be a person to have any and all constitutional protections, legal protections in America. Okay, well, you don't get a social security number and become a citizen until you're born, meaning prior to your birth, you're not a person, and you have no constitutional or legal protections in this country in accordance with your view, which would imply that fetuses don't have any constitutional or legal protections in America under your view, which would imply that you'd be pro-choice all 9 months for no reason or any reason at all in all 50 states.
Somebody coming here illegal is different than a mother carrying a child. When that child is born, then it becomes a citizen.
Right. And I'm just going to run your argument against you. The word person in the Constitution means citizen. You just said that it becomes a citizen when they're born, meaning they're not a legal person before birth, which means they have no constitutional protections.
So what's
wait, hold up. Actually, the first sentence we didn't even read actually defines specifically like what a citizen is. And it references persons. So person is distinct from citizen as by the definition. So the fact that you were trying to bring that up as a dispute of me originally showing you a distinction between person and citizens is crazy. And Dean really got you at that point.
Yeah, he doesn't see a distinction. So what's the issue with the argument that I'm granting to you? Why should fetuses have legal protections in America?
We're not talking about fetuses. Why? My question to you is why?
No, seriously, man, answer my question. Why should fetuses have legal protections in America if they're not citizens?
They have legal protections. Their mother has legal protections.
Oh, their mother has legal protections, but not them? Okay, you're pro-choice.
They're the ones carrying the child.
Okay, so therefore you're pro-choice. The mother has legal protections, the fetus doesn't. Pro-choice on all 9 months.
I'm not pro-choice.
Okay, then you think that specifically the fetus has legal protections?
I'm not. I have absolutely no. That's up to the mother. It's what the mother wants to do. I'm not the one carrying that child.
Just so I have a question. Do you think that that fetuses should have a legal right to due process, or should the mother be able to be the judge, jury, and executioner?
Well, how would a fetus have due process when it can't even represent itself?
I'm just asking you if the mother should be able to be judge, jury, and executioner. Or does the fetus have legal protections?
Absolutely, that's the mother's choice.
Okay, so then you are pro-choice on that.
You're pro-choice.
Look, that woman is the one carrying that child. What she decides to do with it, that's her choice.
I mean, they're pro-choice.
Should it be legal? Should it be legal for her to do it?
To have an abortion?
Yeah.
I don't think there should be abortions, period. I mean, that's not. That's
okay,
not
so do you see how this guy's brain doesn't operate and function properly? He knows explicitly that we are literally referencing him being pro-choice in the sense that he thinks it should be legally allowed, and then he explicitly just brings up choice in the context of they should have the choice to do it, but it should still be illegal. What are you talking about? That's meaning that they should not have the choice and it should be illegal. Genius.
The woman is the one that has to live with the decision that she makes.
Yes, and you're saying that she should go to prison for that, correct?
Also, Parker, you said that his brain is not functioning properly. I'd say that his brain isn't functioning logically, okay? Because if your brain was functioning logically, you'd be able to see what I'm saying and why I'm saying it, okay? The argument you're just making to Parker is that constitutional protections, legal protections in this country only apply to persons. You interpret persons as citizens. You agree that fetuses aren't citizens. Therefore, you'd say that they aren't persons in a legal sense. Thereby, they would have no legal protections. Thereby, you'd be pro-choice all 9 months for no reason or any reason at all. You disagree with that, okay? You do think that fetuses are persons that have those constitutional protections, legal protections, even though they're not citizens, which means you'd concede to Parker, referencing a distinction between persons and citizens, meaning that you would there also agree that non-citizens are persons, therefore they still have constitutional protections, and you'd lose the debate.
Okay, I gotta go now.
Yo, Parker, I appreciate you for coming out, man. Thank you so much for your time, bro.
Good seeing you, man. Good seeing everyone. Have a great day, everyone.
Hell yeah. We got another 2 hours and 45 minutes of debates for everybody listening in, y'all. We got a long way to go, guys. Make sure that we're double tapping on that phone screen. Let's try to get up to 3 million likes and 2,000 shares. And drum roll, please, everybody. Let's get a drum roll for Lance. Oh, sorry, it paused there. Let's get a drum roll for Lance to respond to the position. So, do you concede that non-citizens are still people and people still have those constitutional and legal protections, such as a right to due process?
I concede to the fact that the law is interpreted by a man, and if you guys think that a bunch of illegals or undocumented, however y'all
whoa. We're not talking about any man except for you. We're not talking about us. We're talking about you. Do you concede that non-citizens are legal persons that have constitutional protections under your own view?
So what's an illegal? Because I don't consider a person as illegal, Lance.
If you come across our border undocumented, you are an illegal immigrant to this country.
All right. Well, Lance just simply isn't responding, so we're going to kick him. Big Dog 8, back to you. Why do you support Trump? See, that's what we do with people that don't respond to arguments, everybody. That's what we do.
Yeah. So thank you, Dean, for being awesome with me here today. So I'm like, I supported Trump because it's just, I'm tired of the hypocrisy, the hypocrites. The Democrats sat there and say they don't like mass deportation, right? But they do it behind closed doors. They don't put any articles about it. But at least with the Republicans, they're open about it. Even today, Donald Trump is not up to the same numbers that Joe Biden or Obama or Bush or even Clinton was.
Oh yeah, we heard this 30 minutes ago. I refuted it 30 minutes ago as well. Big difference, Dems and Republicans. Dems don't want to deport every single undocumented immigrant. Donald Trump ran on deporting every single undocumented immigrant. Dems don't illegally and unconstitutionally deport undocumented immigrants. Donald Trump has. Those are the big differences. So, I mean, like me personally, I disagree with any deportation beyond that of an individual with prior violent offenses. But, I mean, theoretically, you could support the policy of the left while still not liking the policy of the right for the reasons I just granted. So it's not hypocritical.
It's just like, where were all these where were all these protests, though, when Joe Biden was deporting people that didn't have any criminal histories here behind closed doors?
Okay, all right, man. So are you going to respond to what I just said or not? Okay, well, he actually just left. Bada boom, bada bang! Look at that. Okay, I'm noticing a trend. I am really noticing a trend. Timothy, thank you so much for the rainbow. I really appreciate you for the love, Timothy. You are awesome with a rainbow superstar. Okay, everybody, here's a trend that I'm recognizing. I'm going too hard on them. And what I mean by that is that I am gagging the Trump supporters so quickly that if they have a brain, they leave. And if they don't have a brain, they stand alive, ignore what I'm saying, and repeat themselves without thinking logically. And that's kind of like the reduction of these live streams. Like, I've gotten to a point where I'm so good at shooting down their arguments that these live streams are like less productive and less entertaining because everybody either leaves or becomes incredibly irrational. Like, really quickly. Really quickly. But yo, Christian, I really, what's going on, Christian? I just saw you say DNA in the chat. What's going on, bro? So that's that, dude. Do I need to like stop beating them so badly so quickly so they could be like, these conversations could be a little better? Like, I don't even know. Thank you for the gold medal. I appreciate you guys for the love. Let's go to get that next guest up in here. Like maybe I just seriously do need to like lay off the gas a little bit so the conversations can be more productive. And I'm not even saying this in a joking sense. Like, people either quickly leave or become completely pill-brained in like 5 seconds, and that's it. Like, cause like I put them in a corner, I box them. It's either they contradict themselves or they admit that they're wrong. Nobody's ever going to admit that they're wrong, so they leave. And then the individuals that stay are the ones that are willing to contradict themselves. And that's like the paradox of these live streams now. What's going on, Bam Prods? Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Okay, how old are you, man?
19.
Yeah, what year were you born in?
2006.
Cool. I don't know. I don't really know about that. I feel like if if I was to ask for your birth year, you'd be able to say 2006, not like 2006. You know what I mean? What's going on, Elena? Are you MAGA? All right, and Elena isn't even here. If you're watching and you're like, hey, I kind of like that orange guy in the White House, and you want to come up here and have a discussion, make sure that you're from America and at least 18. Let me know down below in that chat. We'll pull you up. What's going on? Do you support Trump?
Okay. Hello?
Hey, what's up? You MAGA?
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Do you support Donald J. Trump?
Yes.
Okay. How are you?
Sorry that I interrupted you.
Oh, real quick. Where are you from?
I'm from Germany, but can you let me speak?
Sorry, man. We're only looking to talk to people from America. What's going on, D Money? Are you MAGA?
Hey, how's it? I'm a huge fan. I just want to quickly
I appreciate you, man. But once again, we're only looking for debate, so unfortunately, I got to kick you. I'm so sorry, bro. All right, everybody. Let's go to get that next guest up in the box. Here we go, y'all. What's going on? Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
How old are you?
I'm 18.
Okay. All right. Sounds good. What year you born in? Okay, I guess doesn't sound good. Goodbye. Sounds bad, actually. Sounds bad. We're going to move on to the next guest. Here we go, everybody. Wait, did I just see Lance back in that queue? I swear to God, he is. What? Lance is back, everybody. Lance is back. Lance, why'd you leave, bud?
Now, didn't you? Kicked me, bro.
I didn't kick you.
Yeah, you did.
Okay, well, if I kicked you, then why would I bring you back up to expose me to 15,000 people?
It's a good question. I was answering your question and you kicked me because you said I wasn't answering your question.
Oh, wait, I actually did kick you. The other guy's the one that ran away. Sorry, buddy. I did kick you. Sorry, I got the names mixed up in my head. I did kick him. The other guy was the one that left. Yeah, and I'm going to kick you again. Thank you so much for reminding me. I did kick him. It was the other guy that ran. Lance is the one that I kicked. Phenomenal. You're right. All right, moving back on to the next guest. I got the names confused in my head. My apologies. I thought it was the other guy that I kicked, and it was Lance that ran. No, but it was Lance that I kicked, and the other guy that ran. Yeah. What's going on, Dylan? Do you support Trump? Okay, Dylan isn't here, so we're going to move on to the next guest, John. While we're getting John up, Jane, thank you for the $20 super chat over on YouTube. Let's get 200 Jane W's just saying that there was some protests in Baltimore. Obviously, yeah, that's from that earlier guest, man. I don't know why he was saying that. As well as Steam with the $10 on YouTube super chat and the Encrypted Afro with the $10 as well. I really appreciate that, you guys. Thank you so much. There's a couple donations over on Venmo and PayPal that I want to get around to, but I also want to start the next conversation, so I'll probably shout them out in the middle of the next convo. What's going on, John? Do you support Trump?
Love from the Isle of Man, Dean.
Oh, man, I appreciate that, John. Got to kick you out, though. W feed, so very kind kid. We got Bob Vance loading up. While we got Bob Vance loading up, I'm going to need y'all to show some love to Christian down below in that chat for the $300 donation over on PayPal. Jeez, man. Holy shit. I want to see 3,000 Christian W's down below in that chat while we're going to get that next guest up in here. That is an incredibly kind of you, bro. That is literally so freaking awesome. That is so kind. 3,000 Christian W's down below in that chat while we get that next guest loaded up. That is so incredibly generous. I do not deserve that at all. Thank you so much, man. I love you, man. Huge shout out to you, Christian. What's up, Crip? You MAGA?
Yeah.
That is okay. This is not a daycare. All right. Maybe it's time that we go over the rules again. So we got to be from America, at least 18, and support Donald Trump to come up and request. It seems like 3 out of 5 people that end up requesting are like 12. So, yeah. What's going on? Rami, thank you for the swan. What's up, Ty? You support Trump?
Yeah, I'm a Trump supporter.
Oh, dear Lord. Now, why do you support the man, the myth, the failure?
So I support him just because he keeps me with a steady paycheck and a roof over my head to support my family.
Okay, how does he keep you with a steady paycheck?
So I'm in the military right now, and so
I mean,
we have like...
Wait. Typically, anybody in the military ever has a steady paycheck. That's one of the most like steady jobs of all time, unless like you're going in combat and you die. Okay, well that's obviously that would disrupt the paychecks,
Yeah.
but I mean I don't really think that it's never been like a non-steady paycheck.
Because like how different like things that go around the world and stuff does affect us people in the military, and he's kind of been keeping it stable just so we can spend that time like
What?
being deployed, missing our families and stuff like that. Kind of.
Wait.
It just
Name one global tension that has gotten more stable in the last 150 days. Name one global conflict anywhere in the face of this planet that has gotten more stable in the last 150 days. Just name one.
Oh, none has been stable. Oh, I'm saying like
Right,
stable
that's
as
my
in,
point.
like,
Things have gotten less stable. Russia and Ukraine, less stable. Israel and Palestine, less stable. Now Israel's starting a war with Iran. Other countries are coming to back Iran, less stable. Every global conflict has gotten less stable in the last 150 days. Every single one of them.
No, I wasn't saying that he was making the war stable. It's kind of really fucking us over, but I'm talking about like keeping my life while I'm under his command stable.
Okay, and how's he
Like,
done that?
so, like they give back to us military members just so we can have something to keep, I guess, supporting the man and fighting for the country and everything.
Okay, is there a single person watching this that doesn't think that the guest is kind of just gibberating, just kind of like talking? Okay, I'm going to give you a comprehensive response to everything you might be saying right now. If you're saying that you're more stable insofar as a steady flow of income, the military will always offer a steady flow of income to everybody that's in it. I have to say, unless you die, right, in conflict, the military, when we're not in like combat times, is probably the most stable job in America. Okay, it will always exist. You will always get your check no matter what, since it's funded by our government. Now, if you're like referring to stability insofar as global tensions and where you might or might not be deployed, things have only gotten less stable on the global stage in the last 150 days. All right? So, I mean, I just responded to everything that you might be saying, but like for whatever reason, you're still telling me that that's not what you're saying. So did what I just say address your argument, or do you not think it addressed your argument?
No, I wasn't trying to start an argument because like your question says, why do you support Trump? So I was just giving the reason why I support, even though a lot of things is going on that.
Can you answer my question, please?
Yeah, he addressed it.
Okay, I addressed your argument.
You educated me more and everything.
Cool. I have a
So I
question.
really
Did you
appreciate
take an
that.
oath to uphold the American Constitution?
Yep.
Does this mean that you never support a threat to the Constitution?
Says support a threat. What do you mean support a threat?
Like support anybody or anything that serves as a threat to the soundness of the American Constitution. Would you ever support that, given the fact that you've taken an oath to uphold the Constitution?
Let's see. I can't really give my opinion on that.
Why?
Because I signed the oath, so
You signed an oath to protect the Constitution.
I just have to protect it.
Okay, all right. And because you have to protect the Constitution and you took an oath to do so, this means that you would never support anything that would hurt the Constitution, right?
Oh yeah, right now.
Right. Well, okay. All right. If Donald Trump called for the termination of the Constitution, that would be Donald Trump attempting to hurt the Constitution. So if he did that, would you ever support him?
No, we couldn't do that. Couldn't support him for that.
Read this for me. Could you read it out loud for me?
Okay. So with the revelation of massive and widespread fraud and deception and working closely with big tech companies, the DNC and the Democrat Party, do you throw the presidential election results of 2020 out and declare the rightful winner? Or do you have a new election? A massive fraud of this type and magnitude allows for the termination of all rules and regulations and articles, even those found in the Constitution. Our great founders did not want and would not condone false and fraudulent elections.
So there's Donald Trump explicitly calling for the termination of the Constitution. Given the last question I asked you, and your response to the last question I asked you, this would mean that you never support Donald Trump.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, man. You shouldn't support him, and that's just like the cherry on top, man. You know how like people will break down like what do they call it? I forget what they call it. It's the icebergs. they'll do like an iceberg breakdown of things, and you have like your surface level facts and then like your deeper level facts. So that's a surface level fact of how Donald Trump serves as a threat to the American Constitution. Okay, we have some deeper level facts as well, like when he tried to rig the election in 2020 and steal it from Biden and then admitted to it in court, or the fact that he has not just called for the termination of the Constitution, but actively violated it 5 times in the last 150 days and done so apologetically. All right, so these are all good reasons why anybody that's taken an oath to uphold the Constitution shouldn't support the man, and I appreciate you for recognizing that. Is there anything else that you want to go over before I move on to my next guest?
No, that's it. Thank you for educating me and everything.
Yeah, bro. Appreciate you for being respectful. What's going on, Uriah? Are you MAGA?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right. Sounds like you got like a little bit of a mic connected or something. Maybe you could disconnect the Bluetooth on your phone, and while you're doing that, I'm going to thank a couple people. Ali, thank you so much for the $100 over on Venmo. That is ALLI. Ali says, it's my 35th birthday today, and I wanted to thank you for giving me hope in our future because I've been afraid since November. Keep doing what you're doing and educating and advocating for others. Ali, thank you so much for the $100 donation. I'm really happy that I give you hope, but most importantly, happy birthday to you. Dude, can we please get some happy birthday Ali spammed in the chat? And then please, that is Ali spelled ALLIE. Happy birthday, Ali, spammed in the motherfucking chat right now. And once again, there's a couple other people that I want to get to, but I want to start the conversation here first. Uriah and Victor, you guys are both Trump supporters, yes?
Yeah.
Oh, I just want to say you're a badass. Have a good day.
Yo, WU Victor. Fuck yeah. Yo, W Victor in that chat. Oh, man, that put a smile on my face. I don't know why, but I like that guy a lot. Take it away, Uriah. What do you support? The man, the myth, the failure, Donald J. Trump.
Just for the simple fact, I feel like he, there was main reasons why I supported him because that,
Okay, I got to ask you real quick. How old are you?
February 6, 1996, I'm 29.
Okay, so tell us why you support Trump.
Oh, it just seems like he has some good ideas that I agreed with, like not spending so much money on NATO and like stuff like that. And I just got to be honest, like the other stuff, like the criminal stuff, when I went to go vote, like did not matter to me. And I'm just being honest, like, yeah, I know there's all those things, those accusations, and even a lot of it is true. But at the end of the day, like he's only going to be around for 4 more years, and it wasn't that big of a deal to me. And Kamala was just a terrible candidate, and even Democrats think so.
Okay, so first you said that you support him because he's going to reduce our government spending. He wants to spend around as much as the Biden-Harris administration did in the last 4 years with one bill in his first 150 days in office. Go ahead and look up the big, beautiful bill, CBO, estimated expenditure. Okay, so that first point is dead in the water. The second point is you telling us that you don't care about the fact that he's a criminal. All right. Yo, Victor, appreciate you for the motorcycle. So one could only assume if you don't care if our president's a criminal, you don't care that undocumented immigrants broke the law coming into America. So you would really care that Donald Trump is trying to kick every single one of them out.
Right? Well, I necessarily don't care about the immigration issue. That wasn't a big topic of mine. I'm not like illegals. They can come in. They provide and benefit the country.
Yeah,
like
so
I
then
said,
you'd really care that Donald Trump wants to deport every single one of them, right?
Well, yeah, I don't agree with that.
Right,
that's kind of messed up.
All right, so it's really fucked up. So then we've already agreed in the first minute of our conversation that there's a big issue with Donald Trump's policy, that being mass deportation, but yet you still said that Kamala Harris was a worse option. So what was the big issue with her policy? What's one policy that she ran on that you didn't like?
I think it was just more people were just tired of it. It was like the same old boring. The Democratic Party just needs a new message.
Not gonna lie. Politics should be boring. The best politics are boring politics. But you're not answering my question. So you said that she was a terrible candidate. So what is one of the terrible policies that she ran on?
I'm not the policies that she said that she wouldn't change anything from the Biden administration, really.
Okay, so then what's one thing from the Biden administration that did need to be changed? What's one bad domestic policy that Biden and Harris passed?
Do policies really matter that much?
Yeah, that's how like Donald Trump, presidents, etc., enact change. Yes. That's how they change America, is by enacting policies. Bills through Congress or EO sign into law. Yep. That's what they do to cause change.
Okay. Let me start this over. I do think that Trump inherited Obama's economy,
Okay,
and then
I don't care.
Trump,
Man, stop talking about Donald Trump's first term. I wasn't asking you, and I apologize for cutting you off. But like, that you're making a big leap between the question that I asked you, which is one bad policy that Kamala Harris ran on, and you saying that Obama gave Donald Trump his economy in Donald Trump's first term. That's just a big leap. I got to cut you off and terminate that pivot. Got to terminate that
I think the
deflection.
honest answer I can give is I guess that when I watched the debate or just listened to her, I guess I didn't pay attention to the policy she was like, saying that she was going to do, because she just didn't seem enthusiastic or like
Okay,
she
wait.
was
You told
actually.
me the fact that Donald Trump is an adjudicated rapist. That doesn't matter because he's only going to be our president for 4 years. But apparently Kamala Harris's enthusiasm does matter? Come on.
Well, yeah, because you see that Trump enthusiasm has got all these other voters that he's shifted so many people towards.
So you're
him because
telling
of his
us that
personality.
the justified grounds to support a candidate is enthusiasm? So not policy,
I'm not
not character, not if they're a rapist or a felon, but how enthusiastic they are?
I'm not saying it's right. I'm just saying that's just
Okay,
the way
well,
things
I
should
want
be.
to know what is right. All right, give me a justified reason why you support Trump.
Like I said, I think it's because he has. Well, okay, he does. It's kind of contradicting because at the same time he does mention things about like not spending so much on NATO, but then does this bill thing. But that was my hard stance, like not spending so much on foreign.
All right, man. Well, I mean, I already responded to that. That was the first thing I responded to. You didn't address the refutation. You repeated it. Unproductive dialogue. We're moving on. What's going on, Colin? Are you MAGA?
Hey, not fully MAGA. I'm more of a moderate conservative. Right now I'm at NSDA Debate Nationals, so I'm just here for a little bit of practice. My voice sounds a bit weird. I have a slight sore throat, but
Do you overall support
I
the
will
Trump
be
administration?
typing. I support the Trump administration. I'm not hard MAGA. I'm more of just a moderate Republican who chose to vote for Trump.
Okay, phenomenal. So how old are you?
Cool. 18.
What year were you born in?
2007.
Okay. And just to clarify, because you said you're here to practice. Okay, well, I mean,
Not
you're
practice.
not
I
running devil's advocate?
No. I do actually support Trump. I did vote for him.
Okay, great.
My
Tell us
parents
why.
did. I turned 18 in January.
Tell
But
us why you support
anyways,
Trump.
yeah, real quick, I will be typing on the side to flow the argument because it's a bit of practice that way. It's in a Google Doc. I can turn my camera on and show you that. Anyways, first I'd like to talk about specifically border policy, not deportations, but more so just about immigration and the amount of legal immigrants or undocumented migrants, as you call them, who have come into the country since he took into office.
So you support Donald Trump because undocumented entry into office has gone down?
That's one of the reasons, yeah, and that's one of like folk songs. That's one I have my prep on
Yeah,
and
for
stuff
sure.
I've actually
That's fine.
practiced on. Yeah,
First and
that-
foremost, a
okay.
lot of the people in the chat are saying that you couldn't have voted. Oh, so what month do you turn 19?
Huh? Say again?
What month do you turn 19 this year?
Oh, yeah. My parents voted for Trump. I turned 18 in January 22nd. I have my pilot's license. I can show you everything on that.
Okay,
But right now
so
I'm
you
in Des
didn't
Moines
vote?
for debate. No, my parents did. So
Okay.
I just support their causes. But
Okay,
yeah,
I mean, I'm willing to believe that. I'm willing to believe that. I mean, I guess like the one iffy part would be that you did tell us that you did vote before.
I didn't vote before, but my parents did, and I'm just used to debating in that sense because the debate I do is congressional. So we say based on bills and stuff as if we're congressmen. So it's just the way I'm used to talking, but my apologies.
Okay, I mean, I'll trust it. I'll trust it. Because I mean, I'm not just here to talk to individuals that voted for Trump. I'm here to talk to individuals that support Donald Trump today. It's a little bit strange that you would say that you voted for him. Like typically, people that lie about their age and are under the age of 18 say that, and we just want people that
No,
are
that's
over the age
that's
of
my
18
bad.
on the live. But I'm willing to trust you. I'm gonna give you the benefit of the doubt. But anyways,
Yeah, thank
so
you.
your first reason why you said that you support Donald Trump is because undocumented entry into America has gone down. So I can agree
Yeah,
that
the
undocumented entry into
yeah.
America has gone down since Donald Trump was inaugurated. However, it is the case that I don't really care all too much because of the reasons that it's gone down and the fact that this doesn't give us a long-term plan to reduce undocumented entry into America. One reason why undocumented entry has fallen is just because he's been scaring the shit out of undocumented immigrants by violating the human and constitutional rights of those that are already in America, such as Abrigo Garcia. And then the other reason that they've gone down is because of his short-term EOs, like deploying the National Guard to the southern border to literally physically prevent entry. But none of these things address the root cause of undocumented entry into America. And because Donald Trump has never and has not addressed the root cause of undocumented entry into America, we will not see a genuine long-term solution.
Okay, perfect. So, like, on your first point, that the falling of undocumented immigrants was primarily due to scare tactics, and I believe you can say that was a part of it. However, I don't believe that was the main part of it. I believe the main part of why undocumented immigrants came down was because of Executive Order 14165, which not only instated the policy that he had in his first term of the Remain in Mexico policy, but it ended catch and release, and it declared a national emergency at the southern border, which this policy worked well in his first term, and it was something he did by executive action. And you might try and say that his first term had scare tactics, but they're not nearly to the level as you could say they've had now, with the mass deportations primarily going up inside this term. So I feel like the scare tactics point is a little bit flawed, as the same things that worked in his first term, he's just re-implemented. And while scare tactics might be part of it, the overall amount of illegal migrants or undocumented migrants that have come into this country has gone down due to things that have worked in the past, which I believe the past presidents proves.
Yeah, the first
that
the first thing that you pointed out was Remain in Mexico policy.
Yeah,
What is
yeah.
the Remain in Mexico policy?
Yeah, so it states that if you're trying to seek asylum, I believe, then if you're trying to seek asylum, your case will be processed in America, but you remain in Mexico for that time.
Right. And our asylum seekers, are they legal immigrants or undocumented immigrants?
Well, at the time, asylum seekers are considered legal inside the country if they get their asylum case approved. However, before it is approved, I believe they're considered undocumented or illegal.
No. So asylum seekers are legal immigrants. So when you tell me that we've seen a massive reduction in undocumented entry,
That's what I said, though.
Yeah, and when you're telling me that we've seen a massive reduction,
when their case is approved.
When you've seen no, even before their case is approved. So while they're going through the hearings in the court process, they are still considered legal immigrants. The only thing that the Remain in Mexico policy changes is where there's legal immigrants would preside. So that's not necessarily going to be like a factor into a reduction in undocumented entry, because when asylum seekers enter into America, that's not undocumented entry, that's legal entry. And then once again, it's also worth pointing out that you said I was putting a massive preface on like scare tactics as a reduction in undocumented entry. That's not true. I said that there's two sides to the coin insofar as why we've seen a reduction. That's going to be scare tactics at the hand of the administration, and then the policy that they've implemented, such as deploying the National Guard to the southern border, which you enumerated through an EO that declared a national emergency. So I'd like to reiterate, we agree on why undocumented entry has gone down since the beginning of his term. And my overwhelming critique that you haven't responded to is I see this as nothing more than a Band-Aid on a bullet wound. And the reason why I say that is because every single way he's reduced undocumented entry has not been addressing the root cause of undocumented entry. And let's see if we could agree on that. Sir, what is the root cause of undocumented entry into America?
Yeah, so I believe I'm going to say this. I will say I'm open to change on this. I believe the root cause is a couple of things. One, it could be seeking a better life. Two, it could be trying to get away from different issues, be asylum seekers. There could be a variety of things. And whoever said in chat that I'm reading stuff, I can turn my camera on right now. I'm literally just going through Google Doc, typing it.
I endorse you reading stuff. That's fine.
Yeah. Anyways, let me firstly address your second point that you said I didn't address. I was going to, but then you started talking, not matter anything. But you said that the root cause is not going to be addressed by this. But going back to past presidents, these exact same policies were in place inside the old Trump administration with the Remain in Mexico. And continuing on Remain in Mexico, you said that asylum seekers are legal. However, if we process the cases in America, an asylum case is fundamentally doesn't go through, then they're considered illegal because their asylum case did not go. Their asylum case was never passed, meaning that they are technically illegal in the country. What Remain in Mexico does is they process the asylum case out of the country, which while they might be legal to come in, it makes it so that if their asylum case is denied, and they don't come into the country, we have the issue of having to remove them. So if they get their asylum case approved, they can come into the country, their asylum case is processed in Mexico. The issue with what you said is that you said that they're legal to come into the country. That assumes that all asylum cases are fully approved. And if asylum cases get disapproved, and that means that we have to remove them from the country. And that's where Remain in Mexico has lowered the total amount of illegal immigrants, because if they come into the country under an asylum case and it gets denied, then they're technically considered an illegal immigrant into the country. That's why the Remain in Mexico policy has helped fundamentally. And while you might say there are some legal immigrants who could come in sooner, the overall, I would say the overall impact of the amount of undocumented migrants or illegal immigrants, however we want to say it, that come into the country from asylum cases that are denied, I think is overall a higher impact than the amount that come in that are approved. So I believe that
Okay,
the
well, now
Remain in
you're
Mexico policy
equivocating.
does. Say again?
Yeah, because your point was a reduction in undocumented entry. However, when there's an
Oh, yeah.
asylum seeker that has their case denied in America, okay, well, that's not an undocumented entry. That's just now simply an undocumented immigrant that's in America. And then once again, you
Yeah,
still have
yeah,
not
but those are
necessarily addressed.
fundamentally the same thing.
They're not.
If they're illegally in America.
There's a fundamental difference
Yeah.
between legal
Okay.
entry into America by an individual in which is undergoing the court proceedings related to an asylum claim and undocumented entry outside of any legal pathway of entry. Okay, the legal pathway of entry means that you're either going through the process to become a citizen, entering in through a legal port, you're on a green card visa, or you've applied and started the process to be an asylum seeker in America, and that's fundamentally different than undocumented entry, and which would not pertain to any of the legal means. All right, undocumented entry is when you enter into America without documentation, without a green card, without a visa. You're not undergoing the process in through the court system to get an asylum claim, and you're not going through a legal through a legal port as a citizen or filling out your paperwork to be a citizen. So there's a fundamental difference between those two things. So your statement that they're one and the same is wrong. Okay, but I would like you to now answer the question that I asked you. Actually, you already did answer this, so I want to go back to that. The question that I asked you was, what is the root cause of undocumented entry into America? You said maybe people want a better life. Okay, well, wanting a better life is going to be a massive incentive for immigration in totality. But when we're specifically isolating for undocumented entry, I'd say it's different. Okay, I'd say the root cause of undocumented entry into America is because the legal means of entry into America are simply unattainable for a lot of immigrants. They take too long, they're too expensive, they're too costly, and because that immigrant wants a better life, they enter into America with the use of undocumented means. Okay, and the reason why I think this is because nobody wants to be an undocumented immigrant. Nobody wants to be ineligible to file for a tax return if you work as a W-2 employee. Nobody wants to be ineligible to get a driver's license to drive a car. Nobody wants to be ineligible to get a loan to buy a house. And nobody wants to be under a constant threat of being deported. But the only reason why individuals willingly choose to do that is because of the unattainable nature of the legal means of entry into America due to the fact that our Congress has neglected them for the last 30 years. So let's see if we could agree there on what the main cause of undocumented entry into America is. And if we can agree, I'll further my argument.
Cool. So I will say that is a valid claim that that's one of the reasons. However, you say that it's because we are too strict on our immigration policy. Am I correct? So it's too difficult to get into the country?
I wouldn't say that strict is the best word to use.
But
Because
too hard.
too hard, okay? And that can be
Okay, yeah,
caused
yeah.
not just by the strict nature of what is required to come in legally, but also because of how long it takes, right? Just
Yeah,
because
no,
there's a queue
for
of
sure.
like 1,000 people at McDonald's doesn't
Yeah, it's
mean
4 to
that
7
like
years, I
McDonald's
believe, right?
has like a strict standard on who they allowed to order from them. There's just simply so many individuals attempting to order from them that it takes forever, and that is what creates the hardship, not necessarily how strict or not strict the qualifications for entry would be. So could we agree there that the main cause of undocumented entry is going to be the fact that legal entry is just simply unattainable or too hard for a lot of immigrants?
So yeah, I'd like to talk about that real quick. I believe that it is too hard, or it could be unattainable for some people, but that's not a reason that undocumented migration is something that we should just kind of open up more legal immigration. Because if you look at other countries,
Oh, wait.
no,
We're shifting. Because remember, the question that I asked you is that the main reason or is that not the main reason?
No, yeah. So I'll say, I'm not going to say it's the main reason, but I'll say it's probably about half of it. So it's about half and half between that and seeking a better life, but being more so unable. Because let me address it real quick. So you're going to say that it's the same thing, that it's, oh, well, then they just can't get it fundamentally like that. And I want to talk about that real quick. It's definitely true that it's hard to get into America because there's so many people who want to get into America, but that's fundamentally not a reason why people migrate illegally. The bigger reason that people migrate illegally is because either one, they think it's going to better their life, or two,
Okay.
sorry, I'm stuttering a little bit. Two, you can go on. But
There's a
I think
slight issue in
yeah.
what you're saying, okay? Because
Okay,
both
yeah,
you and
go
me
on.
can agree that the main reason for immigration, like the category of immigration, the main reason for that
Is
is
better
to
life.
seek a better
Yes.
life. However, I'm
Okay,
not
yeah.
asking you what the main reason for the category of immigration is. I'm
Okay,
asking you
yeah.
what the main reason for the subcategory of undocumented immigration would be. So,
yeah,
so
it's
yes,
because
because
typically,
undocumented entry is a subcategory of immigration as a whole, and the main motivation for immigration as a whole is a better life, that will also be true for undocumented immigration into America. But the question that I'm asking you specifically is for what are the sub-incentives that exist as a main reason for the
oh, okay,
subcategory
yeah,
of
yeah,
undocumented entry on its own.
okay, yeah, I understand that now.
And what I'm positing is because the legal means of entry into America are simply
Are
unattainable
too
for a lot of
difficult.
immigrants.
Yeah,
And that's what I'd
yeah.
say is like the main motivation for the subcategory under immigration as a whole of undocumented entry on its own.
Yeah, I think that's reasonable. I think there's like one other small category, which is that they can't legally come into the U.S. Whether it be a previous criminal record or some other thing that happened, which made them come illegally.
Right.
But I think the main cause would be it's simply a little bit too hard to come illegally.
Right,
So
right. And
I would say I in general agree with that. Yeah,
and that's why I said the main reason, not the only reason. But now that we could
yeah,
determine that's a main reason, okay, what that
for
tells
sure.
us, if the root cause, if the main reason, if the root cause of a lot of undocumented entry into America is slow, neglected, depraved legal means of entry into America, what that tells me at least is that the best way to reduce undocumented entry in the long term is to make the legal means of entry into America better now. And here's what I'll ask you about Donald Trump, since you said you supported Donald Trump, because he's good at addressing undocumented entry into America. Can you name a single policy that he's ever ran on, implemented, or advocated Congress to implement to address the legal means of entry into America to make them better now, insofar as addressing the root cause of undocumented entry, which we just agreed on?
Yeah, so what you're doing right now is you're saying the best way to reduce long-term illegal immigration is to allow more legal immigrants to come in. Is that correct, to make the process easier?
Yeah, I'm saying that the best way to
Yeah.
address undocumented entry into America is to address the root cause of undocumented entry into America. And we agreed that's what
Yeah.
the root cause is.
Yeah, but you're saying that the only solution is going to be to open up legal immigration, allow more to come in, because there's more
Wait,
people
whoa,
who
whoa,
want
whoa,
to
whoa,
come
whoa,
in.
whoa, 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 whoa. Okay, now you're equivocating between the word best and only. Okay, maybe I think that the best flavor of ice cream is chocolate. Does that mean
Okay,
that the
yeah,
only
I
flavor of
apologize.
ice
Yeah,
cream is
best.
chocolate?
No, sorry, best. My bad. But you think that's the best way to overall stop the illegal migration crisis?
I mean, yeah, for sure. Common sense. The best way to address undocumented entry into America in the long term and now is going to be to address the root cause of undocumented entry into America in the long term and now. I mean, this is something that we believe in like a million other senses. You know, like what is
Yeah,
going to
well,
be the best way to address like a DRUG epidemic in America? Well, it's going to be to attempt to
yeah,
eliminate
well,
the root cause or incentive for individuals to fall to behest of the epidemic. What is going to be the best way to address maybe the root cause of a recession in America? Well, it's going to be to address and fix the root cause of the recession in America. Maybe it's a shortage in labor, so then we incentivize more individuals participating in the labor force by subsidizing, our producers into paying higher wages, right? I mean, so I feel like the logic would thereby track that maybe the best way to address undocumented entry into America now and in the long term is going to be to address the root cause, which is what we just agreed on: slow, neglected, and depraved legal means of entry.
yeah, I think that's a valid point. However, I feel like it kind of falls short to let's say we look at another country like Switzerland, for example. There are a lot of people who want to immigrate to Switzerland, but they don't just open up their entire immigration. Because what it could do is fundamentally worsen the country as a whole. While you might say that the economic impact of more immigrants would better the country, if we look at it at a per capita basis, the overall amount of money that the immigrants bring in would lower the per capita um, GDP per person inside the country, which would overall worsen the quality of living. And let me finish real quick. What I feel like is overall a better way to kind of halt illegal immigration is not just opening up more legal immigration, because that can overall worsen the quality of I saw someone in the chat say anyone go to Switzerland, they can't live there, they can't get citizenship easily. That's the hard part. They can travel there. It's open, but you can't just get citizenship. I'm talking about citizenship. Anyways, fundamentally, let's say that we're talking about stopping illegal migration. I feel like the best way to do that would not be to just open up full legal migration to make them come in legally, because that can stop other problems. Yeah, I'll let you speak in about 15 seconds. Give me a second. I feel like the better ways would just be to not only secure the border, but lower illegal migration, because there's problems that come with mass migration, whether it be legal or illegal. So I feel like it could be both ways. They would both technically work in lowering illegal migration. I just feel like one has more problems than the other, if you know what I'm talking about.
For sure. So I'm going to respond to the first part of what you just said. So you're basically saying I mean, A, you didn't really answer the question because the question was.
What was the question then?
Yeah, would be
Yeah.
the best way to reduce undocumented immigration into America now.
Oh
and in
yeah,
the
I
long
can
term
I can
B,
I can list a couple.
to fix the legal means of immigration into America now. And the response that you gave wasn't to affirm or deny the fact that that would be the best way to reduce undocumented entry, but rather to say maybe if we did improve the legal means of entry into America, that would reduce the quality of life in America. And we could talk about that, but I would like just to point out, since you said that you're a professional debater, you're kind of writing these things down. That isn't a
Not
direct answer to
professional,
the question.
No, not professional. I'm competing at nationals. I do that for a while. However, I'm not amazing at it. I've just qualified. Prelim starts tomorrow, so just trying to get a bit of practice then.
Okay, well,
But not like-
I'll help you out.
Yeah.
I'll help you out because
Yeah,
I'm gonna
thank
be
you.
like
Yeah.
super fucking formal about this then.
Thank you, yeah.
Something to point out: if this was a formal debate, that wouldn't have been an answer to my question because my question wasn't. Well, if we were to say the best way to reduce undocumented entry now in the long term was to open up more legal entry, would that reduce the quality of life for individuals in America? But the question was rather, would this be the best solution to reduce undocumented entry into America now and in the long term, regardless of the impact that this would have on the qualities of life of individual in America?
Yeah, but if I do, for example, say yes, it would technically stop that. Like you could say the exact same thing.
Great.
with-
Now you're cooking. Now you're saying yes, this would be the best way
yeah.
to reduce undocumented entry into
Technically,
America now
yeah.
in the long term. But
can I
if we were
elaborate
to
on
do
that?
this, it would reduce like the quality of life of individuals in the country.
Yeah, there's other problems that come with it.
Right, and then you gave the example of Switzerland. So let's talk about that real quick.
Can I real quick address what you said though before you go on, just because I don't want to forget all that real quick.
Of course.
It'll take about 20 seconds. Yeah. Sorry for cutting you off there, but you say that that's going to be the best cause. Yeah, but you could say the exact same thing for the best way that we can get out of war with. Let's say we're in war with a country. Let's say we're in war with Canada. The best way to get the United States out of Canada is to dissolve the United States. Then we're not in war with Canada. Like you can say that dissolving the issue by opening up complete legal migration, so it's easier to come legally than illegally, would stop the problem. However, that doesn't help the country at all. It would stop the problem, but just create more. That's what I'm saying right now.
agree.
Why that is
No, I agree.
fundamentally not a good solution.
I agree with what you're saying. You're giving
perfect.
you're giving a good response, but now we just need to see if the response aligns with truth or doesn't align with truth.
Yeah,
Now we need
cool.
to do the test to see if more legal immigration into America would help America
cool.
or hurt America, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay,
Would you say that we had a lot of immigration into America in the last 4 years?
Yes, and I feel like right now, are you talking illegal or illegal? Legal or illegal
make it
immigration?
harder on me. Tell me one way that undocumented immigrants in America have hurt the American economy in the last 4 years.
Yeah, so overall, one easy way is about crime rates. Typically, legal immigrants commit more crime per person. I'm not saying they all commit crime, but they commit more crime. I said they're not all committing crime. I said that per person, on average, they commit more crime, which causes more economic damage than legal migrants do. And that's because they go through less of a vetting process and there's more issues that way. Yeah, you can talk real quick and address that.
That's not true. So PNAS is an organization that's been operating in America since the 19th century, tracking crime rates amongst illegal immigrants, natural U.S.-born citizens, and undocumented immigrants. Undocumented immigrants are 2.5 times less likely to commit violent crimes in America, 3 times less likely to commit property crimes, and 4 times less likely to commit petty crimes when compared to natural U.S.-born citizens. So your claim that undocumented immigrants are more likely to commit crimes or increase per capita crime rates is empirically false.
Cool. I actually didn't know that. I thought I've heard that quite a bit. So that's my apology. But I think there still are other ways that economically,
For sure. The name of
it's still worse. Yeah. So one, it could increase wage suppression. Let's say if there's a job that illegals would be willing to take for overall less money. This happens multiple times. Then the employer would typically hire them over somebody else, which is lower wage. I believe it was a Harvard economist. I'm forgetting his name, but he found that immigration reduced wages for U.S. high schools. High school dropouts specifically by about 7%. I could look that up real quick.
You don't need to convince me of this because you're right. I agree with you. This is the one issue with undocumented immigrants in America is that yes, they are more likely to accept lower wages, which can lower overall wages. However, why is that the case and how can we fix it? Okay, can we agree that the reason undocumented immigrants are more likely to accept lower wages when compared to natural U.S.-born citizens or legal immigrants is because they have less bargaining power on average when compared to legal immigrants or natural U.S.-born citizens due to the fact that they don't have residency or citizenship, and thereby it makes it easier for their employer to exploit their labor, as well as like a billion other factors such as like long-term survivability in the market. You know, they could be deported tomorrow, they don't know, etc. Or like for whatever the miscellaneous reasons are, because of their undocumented status, because they're not a resident or a citizen, they'd be more likely to accept lower wages, making exploitation on behalf of the employer easier?
You know, so that's a valid point with you saying that they have less less bargaining power.
Mhm.
But that can also just fundamentally be to the fact that if there's more, it's supply and demand. If there's more labor with more people coming to the country, then overall, when millions of workers enter a sector, it's going to cause a rightward shift inside the labor supply curve, which would overall result. Yeah,
So
talk
then,
real quick. I'll go on. Yeah,
so then why don't we see
and go on.
then why don't we see that legal immigrants have lower wages on average? Because if it's just about labor entry into the market, we would expect legal immigrants to have lower
Well, no,
wages on average.
No, because when we allow legal immigrants to come into the country, it's at a set rate that allows not only businesses to grow at that rate, so we need more workers, but it's at a rate that makes it so there's a spiral out of command. It's like, look at inflation, for example. Inflation on its own, depending on the rate, if it's a small rate, is not a bad thing because you need more money into the supply for more people. However, if we allow significantly more people to come in at the same time with less businesses growing, it's going to result in too much supply of workers, which will lower overall wages in a sector. So here's an example real quick. Um, let's say for example, if I own a agriculture business where I'm hiring people on my farm, and every year I expand it by 20%, and the US allows 20% of new workers. And those are false numbers, but that's roughly the same idea of what it is. They allow 20% new workers in, so I can hire 20% new workers at 20% more farm. I'm going to consistently expand my farm at 20% of the rate, but if they allow 80% more workers in, that's going to make it so that I have significantly more workers to choose from, so I can lower the wages for the workers, try and get the best wage or try to make the most money I can by paying the lowest wage. So if there's more people with less demand for like
sure.
jobs
Just
or
more
working,
competition within like the available
Yeah.
labor force. That's going to lead to lower wages on average. Point number one. This doesn't necessarily address the argument that this is all consequential of, which was a conversation if we were to incentivize more legal entry. Is it the case that this would produce any negative economic outcomes? If you're arguing that, well, if we were to simply promote legal entry, we'd be able to control the influx and inflow of individuals coming into the economy, that this would be separate and distinct from unregulated, undocumented entry into the labor force, meaning that this wouldn't be an issue with the original claim that I made. And point number two, does this mean that you'd hypothetically support limiting the birth rates of U.S. citizens, given the fact that there's a hypothetical limit on the birth rate of U.S. citizens, which would then have negative economic implications due to too many laborers and too little employers?
Yeah, so I feel like the way that birth rates are different, this is the first thing you said, right? I just want to address the first thing first. I feel like birth rate is different because when someone is born, they have about 16 to 18 years before they actually enter into the workforce. And when during that time where they have those 16, I would say 18 years before they enter the workforce, businesses know, okay, this is the amount of population we're working with, this is the amount of people who we can employ, and the businesses have time to grow at that rate because they know what's going to happen. Let's say, for example, we just immediately allow 4 million migrants in who are of working age, of working quality, and are able to work. The businesses do not have time to adapt to that. And not only that, those are just a high influx of workers. And if there are more children, then people are like, okay, cool, I can expand this business. There's more customers, more workers, and it's overall going to be better because the impact on the labor force is long-term and gradual. And overall mass legal migration.
I hear what you're saying.
Their impact's immediate.
But then the other side of the coin and the point that you're making is that this just means that we see a higher labor force participation rate amongst undocumented immigrants in America, since more of them are of working age. Since they're not being born into the country, they're coming into the country of working age already. Okay, and what this means for the American economy is that they're more. But what this means for the American economy is that they're more productive on average when compared to citizens, since they're more likely to participate in the labor force. And this is why we see, although undocumented immigrants account for like maybe 2 or 3%, if even, of the overall American the overall amount of individuals in the country, they account for close to 6% of the labor force. And this is why, if we were to deport them all tomorrow, the Center on American Progress would indicate that this would reduce GDP growth by anywhere from $1.1 trillion to $1.7 trillion per year. And if your overwhelming argument here is, well, maybe one smaller implication of like a lot of immigration into America at once is going to be that this would reduce overall wages. I would actually argue that we would see better wage growth given more immigration into the economy, because although the argument that you're making right now is true, I just say that there's more pros than cons, which would be indicative of higher qualities of life, better wage growth due to a more productive economy, and a GDP that is growing at a larger rate. So like the reason why I'd say that is, although you can indicate that this may introduce more competition in the overall labor market, well, when like we have more individuals working in the labor market, such as the 8.3 million undocumented immigrants that are personally paying $400 to $500 billion into the GDP, with our overall productivity accounting for $1.1 trillion through $1.7 trillion annually, paying over $100 billion in taxes. We have a more productive economy that's making more goods and selling them to more people. And I mean, just what we've seen from that is expedited GDP growth, like more dominance and like global markets. You know, America's more towards the center, putting America first, we're galvanizing our industries and so on. So I'd say that the pros outweigh the cons, and for that reason, although that we would have a slight downward pressure on average wages because of more individuals coming into the labor market at once, there'd just simply be more upward pressure due to all the like facts in which I just listed.
Okay, so I'd like to make sure I got what you said right. You said that the first thing you said was that the overall GDP growth with the more migrants and more legal immigrants coming into the country will overall raise the GDP to enough an amount, raise the economy, so that overall in the long term wages will rise in the future, right?
Yeah, and like maybe this is why, like, would you say that we had like mass immigration into America in the last 4 years?
Illegal or legal?
Both.
Illegal, I feel like we've had pretty mass immigration. Numbers range from 9 to 13 million, depending on the source.
Right,
And
but yet we had a steadily increasing real median wages. Like accounting
but
for like
it
the mass
wasn't-
inflation
okay,
onset by the
okay,
pandemic,
that's-
and I mean like mass
that's kind of a red
immigration as
herring,
you're
though.
describing, you know, we
Not a
saw
red
like a
herring.
macro increase in real wages.
You said, not a red herring, I said the wrong thing, but you said that overall wages increased. Yeah, but compared to inflation, wages actually stagnated and actually decreased slightly.
No, that was
If you look at
real median wages according to Fred, which is the Federal Reserve Bank of St. Louis.
I want to look this up. I'll go to fact check. Sorry, give me like 10 seconds. I'm just going to look up wages.
Yeah, real median wages.
from,
Real median wages.
From 2020 to 2024 percent rise.
Just look up. I mean,
second.
you could see like an interactive graph. Just go on Google, type in real median.
Yeah, that's what I'm typing in.
Wages U.S.
I'm clicking on the first thing. I'm just going to go Statista if that's fine. I can't find the thing that you found.
Fred,
it said that.
I'm looking at Fred median wages right here. You could go like
Fred,
quarterly.
what do you
or
want me to
seasonally
search up?
adjusted. Fred, Federal Reserve Bank of St. Louis.
Fred Federal Reserve St. Louis, and then what after that? It was median wages.
Mhm. Yeah, we saw like a steady increase following the outcome of the pandemic, with like a slight decrease in the Q1 of 2024, but then increased again.
Yeah, but if you overall look at it from before the pandemic slightly, from about 2019, which was the ends of Trump term, if you look at it from the pandemic's part and adjusted with inflation, it's overall slightly down or stagnant. Which you can say.
No, I don't believe that. So
Is-
the reason why I don't believe that is because if you're on Fred right now and you're looking at employed full-time median usual weekly real earnings, 16 and over. I mean, what we see that the median real weekly earnings of somebody in like, let's see, Q4 of 2019 was $362. I mean, like we were able to we like stagnated at like the bottom of the pandemic at $363 real dollars. So I mean, you know, even when the economy started to grow again after the outcome of the pandemic, we still had higher real median weekly wages than the last quarter.
No,
of
but that's
2019.
not showing a percentage.
At like percentage
Are you
growth.
sure? Or is this,
so yeah, okay, so yeah, I'm looking at real median weekly
is
wages.
this
and then
source
you're looking at
talking
percentage
about-
growth. I mean,
No,
even
I
like
can't. I can't find the. It took me to a website where it's took me to the Federal Reserve Bank of St. Louis, and I don't know which one to click on. What's the full title of it?
yeah, employed full-time median usual weekly earnings, wages and salaries.
Okay, I found that one. Cool. So that's adjusted for real wage and slight inflation.
Yeah, so it's real, which means it's not nominal, which means it's adjusted for inflation.
Okay, so your overall claim was the fact that in the hold on, I don't remember.
Yeah.
Let me get my
No,
Google
my
Doc.
overall claim
Said
was that
in
we just
the
saw
long
an
term overall GDP
increase
growth.
we saw an increase in real median wages under the Biden-Harris administration.
Yeah, but that's assuming. I want to ask you: do you think that overall immigration numbers, if you combine legal and illegal immigrants, which would be about, let's just say, even 14 million with 4 million per year legally, and then about 10 coming in illegally, it'd be about 14 million. Do you think that if we allow just everyone who wants to come in legally, that it'd be under or over that?
Under or over what?
Under or over 14 million in a 4-year span?
I don't know.
I'd say over, considering there are more people who are waiting on the U.S. immigration list and people who came in illegally. So I feel like the overall results of that would be worse. If you look at the term
wait, I'm
from
sorry. Maybe I didn't hear your question right. Was your question just if we like made it easier to legally enter into America, would we see more people come into America?
if we made it easier to
Yeah, for
legally
sure.
immigrate to
Because
America?
there'd
Yeah,
be less
yeah. But
barriers to labor
I was
entrance in the
asking.
market.
Yes, hold on. We agreed that 14 million people came in during Harris's and Biden's 4-year term,
I mean,
correct?
I don't
Legal
mind.
and illegal.
I don't mind assuming whatever numbers you want to. I think that different
Yeah.
sources indicate different things. I usually just go with whatever the guest says.
Yeah, so I'm just guessing 14 million. That's relatively conservative. So if we guess 14 million with the amount of people who are on the immigration waiting list, the amount of people who have tried to come in illegally,
I mean, we could
I
just
believe
we
that
could
number would
just
be higher.
Yeah, just less barriers to entry. More
Yeah.
people are going to enter. Sure.
Yeah, so there'd be more people who came in during the 4-year span. I believe that if you look at the exact same source that you cited from Trump's 2016 term, wages actually increased a significant amount right before COVID, and it was a higher percentage rate than Harris's term.
You're talking about Q1 of 2020 to Q2 of 2020. So I mean, that's when
No.
these
I'm skipping the COVID era. I'm skipping the COVID era. I'm just saying
So then what's
that
the
the
increase
overall net point.
Then what's the increase that you're looking at from
Look,
like what quarter of what
look,
year to
so-
what quarter of what year?
Look, so from Q1 of 2017, which is when Trump took into office, I believe, right?
Mm-hmm.
We agree on that? Cool. It dropped a little bit, and then it came up into right about COVID times. I'll stop about Q1 of 2020, just because it spiked right there at COVID, just to be generous. The amount that it increased over that time is slightly higher than the amount that it increased from 2022 to 2024, where Kamala Harris came out of office. I feel like the amount of percentage increase went down. So while wages technically went up overall, the percentage that they went up by was less than the percentage that Trump's went up by with less immigration.
I don't know. Let me calculate it.
Yeah, you can go ahead. I'm just looking at the chart. I'm kind of roughly estimating those numbers.
Yeah, for sure. We'll estimate it.
Yeah. And I'm taking them from the low points in both of theirs, so Q4 2017 and then Q2 2022, just so we don't have any huge jumps that come from COVID or different things that have happened.
Let's see here. $95.
That'd be 359 to 375.
So 4.4% increase. Then Q1. 352. Yeah, there's a 4.4% increase in real median wages under the Biden-Harris administration, with a 2.8% increase in real median wages under Donald Trump's first term, meaning there's actually a higher percentage change in real median wages under Biden and Harris compared to Trump, excluding COVID. So you're wrong. Wow. Okay. Yeah, we just did the math together. So I'd assume that you'd concede there, right?
I'm trying to do it on my end. I'm just kind of looking visually because I haven't calculated that up. What'd you calculate it from? I just want to check your calculations real quick.
Q2 of 2022 to Q4 of 2024, and Q1 of 2017 to Q4 of 2019.
Yeah, that's not the thing I asked you to calculate, though. I took away the dips and things from both of their things because you can say that it dipped significantly during the Harris administration due to COVID, and you can say it also dipped at the start of the Trump administration. So I'm taking it from both of their dips, just because of economic impacts that have happened out of their control.
Oh, why? So why would we calculate it from Q4 2017 instead of Q1 2017?
Huh?
Why would we calculate it from Q4 2017 instead of Q1 2017?
Are you asking the same thing of why I did it for both of them?
Yeah, like why would we do that?
Oh, yeah,
at
that was
Q4
mainly, I believe, because
2017 compared to Q1.
2017, I think it was mainly just because there's a lot of hurricanes. For example, Harvey, I think, hit in 2017. That caused some economic distraught inside America, namely the South region. I live in Texas, so I was directly hit by Harvey.
Okay. Well, I mean, I think it'd be more fair to say, like, let's just ignore the we'd have to ignore the rebound of the dip because we'd assume that's also outside of their control. And I mean, like, when the dip finished from COVID, that was what it was at prior to COVID. So, and we wouldn't go from Q4 of 2017 under Donald Trump's first term. We would actually go from like like Q2 of 18, which was synonymous to Q1 of 2017. So actually, no, I think that we could use Q1 of 2017 because the real number is going to be synonymous with what it was after the rebound, right? In fact, yeah, because after it rebounded from the dip caused by the hurricanes, it was synonymous to what it was before the rebound, which was Q1 of 2017. And honestly, I mean, if we even took it from Q2 of 2017, because real median wages had increased a little bit, we would and then treated that as like the point of destruction caused by the hurricanes. We'd be comparing it to Q3 of 2018, which would then show a smaller percentage increase in real median wages under Donald Trump's first administration. So I mean, this point doesn't help you.
No, I think that's a valid point. I'll admit that I'm probably wrong on that. However, you could also say that wages didn't technically increase the same amount. I'll concede that. I'll be honest. I was listening to stream for about 45 minutes before. It was really annoying watching people who voted for Trump, who were kind of just on here almost.
You want to pause so I can't hear you when you're on pause.
I'm on pause.
Now you're back. I could only hear you if you could see me.
Oh, yeah, I can see you. Anyways, it was kind of weird and dumb seeing the Trump supporters on stream who was kind of just, even if they were proven wrong, they just kind of sat here and said they were right. I don't condone that. Anyways, I feel like that can also be slightly negated. While real wage GDP growth, from what I just looked up, was 0.4% higher under Biden. We could also look at under Biden was like other prices that have gone up significantly. So while wages might have risen in a real sense, accounting for inflation, accounting for some other big things like housing, namely, overall, I feel like the net impact was overall worse. And you could say people would be...
Real means accounting for inflation. Nominal,
inflation, yes, which I'm saying.
Nominal means not accounting for inflation. So what you just said was looking at wages accounting for inflation. If we account for inflation, it would have been lower.
I don't think that's what I said. I said Biden's accounting for inflation, real numbers, had, I believe, a 4.4 increase in real wages going up. However, I feel like that could be negated not by inflation, by other big prices like housing costs primarily, which would also go up if there were more people trying to buy less houses. And you can also look at that in a sense of private equity like BlackRock buying up small homes.
That's what inflation is.
What? Say again?
You just said it again. If we look at wages accounting for inflation, if we account for inflation, wages accounting for inflation would have been lower.
No. I'm saying that specific things that are technically included in the inflation calculation, including housing, yes?
Right. So, like, would the increase in housing already be included within the calculation of real median wages as displayed by the Fed?
Technically, yes, but there are other small things that went down in prices that slightly negated that, which takes away the overall effect of housing. So I can look up a couple things, examples if you'd like.
Then the price of like the things that went down. I mean, well, that's just reality. That's just like reality. That's what we would do, right? Right? Like for instance, if the price of gas went slightly down, but the pricing of houses went slightly up, it's a fact of reality that would have slightly negated the difference that was seen in the increasing of houses. Like that's just reality, you know? Like why would we like only account for the price of things that go up, but not account for the pricing of things that went down? Like that's what we should do.
No, I'm saying that, but it was the inflation calculations that were done. I believe there's a study on this. I could look it up right now, but I believe it said that the inflation calculations that were done included things that in numbers were technically high enough, but in overall demand that people bought them were lower. So an example of that would, let's say corn, for example. There's a ton of corn in the country, but the overall amount of people who buy corn is lower, but everyone needs a house. So while housing prices might have jumped 30%, the price of corn might have gone down 90%, which kind of slightly negated the prices of houses. However, less people want corn than need a house. So overall necessity that you need in the country would get harder to get, if you know what I'm trying to say. I can try and make that sound a little bit better.
I don't know if I know like the exact point that you're making. Like typically, like when we want to like account for inflation, we look at real median wages and we kind of take it as is. And like the moment when you start saying, well, like if we account for inflation twice for something that's already accounted for in like real median wages, like I'm like typically not going to be sympathetic to that take. Just because that's why we have the real median wages to begin with.
I kind of agree with that.
But you know, like maybe what I could say is, like we did see a drastic increase in the pricing of houses. Housing is going to be like an essential good that people need. And like maybe this could explain like a slight increase in like real median wages.
Yeah, kind of what I'm trying to say
Like
is
maybe I
you think,
don't know. I don't know what you're saying. But
yeah,
I mean,
should
if you
rephrase that. I don't think I said that.
if you want to make a last
properly.
point, that'd be fine. But I think after you make this point, I'm going to move on to the next guess.
Yeah, that's fine. For the last point, I kind of want to just kind of say how I feel like overall allowing for total legal migration would overall harm the country slightly more than just stopping illegal migration. Because earlier on, you asked me how we would actually stop illegal migration or undocumented migration, whatever you want to call it. I'm fine being inclusive. I don't really care about that stuff. And you asked me about other ways that we could stop that. And I feel like a couple of the ways that we could overall, hold on. Wait, did you ask whether like ways that we could stop illegal migration or whether or not legal migration is overall good in numbers?
Well, I mean, I think that the
I
conversation.
forgot what you asked earlier.
I think that the conversation that we've been having has just been about if immigration is a net benefit or net detriment to the American economy. And I mean, like, just to kind of respond to what you just said, I agree that there's going to be a hypothetical point where immigration serves as a net detriment to the American economy. However, I don't think that we've ever reached that point, and I don't think that we're anywhere near it. And I think all the immigration that we've seen is definitely been helpful to the American economy for the reasons that I've granted. I think immigration is what built America into the most robust and strongest economy on the face of this planet. I think that, there will eventually maybe be a time to have a conversation about, what should the caps on immigration be. But I think that conversation is a very long time away. And in a conversation that is specifically being held to demonstrate that there is policy that is more effective at reducing undocumented entry by addressing its root cause, which is slow, neglected, depraved legal means of entry, not because, or I guess what I should say, keeping in mind that the legal means of entry have not been neglected because of some promise of better economic performance, but rather because they've been used as political talking points by candidates to keep the issue persisting while rallying people to vote for them on the issue every 2 and 4 years. Is a conversation that I don't necessarily think includes discussion about like what that hypothetical point of immigration would be into America, where it starts to serve as a detriment to the economy.
Yeah, just to finish off, I'd like to answer the question you asked really early on, which is just a couple of ways we could stop illegal migration, which you said the root cause was that, but I feel like there are other ways we could overall help that. This is the last thing, and then I'll let someone else go on. But I feel like a couple of ways we could do that is, number one, I think is one of the most important ones, is increase the amount of immigration judges, just because the amount of time it takes to process a case is way too long. I think we'd both agree on that. Just a thumbs up for that would be great.
Donald Trump shot down the bipartisan border bill in the American Congress. Under the Biden-Harris administration, that would have increased the amount of judges on the southern border.
I have disagreements with that bill. There's one thing in that bill. There's a couple things that are good. There's more things that are bad. I can talk about that later because we want to finish the debate, which is fine. I'll probably come back in a little bit. We can talk about that later because I feel like that's a different issue. However, I feel like number one, more immigration judges in a separate bill just on its own is a great thing that we could have to speed up cases and honestly lower fraudulent claims. In addition, overall, I feel like closing asylum loopholes, which you can say asylum is a good thing and they're legal in the country, but when they're denied and they stay in the country, then they're considered they didn't come into the country illegally, they're still in the country illegally, which is something you addressed earlier. I feel like an additional thing that we can do is make it so that we can quickly deport individuals who aren't able to prove things, not deportations in the sense that what they're doing right now, like let's say to Carmelo, what's his name? Carmelo Anthony, I think, or Abrego Garcia, where they were illegally deported. I believe that was something that was wrong. However, I believe that doesn't make the deportations a net bad. And I feel like overall just ending catch and release by detaining migrants until hearings or deporting them to a safe third country while we hear their hearings out. And we can also just legalize, we can also just modernize different systems like the visa systems, track overstays, and also increase some things like immigration shift, for example. And then also to help foreign policy, we could do things like target root causes with aid or accountability, tie USA to some anti-corruption things or gang reduction or whatever to help make it so less people want to immigrate. So a lot of people immigrate due to issues in their countries. So we tie USA to those issues, fix those there, that'll overall lower immigration, helping part of the root cause. And then also just kind of safe third country agreements, which would require people who would go to a different country that we make an agreement with before for their asylum case, not just their home country, which could be dangerous or violent, go to a third country, or paying them to do that. That way they don't go through the U.S. and come. So those are a couple solutions that I kind of have. They're a little spread out, a little broad. I haven't looked at that too much, but
I think the best
yeah.
solution,
Anyways,
for sure, I'm going to address it and I'll move on. I think the very best
Yeah.
solution for
Cool.
individuals that take advantage of the asylum seeking processes in America is to make the asylum seeking processes faster. We need to make them
Yeah,
faster.
with more
We need-
judges.
we need to
That- I
make
agree
them-
with that
We need to make them
fully.
significantly faster. And then about deporting
I do
individuals
agree
that
with
are,
that.
are ineligible. I support mass amnesty, so I'm not going to support the deportation of anybody that hasn't committed prior violent offenses. And I'm sure that we could talk about that another time. But yeah, no, Colin,
Yeah.
I appreciate you for the conversation and having
Yeah,
the nationals.
yeah, thank you. It was great. And honestly, I've seen a couple clips of you. I've had from friends who dislike you. I think you're great with debate. So keep it up. While we disagree on some things, I feel like you did a good, respectful debate. So thank you.
Yeah.
I'll probably be back later. But yeah,
I appreciate you for
Hey.
the best conversation in months, man.
yeah. Hey, for people in the chat, not every conservative is dumb. There are a couple of us who are a little bit more moderate. But yeah, thank you.
Of course, have a good one.
Hey, have a good one. Hey, thank y'all. Bye bye.
Now you keep applying that intelligence. Next thing you know, you'll be a liberal. Hell yeah! See that guy right there? He said he was 18. I would hedge every dollar in my bank account that by 20 years old he will be libbed the fuck out. But no, man, that was a good combo. That was a good combo. That was a really good combo. I appreciate that. It's good to have a good conversation every once in a while. And it was also like good faith. I mean, dude, I think in that conversation he made like 5 to 10 concessions, and I don't say that to like shit on him. I say that to say like that's great, man. You know, like he recognized that he was wrong about points and he conceded on the points. That was awesome. What is going on, Samuel? Are you MAGA?
Yes, I am.
Cool. How old are you?
I am 23, and I've got my sister here. She's 21.
Hey.
Awesome. Well, real quick, I got to thank quite a few people for their donations. I don't think I've shouted out donations in about an hour because I was so hyper fixated on that last debate. So I'm going to get around to a few now that I may just intermittently stop and thank people. But first and foremost, Lee, thank you so much for the $50 donation over on PayPal. I really appreciate you for that, lovely. Let's get 500 Lee W's down below in that comment section for the $50 donation over on PayPal. Thank you so much, Lee. Seriously, Lee, that is so incredibly kind. And I mean, that was a donation that came through an hour ago. I'm sorry for just thanking you now, but I was really focused on that last conversation. As well as Peyton with the $10 over on PayPal. I really appreciate you so much for the love, Peyton. And then I'll just get around to 2 more now, then I'll thank the rest here in a little bit. But Casey, 37 minutes ago with the $25 over on PayPal. Thank you for the love, Casey. Casey says, thank you for letting the debater practice. These kids work hard to get to nationals, so I'm glad you gave him a chance. Yeah, man, no shit, he's at nationals. He's pretty good. We'll have to get an update if he wins or not. But thank you for the $25 over on PayPal, Casey. I really do appreciate that. Shout out to you down below in that comment section. And then last one that I'll read off right now, Mark, thank you for the $18 over on PayPal. Saying awesome debate. This guy, and speaking about immigration, it's enjoyable to listen to. GG. Well, I appreciate you for the $18, Mark. Shout out to Mark, Casey, Peyton, and Lee down below in that comment section. Like I said, there's a handful more, but I'll get around to them kind of in the debate. So I'm not, just kind of like wasting everybody's time for 5 minutes here, quote unquote wasting. I really want to make sure that I thank every single person that donates to me. It means the world to me. Thank you, you guys. But no, it started. Take it away, Samuel and Samuel's sister. Why do you guys support Trump?
First of all, my name is Hannah. Just putting that out there.
Hannah, Samuel and Hannah.
So we are Christians, and so everything we have and everything we follow is based off of who we are as children of God. So first of all, I will ask that you be respectful of that because you tend to be very rude. So we're going to give you the respect that you deserve as a human. So
Okay.
we just ask that you give us the respect as well.
Hannah, as a child of God, you just called me rude. That was a judgment. Judges 2:1 explicitly condemn such judgments of others. So can you, as
Yeah.
a child of God, walk said crude judgment back in accordance with the moral teachings of Judges 2:1?
I am not judging you as a person because we are all sinners. I'm pointing out the fact that you have been rude to some people. And so I was just asking for respect.
Okay. All right. Well, I'll go ahead and just let that violation of Judges 2:1 slip. We'll have a respectful, productive dialogue. Take it away, you guys.
So some of the things I've noticed that you said is you're trying to get people to admit that they would follow Trump no matter what. And I just want to say that if Trump did something completely out there, very liberal or something, of course I would not follow him. So I support Trump
What's like a
because-
really bad thing that he could do that would make you stop?
I mean, if he
supporting him?
completely switched what he supports, of course I would not. One of the things you talked about is if he wanted to ban the Constitution, of course I would not say, yes, follow Trump till the day I die. Because at the end of the day, he is a man, he is a human, and we are all flawed and we are all sinners.
Can
And
you
so
read
when
this?
it comes to, you already did that, we're not reading it again.
But I thought you just said that's a red line that you'd hold against him.
He hasn't done that. So that doesn't mean anything.
Oh, so like if he actually tried like to severely erode the Constitution, ban
Yes,
it.
if he actually tried
Okay.
to do something
So
like that.
So he actually tried to just get rid of our civil and electoral processes in 2020 when he attempted to steal the election from Biden, and then he admitted to it in court. So he has actually tried to do this.
Like the way that Biden stole the election in 2020, actually, because there is a massive amount of voters who were dead who still voted. Plus, that is the most amount of votes that any president in the United States has ever gotten, and that's not really possible.
Okay, how many dead voters voted?
I don't know. I just know that they did.
How do you know that they did?
Because my grandpa, who is dead, voted.
Did he die after November 5th?
No, he's been dead for 20 years.
And how do you know that he voted?
Because my grandma got a letter saying that he voted.
You don't get letters after you vote.
Well, he did.
What? Can you show us the letter?
I can't turn on my camera.
We also don't have the letter on us.
Yeah. Good point.
Okay. Well, how about this? If it was taken by Biden, also we gotta say taken, not stolen. You'll just get an account ban. It won't be pretty. If it was taken by Biden, okay, explain to me why Donald Trump spent millions of dollars on electoral integrity committee to find any and all evidence of widespread taking fraud. You know what I'm talking about. We gotta be very loose here with our terms. And then he took all the evidence they found to 63 handpicked courts. And every single one of those courts told him that he didn't even have enough evidence to open a case. It was a waste of their resources.
I can't give you an answer to that because I don't know.
Oh, would a possible answer be liberal activist judges?
No.
Okay, you're right, because 34 of them were appointed by Republicans. What's your response in that scenario? Would it be like rhinos, like Republicans that don't like Trump? No, because 16 of them were personally appointed by him himself. And, maybe your reason why Trump couldn't find any evidence here is because he was one man with a team. But, the American people know the truth. Okay, well, the culmination of the American people's effort to find absolutely any reason to believe that Biden took that election was the 2,000 Mules docu-mockery. Fun fact, the creators of that documentary went on record under oath in court saying that they had no evidence for what they said. So the whole idea that Biden took that election in 2020 is big lie propaganda propped up by the big tyrant himself, Donald J. Trump. The only reason you believe it is because he said it for 4 years straight with the utmost conviction and confidence in his breath. Now, I think that is very damaging, and one of the many reasons why we shouldn't like Trump, because he's tried to convince people that we shouldn't trust our elections just because he lost, not because there's any evidence.
Okay.
Oh, and then you just got the flag for the civic and electoral integrity. So we got to move on from that topic. I'll take the okay as you kind of accepting that loss, and that's fine. Now we can move on. You got gagged, you didn't have a response, and now we'll move on because TikTok is forcing us to. I totally took that violation. I took that violation on the chest just because I wanted to be able to respond to those silly, silly claims. Very, very silly claims. Oh my God. Yo, okay, I'm going to thank a couple more. Emily with 13 minutes ago with the $50 over on PayPal. Let's get 500 Emily W's down below in that chat. Emily says, thank you for all that you do. You are awesome. I appreciate you for that love. Emily, seriously, let's get 500 Emily W's down below and 200 Barbara W's down below. Now, Barbara says, with the $20 donation over on PayPal in all caps, keep on doing what you're doing. I'm so proud to have you on our side. Keep educating the masses. Barbara, I love you. That is so incredibly kind. Guys, show some love to Emily and Barbara down below in that chat right the fuck now. Now, of course, there's also a lot of Venmo donations that I haven't gone around to from the last hour and 10 minutes because of that last discussion. And I want to make sure that I get around to those too, but I want to also let the guests talk. So we're just going to thank Emily, Barbara, and Bethany right now. So show some love to Emily, Barbara, and Bethany down below in that chat. Now, back to you guys. That last conversation kind of found its natural end.
Okay, wait. I just want to say that I will gladly admit that we are not the most super educated people. And so a lot of your word vomiting, we might need to catch up a minute, because I will admit we're not super duper educated. But your question is, why do you support Trump? And you have not really let us answer that.
Oh, okay. Okay, then answer it.
So, as a Trump supporter, like I said before, it's not necessarily who he is as a man. It is what he represents and a lot of what he supports, and he supports the Christians, and I think that's very important because that is what we were founded on. And
don't say that.
Well, it is.
Don't really. You think
one
that?
Nation under God. One nation under God.
Wait, so America was founded in 1957 because that's when "quote unquote" one nation under God was added to the Pledge of Allegiance.
That's in the Pledge of Allegiance.
It was added in 1957. So was America founded in 1957?
It doesn't matter. That is one of our core values. That is what America was founded on. We are one nation under God.
Could I give you really good reason to believe that we weren't founded on Christianity?
You can try, but you won't change my view.
Well, when our country was founded, only white men that owned property could vote. And if you were a woman, a white man without property, and that especially black individuals in America, you just simply weren't looked at as the same. And as it related to black individuals, you were looked at as subhuman. And as it related to women, you were looked at as subservient servants, basically. So are those the Christian ideals that America was founded on?
No.
Okay. I had to kick you. Sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I really wish that they could have responded to that. I had to kick them because they actually got 3 flags for the election thing. And if I got one, if that happened again, I would have had the live taken down. So unfortunately I had to kick them. I do apologize, everybody. I know that sucks. I really wish I could have had a conversation with them. I had to kick them. They would have got the live taken down if I didn't. All right. Once again, I really appreciate everyone so much for the love on PayPal in the last hour. I also want to be able to thank the people that have shown love on Venmo in the last hour. So let's go ahead and start off real quick, really quickly here with Sid. This was an hour ago. I really hope that you're still in here. Thank you for the $50 over on Venmo. Saying I got called a terrorist by my MAGA cousin last night, but we ended up agreeing that Donald Trump is a liar. I'm sorry that you got called a terrorist, but I mean, at least you got a concession from your cousin. Let's show some love to Queen Sid down below in that chat. That is SYD, guys. Let's give 500 Sid W's down below right the hell now. Now there's once again a lot of other people over there, but I want to start the next debate. What is going on? Jesus Christ is coming back. Are you MAGA?
No, I'm not.
Okay, goodbye. We're just looking to have some conversations with people that support Trump, so we're going to move on to the next guest. Everyone, just give us a minute to get that next guest, Christy, up in that box. While Christy is loading in, show some love to Sid and Bruce Wayne! Mr. Wayne is back in the building! Saying, I know your focus is converting people to be MAGA with facts. And then there was a second half of the donation, so I'm going to go and load it up. They said, I know that your focus is converting MAGA people with facts. Being Pride Month, what about a session of debate with homophobes who think that being gay is wrong? Dude, Wayne, I used to have conversations exclusively with people that thought being gay was wrong. If you've been watching my streams for a longer time, you know that we used to run streams on that all the time. And I'd love that. I would love to do that so much. Honestly, I'm going to go ahead and open the window for that. So, I mean, if you're watching the live, hop in the queue if you support Trump or if you think that being gay is wrong. I would love to throw in a couple conversations about that. But, dude, seriously, thank you for the $100. Let's show some love to Wayne down below in that chat. Let's get 1,000 Wayne W's down below. What is up, Christy? Are you MAGA?
I support Trump. Can you hear me?
Yeah, how old are you?
I am 25, 2000.
And Christy, why the hell do you support the man, the myth, the fraud, Donald J. Trump?
So I'm going to start with the borders, and I'm going to also go to...
Okay, all right. With all due respect, we've been talking about immigration for the last hour and a half, 2 hours. Do you want to start with something else?
You wanted to mention the gays?
Oh, do you think being gay is wrong?
Yeah.
Oh, for sure. Let's talk about that. Why do you think it's wrong to be gay? You silly, silly goose.
I think it's wrong to be gay because we're created woman and man, and there shouldn't be any other genders out there as well.
Okay, so it's wrong to be gay if you're not a woman or man. So what if you're a man
No,
that's
like-
gay? What if you're a woman that's gay?
Okay, woman and men. It should be them together, not two women, not two men.
Okay, why?
Women are meant to produce, men are not. That's why a woman and man were made for each other,
For reproduction?
for reproduction, and that's our sole purpose. As women, we're made to reproduce.
Okay, don't, okay, wow. Okay, no, the sole purpose of women is not to be incubators for men. But we'll start off with your homophobia, then we'll go on to your internalized misogyny. But starting off on the homophobia, I can't believe you just said that. You think that being gay is wrong, two men being together is wrong because a man's supposed to be with a woman to reproduce. So let me ask you a question. Do you think it's morally wrong for me to marry a woman that's infertile?
No.
But I can't reproduce with her. And you said the reason why it's wrong for a man to marry a man is because they can't reproduce with one another. Logical
Okay, well,
implication there would be, no. The logical implication there would be, well, it'd be wrong for a man to marry an infertile woman since they also can't reproduce. But of course, you're not going to hold to that logical implication because your stance is illogical. Yeah. See what I
Okay,
did
well,
there?
I'm infertile and I still believe I only belong to a man.
Okay, why?
Why? Because, yeah, we're meant to reproduce, but there's other ways. They created sciences for us to reproduce besides that. A girl infertile, they can have another woman, what's it called, carry their baby for them.
Oh, great. Just like a gay couple can have a surrogate mother as well.
Yes, they could, but that's not how it's supposed to be.
Okay,
Two
why?
men and two women. Because one, what is the purpose? And I don't even know if I'm allowed to say this, but what is the purpose of a penis and a vagina?
Okay, well, I mean, I think
You're
that
not
what you're
supposed to
asking.
go in other holes.
Okay. So now you're basically saying that it's wrong because the intercourse is you're using parts of your body against their intended purpose, right?
I'm sorry, what was the question?
Yeah, you're saying that it's like butt sex is wrong because because you're using parts of your body against their intended purpose. Let me ask you a question. What is the intended purpose of lips?
You're supposed to eat with it. You're supposed to eat, show
and speak.
affection as well.
Eat and speak.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, if the intended purpose of my lips is to eat and speak, when I give my girlfriend a kiss, I'd be violating the intended purpose of my lips. So is kissing my girlfriend just as bad as gay sex?
Like I also said, it's also okay. Like you're talking about pleasure in general. You get pleasure. You get pleasure. Obviously, anybody. If a woman did something to me, you could still get pleasure the same way as a man. That's the same thing. But your ideal is by pleasure based, so that's why you're using it. But it's not the real purpose of woman and man.
Right. No, once again, I just debunked the argument. You said, well, butt sex is wrong because that's not the real purpose of the pee-pee in the bunghole, right? Well, it's not the real purpose of my
Okay,
lips
well, I
to
wanna
use them to
move on
kiss
to-
my girlfriend. Yeah, you don't think
I
it's
wanna-
wrong. Well, the purpose
wanna
of
move
my
on
hands
to-
isn't to play piano, but you don't think it's wrong. I mean, like, listen, man, we could go on and on all day about this. You're just arbitrarily setting prescriptive functions and purposes to the parts of our body. I think that they only would hold descriptive purposes. But even if we assume your view here that the parts of our bodies do have prescriptive purposes in the sense that they're supposed to do a particular function, well, I mean, we still wouldn't say that using them outside of that function is morally wrong. Else you would have to say that me kissing my girlfriend is morally wrong because the intended purpose of my lips, what I'm supposed to do with them is to speak and eat, not to kiss my girlfriend.
Okay, well, I want to move on from that because obviously there's a lot more when it comes to all of that stuff that I really honestly don't know
Okay.
about.
Well, I mean,
Now,
let's just.
what
let's
I wanted
just
to talk about was abortion.
Okay. Well, we could talk about abortion, but before we move on, I asked you about why being gay was wrong. The first reason you said is because you can't reproduce, and then I pointed out the fact that, well, I wouldn't be able to reproduce with an infertile woman, yet you don't think there's anything wrong with me marrying an infertile woman. Then your second point was to say, well, there's other ways to reproduce, such as a surrogate mother. I just informed you upon the fact that that's also something two gay men could do, and then you shifted the argument to saying, well, it's wrong to be gay because that's not the intended
It's
purpose of the
morally
pee-pee in
and
the
also in the
butthole.
Bible.
But then I also pointed out that, well, it doesn't seem to be the intended purpose of my mouth to kiss my girlfriend, yet you don't think it's morally wrong. So quite frankly, it is the case that you haven't provided me a single reason that has withheld the test of my logic for more than 5 seconds in a single sentence to demonstrate why it's wrong to be gay.
It's morally wrong.
Oh, yeah, why? Okay, great, why? Come on.
And it's in the Bible.
Oh, it's in the Bible. Okay, so it's in the
Where
Bible. What
does
verse?
where
Sure,
does
sure,
the
sure,
ba-
sure,
what,
sure. A question. What verse of the Bible tells us that it's wrong to be gay?
where does it say it's allowed to be gay?
Okay, where does it say in the Bible that I'm allowed to use a Chromebook? Fucking hell, does that mean it's a sin for me to be typing on this motherfucker just because the Bible doesn't explicitly say that you're allowed to use a MacBook?
No, but you're allowed to use your resources to your will. It doesn't mean you're going to be saved if you are
Okay.
a Christian
Well,
or
if
anything like that.
if a butthole's a gay man's resource, use it to his will.
Well, that's to his will, but that's not for me to be. I'm not gonna judge him. That's the thing. Okay, yeah, I made those comments, whatever. But that's why. I
By the
didn't
way,
wanna
butthole
talk
is a
about
gay
it
man's
because
resource. Use it
that's
to his
not
will
my-
with consent.
that's
With
not what
consent. I
do.
also wanted to
That's
add that
an
on.
opinion.
Like with consent, by the way, with consent, everybody. I wanted to make sure I added that on. The particular language that I just used in that last argument was like very rapey, and I wanted to apologize for that. I should have added on with consent. Okay, that needs to be very explicitly stated out loud. The last argument that I said should have had a with consent at the end, but. Now, I also wanted to say here that you said that it was a sin in accordance with the Christian Bible. Which verse of the Christian Bible tells us that it is a sin to be gay?
To be honest, I don't know. I literally don't know.
Oh,
What?
great. So you're just saying that it's a sin in the Bible, but you don't know what verse. Hey, man. Well,
But-
guess what?
but
Being
where
straight
does
is
it say
morally
it's
wrong
okay?
because it's a sin in the Bible.
Well, either way, lust is a sin in general, so it doesn't matter about being lesbian or gay. Lust is a sin.
Wait.
Now, moving on to
Is lust a
abortion.
sin that is mutually exclusive to gay individuals?
Yes,
Wait, a straight man can't lust after a woman?
they can.
Okay, so then it's not
It's
mutually
that's what I'm
exclusive to gay
saying.
individuals.
Lust in general. Lust is not just for man, woman. I'm not saying that. I'm saying lust in general.
Okay, so then
Lust in general
so then
is
you
for
so then you don't
anybody,
believe.
any person,
So then you don't
any
believe.
person who has a lust. That's
So then you don't believe that it's wrong to be gay. You believe that it's wrong to lust after others, regardless if you're gay or straight.
yes, that too.
Well, it's not that too. It's one or the other, right? Because the original argument that you were trying to make is that it was wrong to be gay. Now you've fallen down to saying that it's wrong to be gay because lust is wrong, but then you agree that lust isn't mutually exclusive to gay individuals. It's also something that straight individuals can engage in, which means that no, your argument is not that it's wrong to be gay. Your argument is that it's wrong to lust after individuals that you're attracted to, regardless of what your sexual orientation is, right? And that would refute the original point that it's wrong to be gay.
Okay, well, like I'm saying, this whole topic about the bisexuals, whatever, I just don't agree with it. That's my opinion. Like I said, it's my opinion, so it doesn't really matter.
Okay,
Now,
well, you
abortion.
shouldn't hold opinion. It actually does matter, okay? You shouldn't hold opinions without good reason, especially when they hurt other people. Like, God, what is the relevant distinction between you saying that you think it's wrong to be gay and it's your opinion, and so it doesn't really matter, and a white supremacist
Actually,
saying,
I
I
don't
think
go
it's
to
wrong to be
church,
black,
so-
and that's their opinion, so it doesn't really matter. Are you okay with white supremacy? Are you okay with neo-Nazism?
Repeat the question?
Are you okay with white supremacy? Are you okay with Nazism?
No.
Okay, so even though it's their opinion, it does matter, and you're still yet going to condemn it because they're unfairly persecuting others without good reason. Well, that's exactly what I'm doing to you right now, and that's exactly what you should do to yourself every single time you could look in the fucking mirror, unless you could give me a logically coherent reason why it is morally wrong to be gay.
Okay, great. So, abortion, I don't believe abortion is not right. Okay, you mentioned earlier about legals and then being a fetus being legal in this country and not being legal in this country.
Was that a statement, question? Start of an
That's what you
argument?
mentioned earlier.
Oh, yeah. Well, that was in reference to another debate. I would ignore that. I mean, that was it was an internal critique of what somebody was saying.
So the whole reason why I wanted to even talk on here, which I guess you wanted to move on from this. So, abortion. Do you believe in abortion? That's for starters. Do you believe in abortion?
What does that even mean? Do I believe in abortion? Are you asking me if I think it's like wrong? No, I don't think it's wrong.
Why?
Why? Because I can't identify any reason why I should think it's wrong.
So now, see, that's the problem. Well, I'm not saying you're wrong to believe whatever you want, right? But I'm saying that I disagree with that.
Okay.
Abortion.
So why do you think it's wrong?
I think it's wrong because it's still a baby. People think fetuses are not babies or whatever, but they are. And if you mention that they're a citizen as well, even if they don't have social security giving birth, it doesn't
Wait,
mean
so you think that they're like their baby, their children?
they're baby. You said they're reproductive. They're in a reproductive stage.
Okay. I
they-
need to make sure that you know what you're saying.
That's what you were saying earlier.
So I just want to clarify that you think that this is a baby, a child, something that is deserving of value.
It's a reproductive stage.
But you're just
That's what
calling it
makes
baby.
up a human.
So you think that this is like a human
Fetus.
baby, a human child.
It's a reproductive stage. So that
So is
makes
this
us
a
us.
human
Without-
baby, a child, a baby? Is this a child
It's
baby?
It's a reproductive stage.
Reproductive stage.
Just like-
So first,
just
I mean,
like-
you're literally just like throwing words out there. So no, it's not a reproductive stage. No. It's a stage in human development. There's no such thing
Okay,
as
human
quote, unquote,
development. It's a human,
reproductive
right?
Yes.
It's a human, right?
Human from the
So
moment
why
of
do you feel
conception.
like you should abort a human?
Yeah, for sure. Because I don't think that there's any reason that human should be considered morally valuable. Let me get this straight.
I also
Let me
believe
get this
that-
straight. Would you allow me to finish talking? I don't think that merely being a member of our species is what gives you moral value or what makes you worthwhile. Okay, like think about it this way: when a school is shot up and children die, okay, I don't cry because we lost members of our species. I cry because of these young children and the life that they had begun and the experiences that they've already had and their sentience and their engagement in the world around them and what could have been on the future predicated on what has already been in the past, right? But not because they share similar DNA to me. So when you try to make the argument, well, that we should cry over these fetuses just because they share similar DNA to us, I just simply don't understand where you're coming from. And there's also a lot of issues with the view as well, because brain dead patients are also human and they're alive, but we pull the plugs on them every single day. And we don't consider it murder. But under your view, we should consider it murder, and that's fucking insane.
I believe it's considered murder when there's a lot of people just having sex for fun and their parents neglect them. So their kids, they don't know any better. So they're out here throwing their cat around and then they have pregnant and they don't want to take responsibility of what they do because the whole purpose of sex is to reproduce. Yeah, you could have fun or whatever, but at the end of the day, that's what's going to happen when sperm reaches the egg.
Dude,
that's what's going to happen.
my
A baby's going
goodness.
to come out of it.
I hate this argument. Can I
So
tell you
why
why?
would people just do this unprotected? And a lot of people, they literally do stuff unprotected, thinking nothing's gonna happen to them. So why should their kid, their child that they created with this person, and then they cry about, oh, this dude isn't good or blah blah blah, but they did it. They did it, and then they want to cry about it and remove the baby from their body because they think they don't have, like, that's not right.
I'm gonna give
It's
you an
not right at
analogy
all.
here. Are you ready? Woo! Analogy time! Woo! Yo,
Yes,
yo,
and
wait,
somebody
wait,
in
wait.
the
Oh,
comments
no.
mentioned sexual assault.
Oh no!
So I
Can-
wanna-
oh God! Okay, before we talk about what your view on victims of rape, as it relates to their access to abortion or lack thereof is, let me respond to what you just said because you just went on this fucking tirade about how much you hate women. Now let
I
me
don't
ask-
hate women.
Yeah, you said.
Why
Oh,
would I hate
listen to what I'm saying. You said throwing their cat around, spreading their legs, recklessly engaging it just fucking for fun. There's all the repercussion is sex, and guess what? Sex could lead to. Sex could lead to pregnancy. So if you spread your legs and you fuck for fun and you get pregnant, guess what? You took responsibility for that the moment you decided to spread those legs. Let me give you an analogy. Ma'am, if I spread my lips and I huff and puff on a cigarette for fun, very recklessly, and in doing so, I'm acknowledging that could lead to lung cancer in the future, well, does that mean that I have to take responsibility for that lung cancer if I get it? Or should I still be able to go to the doctors, go to the hospital, and seek medical treatment to kill that lung cancer?
That is, I mean, I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying, but that's also, it's not right. Smoking Smoking is a cigarette, right?
Boom! You could condemn
that's not
smoking.
life form.
Boom,
That's
boom,
not
boom,
life
boom.
form.
It's a life.
Cigarettes is not a life form.
Okay, well, sex also
It's
is a life
not.
form.
So whenever
the comparison would be between the cancer cells and like the fetus. Now, okay, fair response. You're saying that the cancer cells aren't valuable, but the fetus is. But now we're shifting our argument away from the responsibility that the woman would have because they decided to engage in sex, to more so saying that they'd have a responsibility not to get an abortion because the fetus is morally valuable. So which one is it? Okay, is abortion wrong because the fetus is morally valuable, or is it wrong because the woman decided to consent to engage in an intercourse?
it's wrong. Wait, what? Repeat that question.
Which one is it? Do you think that abortion is wrong because you think that the life of the fetus is morally valuable, or do you think that abortion is wrong because the woman consented to engaging in sex?
I think it's wrong because the baby has value.
Because the baby has value. Okay. All right. And then once again, you told us a reason that that fetus has moral values because it's a member of our species. I've already responded to this. My first response was to say, A, when a school gets shot up and children die, we're not crying because we're losing members of our species. We're crying because we're losing children with their own experiences, their perceptions of the world around them, and future consciousness predicated on the experiences in which they've already had. Okay. Well, fetuses don't have that until 24 weeks. That's why I'm not against abortion until that point. And before that point, the only common trait that they share is the fact that they're a member of our species. And seemingly, we don't seem to care about that fact alone all too much, because brain dead patients are also human and alive. They're members of our species, but we don't think it's murder or wrong to kill them by pulling the plug. So, I mean, for all those reasons, just saying that you merely value the life of the fetus and you think that thereby abortion is a murder, wrong, etc., should be illegal merely because they're a member of our species, is not a good argument, Christy. Yeah, Christy, you gotta come on live in order for me to hear ya. You gotta come on live in order for me to hear ya. Welcome back, Christy. Before you continue, I gotta thank Brody for the $10 over on Venmo 45 minutes ago. I really appreciate you for that love. Show some love to Brody down below. As well as Lillian 27 minutes ago, the $10 on Venmo saying missed out yesterday because I was protesting. Thank you for protesting yesterday. Sky, thank you so much for the $20 over on Venmo. I really appreciate you for the love. Let's get 200 Sky W's. And Megan with the $10 and Casper with the $10. I appreciate that, Megan and Casper. And Sharp! Oh my God, Sharp with the $50 over on Venmo. Sharp says, okay, Chef Dean, you are cooking today. Sharp, I love you. That is so incredibly kind of you. That is so much goddamn money. Let's get 500 W Sharps down below in that comment section. Literally right the hell now, while Miss Christy down here is responding to the last argument I gave her. Take it away, Christy, and show some diddly darn love to Sharp down below in that comment section. Take it away.
Okay, so, well, what I really wanted to come on here and say was about the border thing, which you don't want to really talk about.
Oh, God.
But that's what I really wanted to mention.
Okay.
So I'm just going to go ahead with that. So the thing to fix the whole border situation and illegal immigrants and documentation. So the right thing to do, in my opinion, would be close the border and fix what's within. We have a lot of homeless people already. Not only that, I also work in a refinery and all of that stuff, and we're working, taxes are getting taken away. And yeah, I'm not saying every illegal is bad. I believe that they deserve a chance, but why invite more? Why invite more? There's already enough. A lot of people, they have a hard time finding a job now. So why would you bring a lot of people here when people are already having a hard time finding a job? Not only that.
Let me ask you a question about something you said. You said there's a lot of homeless people in America and we got to fix that. Name one thing that Donald Trump has ever done in the last 10 years until now for low-income Americans or homeless Americans.
And I'm not talking about, well, I don't know what they have done.
Nothing. So stop virtue signaling about it. Stop virtue signaling. No, that's not. No, that is objectively not every president. Democrats did EBT. Democrats did food stamps. Democrats did Medicaid and Medicare. Democrats did Social Security. Democrats did Section 8. Biden and Harris did the PACT Act, which literally allowed for 1 million new veterans, a lot of them in the low-income bracket in this country, to have access to free medical health care services relating to things in which weren't covered previously in the VA. So that's absolutely not true. So don't try to make that claim because it's false. It doesn't doesn't align with reality, and it's simply delusional. So do not come up here and tell me that you care about homeless people or low-income Americans and
No,
helping and
I'm
benefiting
saying
them
that-
while supporting the party that has historically done absolutely jack shit for them. In fact, they've only made their conditions worse, like Donald Trump with his BBB. Bro, it's going to increase the taxes on the bottom 20% of income earners in America. It's going to reduce their after-tax income by $2,200 per year, but then you vote for them, you support them, and turn around and say that we need to do more for low-income Americans? Come on, Christy. Unreal.
I'm saying if you bring more people here, other people are going to have hard time finding jobs, and that's including illegals, right? They come here, they're looking for work, right? What if they can't find a job? So that person's going to be homeless. Now we're going to have homeless people on the streets.
Actually,
Why?
undocumented immigrants, unironically, are more active in participating in the labor force than citizens. So
Yeah, I understand that.
it's more likely that an undocumented immigrant will be employed than it is likely that a citizen will be employed.
Yes,
So,
I understand
false.
that. So that's why I think the best thing to help them in any way and to stop bringing, because there's a lot of people who are illegal who are also criminals as well. So why don't we just close the border? Why don't we
So-
just close the border and fix within, meaning the people who are already here that are illegal, if they committed another criminal act other than entering this country, they should at least get their citizenship, or at least get their social security, whatever, right? But the ones who committed those criminal acts that are here already, they should get deported, or they should get sent to prison, or whatever the hell the reason is, right? But the ones that are
okay,
here,
okay.
they should at least get their papers.
Listen.
They
well,
should
I-
have a chance to get their papers. But why invite a lot more than then you're inviting a lot of more people? Then they will be like, it's not just Mexico. It's not just other countries, right? But you're also bringing terrorists in here as well, unknowingly.
Okay, what's a terrorist? Well, actually, let me ask you a question. Would you say if we had an undocumented immigrant waltz into this country and gain a cult-like following of like maybe 1 million other undocumented immigrants, and once he gained this cult-like following, he then used that platform to call for the termination of the American Constitution. And he even tried to use the power he has because of that platform to rig and change the outcome of a presidential election and install the candidate that he knew would further his own agenda and do what he wants. That would be a terrorist.
And you're talking about Trump.
No, I'm talking about an undocumented immigrant. He's not an
I don't-
undocumented immigrant, so I'm not talking about Trump. Trump's a good man, Christy. He would never do these things.
I don't think undocumented illegals are terrorists. No, I don't.
But
I'm
listen,
saying that-
answer my question. If there was an undocumented immigrant
I'm not-
that gained a
I'm from
cult-like
this- I'm
following
from
of
the United
millions of
States,
people
by
and
the
called
way.
for the termination of the Constitution and
And
tried
I'm
to
not
get
a
it done and even
Christian, I
tried to
just
rig
believe
the
in
outcome
God.
of a federal election. Not a Christian, I believe in God, but referencing the Bible, incoherent gibberish, get it out of here, I'm going to ignore it. But if somebody did do this, would they be a terrorist?
You're gonna have to repeat it.
And if there was an undocumented immigrant that gained a cult-like followings of millions of others, and then they used this platform to try to abolish the Constitution and introduce anarchy into the country by rigging a presidential election, would you consider them a terrorist?
Yes.
Donald Trump has done both of those two things. Does that mean that you also consider Donald Trump a terrorist?
Well, I asked you if you were referring to Trump earlier, and you said no.
I know, Christy, I lied.
Of course.
So do you want to answer the question?
You can't. So okay, a terrorist, right?
Do you want
So
to
let's just say no. I legit want to know this answer. So because I don't know. So a terrorist, right? Would you be considered a terrorist if you do it to your own country, or would it just be only outside of your country? Would you be considered a terrorist?
Yeah, you could still commit acts of terror and be a terrorist if you do it to your own country. Yeah.
No, then that answers your question.
So you support a terrorist as president?
I support I support no abortion. I believe that abortion is not okay. I support those things. I support
Oh
abortion is not
man.
okay.
Oh Jesus Christ. She willingly supports a terrorist as president, everybody. You know, you just can't even make this shit up. I gotta thank a couple people here.
Deport her. I'm
Let's
from the
see.
United States.
Chat, whoever's saying deport here, get the fuck out of here. Mods, can you ban them, please? Can you ban whoever said that in the chat? That's bigoted. Casper, thank you so much for the $10 over on Venmo. Christy, you are more than an item used by men to populate the earth. You have a mind, a brain, and a spirit that you could use to live and thrive in this world. First and foremost, Casper with the $10, and honestly, I want you kind of respond to Casper's message there because earlier you said that the only reason that women exist is to reproduce. So maybe you could respond to that. But before you do, I'd really like to thank Christy! Not the Christy on the live, but the Christy that just donated me $50 over on Venmo! Let's get 500 Christy W's. And it happens to be spelled the same way her name is spelled. So show Christy 2.0. Christy, no. Show Christy 1.0 some love down below in that chat. But Christy says, as a Christy, woman, and Hispanic, we do not claim this other Christy. Thank you for what you do. Thank you for the love, Christy. Show some love to Christy down below in that chat. And Alani with a $9 as well.
I also want to know why was it called misogynist? I honestly don't know what that means, but what does misogynist mean? If you could just answer that real quick.
Wow. Okay. All right. No worries. So misogyny can be defined as, what's like a really easy way to define it? Prejudice or sexism directed to women. Okay? That's what
So
misogyny
how was I being sexist towards women?
So you were being internally misogynistic when you said that the only purpose that women serve is to reproduce. And the reason that's like prejudice against women is because it's aimed towards all women, and it's prejudice because it's setting forth a false false claim that's serving to demean the value of women, because you were isolating their value down to their reproductive ability. Right? And women can have a lot of value outside of just being able to have children.
Yes, they have other value outside of just having children, yes, but what I'm saying is women and men, they just don't belong. That's my opinion or whatever, but the thing that I know that is a fact is a woman is a woman, a man is a man. So with all those pronouns, like I'm gonna identify as him or Steven or whatever. That's
Wait, I have a question. Do you believe in
female,
pronouns?
that's it. No, I don't.
You just
Except
used,
I'm
wait,
just a woman. So that's the only pronoun
Yeah,
that I believe in. I'm a
you've
woman.
just used 4 pronouns after you said that you don't believe in pronouns. So I is a pronoun.
No,
So-
in the other pronouns. Like what I'm saying is I believe in I'm a woman or
that's a
he,
pronoun.
right?
That's a pronoun.
But I would not believe in calling myself another pronoun that I'm not.
Okay, so
Which is
so
I'm
like-
not a
so
guy,
what-
I'm not a boy.
Oh, okay. Well, both guy and boy are not pronouns.
Well, whatever, I'm not a him.
Okay. All right. Earlier we were talking about the Bible, so I mean, you believe in like God the Father, right?
I believe in God, yes.
Is he a him?
Yes.
Why?
Because it states in the Bible when they speak of him, it says he.
Okay. So basically, he just prefers to be called a him.
That's what they're saying. It's written in the Bible, so okay.
And all of a
Like I
sudden,
said,
and all of a sudden, in less than 10 seconds, you go from being crazy conservative to supporting preferred pronouns. Thank you for my TED Talk.
Huh?
Yeah, God the Father is immaterial. He doesn't have a penis. He just prefers to be called him, and you support that. You call him and him. So what's the issue with calling other people without penises hims if they prefer to be called hims?
But who said, okay, so nowhere in the Bible he was born a man. He was born a guy.
Okay.
That's just what it was.
So that's going to be God the Son. I asked about God the Father. And B, like even prior to even prior to like Jesus's birth on earth, like Jesus existed immaterially. So like prior to Jesus's birth on earth, was God a he him?
Yes.
Great. But they didn't have a dick, but
Who
they
said-
just
who
preferred to
said he
be called a
didn't
he
have-
him.
But why? Okay, so I'm gonna put it this way.
Boom.
People say, oh, I identify as a cat, right? So I seen a video where this guy was driving, and then he tells the cop, oh, I identify as a cat. And he was just like, really? Because cats cannot drive. And then that means I need to take you to the pound and give you a rabies shot. Right?
That was
Obviously-
a like a satirical joke from a right.
Yes, it's a joke, but the point is the law is the law, right? So when it comes to
do you
to
think that
what I'm
people
saying is
actually
when it
didn't-
comes
okay,
to the
okay.
like what I'm saying is when it comes to the actual law,
Goodness gracious.
like let's just say there's a man.
Okay, so what do you okay?
female,
What,
and this
okay,
man
in order for somebody to be a he him, what do they need to have?
he needs a penis, she needs a vagina.
Yeah, we just agreed that God the Father doesn't have a pee-pee, yet he's a he-him. So I'm going to re-ask the question. In order to be considered a he-him,
Who said
what
he
do you have to
doesn't?
have? Well, he's a material, okay? A pee-pee is a material thing. So the laws of logic would imply that thereby he does not have a pee-pee.
I'm not a child. I'm 25. Well, I'm gonna just get off
Why?
because there's no point. There's literally no point of discussing this.
Sure there is. Trying to discover truth, become a more rational species, learn and grow.
Well, when I wasn't on in the first place, I was trying to look up a Bible verse for you, but it says I'm off anyways.
So, I mean, do you feel like responding to the last point? What do you need to be considered a he-him? Because now we know it's not a pee-pee, so what is it?
It's God. That's his pronoun.
Okay.
God. That's
yeah.
it.
So-
He's the creator of all mankind, anything that lives.
Okay, and like I'm still yet asking you, like what is the universal rule that you would uphold in order to refer to somebody as a he/him? What trait do they need to possess in order to qualify for the usage of those pronouns?
He's God, and he's the only God. Nobody else could define as God except him. That's his pronoun. He's God. That's
Okay.
it.
Okay, why is it his pronoun?
Because he's God.
Okay,
That's
God-
it.
Okay, so if you're God, then you're a he/him. What?
No, nobody else could be labeled as God because God, there's only one God, and that's it.
Okay, well, I'm not asking you what are the qualifications to be labeled as God. I'm asking you what are the qualifications to be labeled as a he/him.
And I said for he, it's a penis. For she, it's a vagina.
Well,
That's it.
But now we're going in the circle. God don't have that.
Good God, that's his pronoun. God. That's it. He's the creator of all mankind. He created
God,
us.
so
created our
God's
penis.
pronouns are God.
God, that's gonna be his pronoun. God.
Wait, you just said his though. Stop referring to him as a he/him. Stop referring to God as a he/him right
God
now.
created everybody, so God is God. That's it. He's the creator of life.
Stop saying he.
God, it says he in the Bible, so I'm gonna go by he in the Bible, and that's it.
Okay. So you're basically saying the reason why you refer to God as a he/him is because it's what God prefers, even though God doesn't possess a penis, and you don't want to disrespect God.
So you don't.
Like come on,
you
be
don't
real.
believe in
Is
God.
that
I
the
believe you don't
legitimate?
believe in
Is
God,
that the
and-
legitimate reason? God prefers to be referred to as a he/him, even though he doesn't have a penis, and you don't want to disrespect God. You want to respect God, so you're going to respect their preferred pronouns, even though they don't have a penis, right? That's a view, right?
No.
Okay, then what is it?
If he's a man, if he has a penis, then that's a man.
Okay, well,
If
God
he
don't
has
have
a
that.
vagina-
God doesn't have a pee-pee.
But God is God. He's the creator of us, so it doesn't matter. God is God.
Okay, so why doesn't it matter for God? Why do you have to have a pee-pee to be a man unless you're God?
God is everything. God is The Holy Spirit, God is everything.
Wait. If God is everything, this means that God would have a pee-pee, yes, but it also means that God has a vagina.
So pretty much, God, He
money.
creates all of us, cells and everything. Just like abortion, those are clumps of cells, right? So that's also a human. He created humankind.
So God
Another
created
reason why I don't
wait, so
believe-
your argument is that God created humans, therefore you'll respect God's preferred pronouns. So if there's a trans
No,
man with a
it's not
kid,
about
you'll respect his preferred pronouns?
Look, I'm not going to argue with you only because I know
No.
for a fact that you don't believe in God.
I
and
believe in
everybody-
God, God damn it. I bet I know more about the Bible than you. You want to do a quiz?
I'm sure you do. I'm sure you do. But at the same time, if you believe in God like you say you do, why do you believe in abortions? Why do you think that's okay?
Oh, well, of course. It's because if God didn't think that women should have the free will or physical ability to access abortion, then God would have restricted the free will or physical
That's not
ability
true.
of women to access abortion.
Okay, like anybody could have all the resources.
Think
Look,
about it, man.
anybody could
Like
have
if God doesn't want to
resources.
restrict a
Anybody could
woman's
have-
access to do that, why should we?
No, everybody could have all of the equipment, all of the resources, all of that. It doesn't mean that you're going to be saved, right? Let's just say you have a computer and you have the resource to look up all this knowledge and stuff, except you're watching porn. So you're doing less wax, right? Which is a sin, right? As long as you don't use your resources to fall into sin.
I mean,
Which
I
is-
don't understand the relevance of it, but do you think that abortion should be like illegal
all
because
the
it's a sin?
resources-
One
oh,
second.
because there's a-
Do you think that abortion should be illegal because it's a sin that violates the Ten Commandments?
I believe that abortion should be illegal because it's a sin.
Okay, so should lying to your children, telling them that Santa Claus exists, be a sin? Oh wait, sorry, be illegal because it's a sin that violates the Ten Commandments too.
The holidays, it's a pagan holiday. It's not even something. See, so that's what you do. That's what I'm saying. The resources that we have, Santa Claus is a pagan holiday.
Can you answer
right?
my question?
So
Should it be
you can
illegal to tell your
choose-
children that Santa Claus exists? Should it be illegal?
No, it's
Oh,
like I said,
so you okay? So
it's free
it's
will,
wrong.
right?
It's
You
it's
said
okay.
free will,
Okay, it's free will
but
to
it's
sin,
what you
even if
do
it's
with
wrong, but it shouldn't be illegal. Okay, so therefore, women should have the ability to access abortion legally in accordance with their free will, even if it's a sin. Right? Just like I should have the ability
Yeah, so
to tell my
everybody
children that
has
Santa Claus
free
exists
will,
in accordance
right?
with my free will, even if it's a sin.
Exactly. Everybody has free will. Jesus
Oh my
died on
God!
the cross
You
for
just
us,
affirmed
right?
you just affirmed the pro-choice.
Yeah,
worldview.
everybody. Jesus
You just
died on
affirmed
the cross
you
for
just
us,
affirmed the
but it
pro-choice
doesn't mean
worldview.
it's right. But it
Okay,
doesn't mean it's
okay,
right.
yeah. No, you're actually right here. Good point. Okay, just because women should have the
Just
free
like
will and ability to
anybody
access abortion, it doesn't mean it's right. Well, guess what? You don't have to think that abortion is right in order to be pro-choice. You asked me, how can you be pro-choice as a Christian? Okay, well, it's as you just described. Personally, think it's wrong, but think that you shouldn't be able to control the free will or ability of other women as it relates to the sin. That's how
Okay,
you can be pro-choice and Christian
So
simultaneously.
I'm gonna tell you something. What does my words have effect on people? I'm not controlling anybody. I could put the information out there the same way as you, but it doesn't mean I'm controlling somebody. That is opinion, right?
Pro-life is an inherently control-based position. Because being pro-life doesn't imply that you think abortion's wrong. It implies that you think that we should be able to control what women can or can't do with their bodies, legally speaking, and act upon that levy of control via usage of enforcement through restrictive regulation
This
and
world is
legislation.
damned anyways, so it doesn't matter.
This world is damned. Okay. Pro-choice queen. Fuck yeah.
It doesn't matter what I say. I mean, it doesn't matter. It's all opinion based. People believe that okay, I could do whatever I want with my body and not take any repercussions or whatever the fuck the word is, right? And then me,
Based? Sorry.
and me, I could do whatever I want, right? But it doesn't mean we have to align with each other. We all have our own opinions. Yeah,
You're
they're pro-choice.
describing the pro-choice view.
Yeah, pro-choice. So I just know what I'm not gonna do. Those okay, fine. That's what you say.
Dude,
They have
pro-choice,
but
double
why-
you.
why
That is-
allow
this
it?
is what the
the only
pro-choice
reason why
view
I'm gonna
is.
say why allow it? You know that. Why allow it in the first place? You said you read the Bible. You know more about it, right? So you know that don't leave your children into anger, right? Because that's a sin. Don't cause your children to sin. If you yell at them and all this stuff, you will cause your children to sin, right? To get angry. You're not supposed to leave your children angry. You know that already. So why put out all of these things? Like if things were back then in God time, where as soon as you committed a sin, you're removed from this earth, I bet a lot of people would not be doing that. But yeah, this is why
Wait,
Jesus
I don't
died
think
for us,
I
right?
don't think that Christian
We're all
theology.
failing him. We're all failing him.
Thank you for
as a
the
whole.
cool gift. I don't think that Christian theology has ever taught if you commit a sin, you're raptured immediately at any point.
Look
in time.
at the Old Testament.
Okay, I'm looking at the Old Testament. What do I see that if you sin, you're immediately raptured?
I can't look it up right now because I'm on this damn thing. But
Okay, what if I help you by taking you off of the damn thing?
Just take me off.
Okay, bye, Christy. Whee! We're gonna go and move on to the next guest. We got our next guest, Mason, loading up in. Now, Mason has a eagle as their profile picture and a baseball in their name, so I'd assume that they're like 14. Mason, how old are you? Yeah, I have a feeling that they're not talking, which means they're underage, and they left. And they left quite frankly. We're going to go ahead and move on to the next guest. Hey, Sal! Thank you for the $15 over on PayPal 30 minutes ago, saying, Dean, you're awesome, and thank you for doing the debates. I appreciate that. Hey, Sal, that is Heysel. Y'all, while we're getting the next guest up here, show some love to Heysel down below in that comment section. We got Dog Lover 06 tuning in, as well as Asher. Thank you so much for the $20 over on PayPal, saying, Slay King. I've been watching the lives for a while and love listening to you dunk on the haters. Keep slaying. Dude, I really appreciate that, Asher. Can we please show some love to Asher down below in the comment section for the $20 donation over on PayPal?
Cookie King mogs you, bro.
As well as Pineapple. Thank you so much for the $10
Cookie
over
King.
on YouTube Super Chat. Get a fucking job. Moving on to the next guest, we got Caden Allen loading up right now. Hello, Caden Allen. Are you
Hey, Dean, how
MAGA?
you doing, bro?
You know, I'm doing all right, man. You MAGA?
Yes, sir.
How old are you?
19, 2006.
19. All right, Mr. Caden Allen. Now, before we hop into the debate, I gotta thank Alexis for the $100 donation over on PayPal. Holy fuck, Alexis. I want everybody in this live to spam W Alexis down below in that comment section. Let's get at least 1,000 W Alexises. That is so incredibly kind of you, Alexis. I love you so much. Thank you, Alexis. Huge shout out to you. That is so generous. I do not deserve that. I seriously, that is incredibly kind of you. Huge shout out to Alexis. But Mr. Caden, take it away. Tell us why you support the man, the myth, the failure, Donald J. Trump.
So I got 3 reasons, and we can touch on either ones. I know you kind of touched on all of them, but I mean, this was my first year voting. I'm not too politically involved, but it was a lot on the border situation, the LGBTQ plus community decisions. And then also I live in a rural area, so it's a lot of the economical things for those kind of things. And then the abortion movement. And that was kind of for
How
whichever
about
one
we
you want
talk
to touch on.
about the second one first, the LGBTQ plus community. So how did gay people convince you to vote for Trump?
So they didn't actually, I don't personally believe it's right to be gay. Yes, I am a Christian, but I don't stem that off my Christianity beliefs.
All right,
I do it off of moral beliefs.
Wayne is really getting his wish fulfilled, guys. Remember how Wayne asked me to talk to people that think it's wrong to be gay? Oh boy, are we shitting on the homophobes today?
He's getting it.
So Wayne, if you're still in here, I hope you're enjoying the content. Sure, why don't you tell us all why you think it's wrong to be gay? You got our
I
full
personally
attention.
believe that, like, yeah, you can love whoever you want. I think love is an emotional feeling. I believe in sexual orientation. I feel like if you look at how reproduction does work, it is between a sexual man and a sexual woman, not based off your gender. I think gender and sex are different things, but your sexual man or woman reproductivity. I think, yes, you can love whoever you want, but I think in a legal sense and a reproductive sense, it is between a man and a woman.
Would it be wrong for me to marry a woman that's infertile?
No, I don't actually believe so. I don't believe that that's the only reason that you should marry someone or be in a relationship with someone is for your sexual desires. Now, yes, I believe that sexual desires are meant for a man and a woman that are married, but I don't think that that should be the only reason you stem your beliefs off
Yeah,
of.
for sure. You just contradicted yourself because you said it's wrong to be gay because the only reason our attractions and marriage exists is for reproduction. Gay people cannot reproduce with one another, thereby being gay is wrong. However, it is the case that you just affirmed that it is not wrong for me to marry a woman that's infertile. However, me and that woman that's infertile would be just as likely to reproduce as 2 gay men. So
Yeah, for sure, I see what
the
you're saying, yeah.
standard of a lack of an ability to reproduce is not the reason why you think that being gay is wrong, or else you'd think it's wrong for me to be with a infertile woman. So I'll just ask you the question again: why is it wrong to be gay?
I think that's just back to, I think it's a medical condition doesn't like just, I know it's a very common thing to be infertile, but I don't feel like that should be a sense of why we should allow gayness is because a medical, you know what I'm trying to say there, medical dysfunction.
Sorry. So point number one, let's call gay people, not gays. Point number
Oh, my
two,
bad, sorry.
infertility is not always like a dysfunction of the human experience. Like all females should be infertile after undergoing menopause. Yet you obviously still say that is the case, that a man should be able to marry an infertile woman, even if it's not like a medical dysfunction, but rather something that is typical, understood, and should occur in accordance with the human experience of being a female. And also infertility is incredibly common, just about as common as being gay, right? What is it? Like 18 to 20% of women are infertile from the age of like 18.
I actually wouldn't know that.
But anyways, right. Well, what I'm demonstrating to you is a logical contradiction, because you're saying it's wrong for two men to be together because they can't reproduce with one another, yet it's not wrong for men to be with an infertile woman even though they can't reproduce with one another. Okay, that is a logical contradiction.
Okay. Can we switch that topic of
No.
the legality of man and women's
No, I want
man on man or women on women's rights in marriage?
I want you
in
to
legal
tell me
marriage.
why being gay is wrong.
Without the legal aspect of it, with what you said, you would be right in that sense. Not using sexual reproduction, it would not be inherently wrong.
So you don't think being gay is wrong?
On a reproductive standard, yes.
Okay, then on what standard is it wrong?
Legal.
What?
Or on a legal standpoint, what would be the legality of man on man marriage or woman on woman marriage?
Expand the view. So why is
So
being
it's
gay
like-
wrong under a legal standard? Like, I'm not sure that anybody watching right now knows what you mean, but wait, are you saying that it
Like,
should
should
be?
I legally-
Are you
should I
saying that it
legally
should be
be able to
illegal
marry
for
a
two men
man?
to get married?
That my personal belief, yes.
Okay, why?
I just believe you go back to the way our bodies were created and the nuclear family. I do believe in the nuclear family. I feel like that is a core value in our culture that our country was established on. And that's where I kind of stand on that. I wanted to know your thoughts on it too.
Our country was also established on slavery. Using your standard, slavery should be legal today for that reason. The same way you're saying that gay marriage should be illegal because it's not what our country was founded on.
You'd be right there. I don't think our country was on slavery. It was a byproduct of our colonization. It did bring along slavery, and there was systemic racism in our founding.
Was there a country founded on the Constitution?
Yes, there was.
Right. The Constitution included the
Was
Fugitive
our
Slave Clause that required any individual that ran across an escaped enslaved individual to return them to their captor. So if our country was founded on the Constitution, and the Constitution specifically emboldened, condoned, allowed, and legally obligated individuals to act in accordance with the legality of slavery, then the country would also be founded on slavery. And I think that not only is your argument bad logically speaking, we shouldn't say that things ought be a certain way because it's been this way in the past. That's called an appeal to tradition. Now I find the larger issues to be like the absurd outcomes, such as the idea, well, our country was founded on slavery, therefore we should legalize slavery. Our country was founded on women not having the right to vote, therefore women shouldn't have the right to vote. Our country was founded on only men with property having the right to vote, so therefore men that don't own property shouldn't have the right to vote, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Like, you're going to have to hold to all of these conclusions if you want to say our country is not founded on gay people having the right to vote, the right to get married, therefore they shouldn't have that right to get married today.
Okay, I appreciate that. Could we also talk about abortion while we're at it? I feel like the last person didn't kind of give a good definition in
No,
that.
man, I want you to admit that being gay is not wrong and that being gay and gay marriage should be legal.
I will admit with the facts that you give, which that you gave to me, and with my logic, it would inherently be right to be gay.
Okay, so being gay is not wrong, and gay people should be able to get married.
Are you also okay with talking about abortion as well?
Yeah, if you could tell us that being gay is not wrong, and gay people should be able to get married. Yeah.
Oh, I can't. With my logic that was just given.
Okay, what's next?
I think abortion should be illegal, and this is again not based off of Christian morals, but off morals.
Wait. Did you say that you can or you can't?
You cannot. I feel like it should not be legal.
Okay,
I
why?
feel like it should.
Why should it be illegal?
I feel like as a fetus, that is still a living cell. I do believe it is murder.
Wait. I
but-
thought that we were talking about gay marriage.
Oh no, I thought we were talking about abortion. Sorry, I thought we had moved on.
So do you
the
think
topic.
that gay marriage should be legal?
Is it not already legal?
It is legal, but we're having a discussion of what should be the case.
Yeah. My personal beliefs is I didn't, but with the logic that I gave to you, you did correct me in that standing.
Okay, so
I wouldn't have anything to contradict you.
All right. So then why are you pro-life?
I'm pro-life just because, like I said, I do believe that is a living clump of cells, even though it is not a breathing thing. It is still a living clump of cells. I think everything needs nutrients from something. Like we need the earth to live. We can't just like live on our own free will without having anything from even the earth. So I feel like that. I feel like instead of abortion, I feel like there should be better governmental protections for women who don't want to have a kid, instead of abortion. I feel like there should be better government aid for that.
Damn, that ice is so good. I'm fucking it up. Holy shit. Okay, well, your standard here is batshit crazy. So your standard is if it's a living clump of cells, then it should be illegal to kill it.
Yes.
You kill living clumps of cells when you brush your teeth. Okay, there's bacteria on your teeth. So should it be illegal to brush your teeth for the same reason you think it should be illegal for a woman to get an abortion?
I don't believe that's the same living clump of cells as a fetus.
So the difference would be their species, but you didn't specify anything about killing a living clump of cells in the human species. You just said living clump of cells.
A living human clump of cells. You're right.
Okay. So living humans. So you think that it should be illegal to kill humans that are alive, right?
Correct.
So
Even
would
though
you advocate for policy and governmental reform to make it illegal to pull the plugs on brain dead patients in the hospitals? Keeping in mind that brain death is the permanent and total cessation of all cognitive function.
Can you repeat that one more time? Sorry.
Yeah, so would you thereby also say that it should be illegal to pull the plugs on brain dead patients in hospitals since you're killing a living human? Keeping in mind that brain death is the total and complete cessation of all cognitive function.
Okay. In a legal sense, is that if that person is already brain dead, in a legal sense, is that helping that living cell since they cannot function? You know what I mean?
By function, what do you mean? But
Correct me
are
if-
you basically saying that they couldn't be alive unless they were connected to the life support? Therefore, taking the life support off of them isn't wrong?
Well, if they were brain dead, and correct me if I'm wrong, they cannot physically function as a person at all. Like they'd have no
They
ability
have
to.
no conscious experience?
Yes.
Okay, yeah. So because they don't have a conscious experience, it's okay to pull the plug. So because fetuses don't have a conscious experience until 20 through 24 weeks, it's okay to kill them before 20 through 24 weeks. Unironically, that's actually my view.
Not a conscious experience, I would say personally, but in a medical sense, that does relieve their pain. You could say. I don't know if that's the right word
So
for it.
it's okay to pull the plug on them because they can't feel pain. Well, fetuses can't feel pain until 28 weeks. So you're more pro-choice than I am because you now would say that women should be able to get elective lethal abortions until 28 weeks. Dash, thank you for the galaxy. I appreciate that.
So what's your question there?
Yeah. What's the difference? More so, once again, why would you say it should be legal to kill a brain dead patient, but not to kill a fetus? All right. And then keeping in mind that this is a contradiction of your original stance that you think it should be illegal to kill any innocent human that's alive, because one common trait that the fetus and brain dead patient share are that both are human and alive.
You're very right. Is there a medical difference between the two of like one still has a future and the other one does not?
Yeah, so fetuses have a future. So are you saying that the fetus is valuable because of its future?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Well, first let's test the logic. If a fetus doesn't have a future, would it be okay to abort it?
So if you mean the fetus is like medically unable to
Yeah,
grow,
it'll only live like a second outside of the womb.
I feel like if there's a medical way of that fetus will not fully develop, then there is a case for that of a medical abortion.
Okay, all right, awesome. And then let's also test this by asking you. Well, the first stage of human development would be a human zygote or blastocyst. That is a unicellular human organism. Do you think that it is murder to kill that unicellular human organism because it possesses a future like ours?
Personally, I wouldn't know what that medical terminology means, so I couldn't speak to that. If you want to break that down a little bit easier.
It is a human. It's the first stage of human development. It is a one-celled human. So right after the sperm goes into the egg, boom, unicellular human.
Okay. So that's would still have a future because
Yeah, it does. So would you say that it's murder to kill it?
so like using like plan B, is that what you're referring to here?
Well, I mean, regardless of the means that we'd use to kill it, if it was killed intentionally, would it be murder?
What my question would be, is that different from say a fetus? Are those two different
They're
things?
actually not different as it relates to
Okay.
possessing a future. But like a
Uh,
fetus, but like a
in
fetus
relation
isn't a
to-
zygote. But a fetus isn't a zygote, right? Because a zygote is a unicellular, one-celled human organism.
So a zygote would be what our fetuses are relating to our future. So both would have a future, but one is
So because the zygote has a future, do you think it'd be murder to kill it?
I believe so, yes. Sorry,
Oh.
from what everything that
Really?
I'm digesting here.
Oh.
If I'm understanding what you're posing correctly.
Okay, but I just want to show you a zygote.
Okay, yeah.
Human zygote. Because I think it's very valuable for me to show you this.
And I appreciate this. I really appreciate you taking the time to.
This is a human zygote.
Okay.
It's murder to kill this.
Well, and if you look on the inside of you and use the microscope across the entire body, you would not look.
Well, this is under a microscope.
Yeah, so that's if yes or no, that's what you would look like very tinily under a microscope. If you look at, we're all living clumps of cells, and we're all.
We wouldn't look like this.
You don't physically look like this from the outside, but if you look at your DNA and your inner workings of your body, you would look like that. Correct? If I'm understanding right.
No.
Okay.
Because it's only one cell. We're multiple cells.
Yes, exactly. That's what I'm trying to say.
So you think that it's murder to kill a single-celled organism? It's murder to kill this.
But a fetus is not a single cell.
But a zygote is. This is a zygote. You said it was murder to kill a zygote.
Okay, I thought you were meaning that a zygote refers to a fetus.
No, this is a zygote. Is it murder to
Okay.
kill this?
And that is not a living human cell, correct?
This is a living human cell.
But it's not a reproductive human cell, is it? Or is it not?
What do you mean by reproductive?
Like it is not basically going to be a baby in 9 months.
Yes, this is going to be a baby in 9 months.
Okay, then with that logic, then yes.
Okay, it is murder to kill this. I have a question. Should murderers go to jail?
Yes.
Okay.
By our legal system, yes.
So women that murder zygotes by having IUDs, which prevent zygotes that look like this from implanting into their uterine lining, you would say they should be thrown in jail.
I feel like that's two separate things of having an IUD versus having an abortion. Or
Wait, why? The IUD's killing the zygote, the abortion's killing the fetus.
okay, so I think we're getting off topic of whether the fetus or the zygote.
We're not getting off topic. No, not at all.
So if I kill a zygote, is that medically an abortion?
I mean,
Like
is it medically an
legally,
abortion?
is that an abortion if I kill?
So
if I would do something to kill that.
So the way that I use the word abortion, no. Okay, but I don't
Yes.
really think that the semantics matter here.
So you would say that abortion was to kill that zygote?
No, I wouldn't say that when a woman has an IUD and it starves a zygote, that's an abortion.
Okay, and we're talking about abortion, not the killing of the zygote.
But what's the conceptual relevance of this? The conceptual relevance of me asking you about a zygote is to test the logic that underpins your position. Okay, and the way that I'm doing that is by hearing you out for what your view is, saying, well, it's murder to kill a fetus because fetuses have a future like ours, and I'm just simply pointing out the absurdity in the position while also demonstrating that zygotes like this, the first stage of human development, unicellular human organisms, also have a future like ours, right? Meaning that in accordance with your logic, you'd have to say that it would be a murder to kill a zygote. And then you told us that all murderers should go in jail. The implication here is that if you murder a zygote, you should be in jail. And women murder zygotes all the time by having IUDs, which is a form of birth control that can prevent the implantation of the zygote into the uterine lining, starving it to death while it's still a unicellular organism. So do you see there, after I connect the dots, how it is actually conceptually relevant for you to be answering this question?
I do see what you're saying there.
Right,
Yes, sir.
right. So should women with IUDs that kill zygotes be thrown in prison for murder?
No.
Okay, so then not all murderers should go to jail, or it's not murder to kill a zygote?
With all the logic that we've said, then I feel like I'm a little wrong on the standard of zygotes and that being a murder by killing the zygote.
Okay, great. Well, if it's not murder to kill a zygote, then why is it murder to kill a fetus?
We did agree, though, that it is an actual stage. Besides sperm, it's a fetus then. It becomes a fetus.
Yeah, zygote will be a fetus in the future. So once again, if
Yeah,
it's not murder to kill a zygote, then why is it murder to kill a fetus?
Because the fetus is a clump of cells that's an actual, then becomes a living being, correct? Like it.
Oh, well, a
forms-
zygote is also a living human being.
Okay.
It's a first stage of human life. Human life starts at you being a zygote.
Okay, I see what you're saying. I would be wrong then on that as well. With that logic.
So how about this? Do you see how your logic here is just like fucking nuts? Right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, how about this? What if I give you a standard towards the issue of abortion that isn't nuts, that makes sense, that doesn't lead you to absurdity such as the idea that it's murder to kill a unicellular organism? If I could give you with a better position, it's more logically coherent and doesn't lead to outcomes like this, would you accept it?
Yes, please.
Okay.
I'd love to hear it.
We should value sentience, the presence of a mind. Okay? That develops in a fetus at 20 through 24 weeks. That means that you don't have to value the zygote, but it just also means that you don't really value the fetus, so you're pro-choice.
Okay. When I look at that, you said 22 weeks. When I look at that, what was the difference between? It was just that it becomes coherent, correct? That was the difference.
Gains the ability to deploy low levels of sentience.
Okay. Then, in that case, if we wrap it all back around, is that when kind of the abortion of a coherent mind becomes because I know there's a lot of people that are pro-choice beyond, like before a certain amount of time.
Yeah, so this is going to be pro-choice, meaning that you'd say that women should have legal access to abortion, and it's not wrong to kill the fetus before around that 20-week part because the fetus does not have the ability to form a mind or to deploy any level of subjective experiences.
Okay. Yeah. I could definitely rethink my own brain structure of that would be a better logic for me to use when thinking about abortion.
It is. I mean, it doesn't entail absurd outcomes like you have to think that it's murder to kill a zygote. It doesn't entail absurd outcomes like you have to think that it's murder to kill a brain dead patient. And it also makes sense. I mean, like, ask yourself, why do we cry when children get shot in a school? Is it because they're a member of our species? No, it's because, they're young children with unique, innocent experiences, and because of their mind, because of their sentience, because of their consciousness, and it's very sad to see that terminated. Okay, right? Well,
Okay.
I mean, like, seemingly our intuitions as it relates to all of these things aligns with the view that I just described about abortion. So not only does it make more sense logically speaking, but it also better aligns with our other beliefs.
Okay. Can I also ask you this? And this is just with the new refrain mind that we've kind of come up with, that 22 weeks. What would your thought process be there about abortion after that 22 weeks, since they're now coherent?
Yeah, elective lethal abortions would be wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So can we kind of come to a mutual agreement there, or are you still pro-choice after the 22 weeks?
No, I'm fine with saying that elective lethal abortion should be banned after that point. I'm fine with that.
Okay. Yeah, that's I mean, and then if I look, that's like morally looking at it. I know, like, if you look at a Christian mindset and Christian belief, there could definitely be a debate there of if life comes from God, that is still life. So even having an IUD would be a Christianity sin. I feel like there's definitely a belief for that for anybody that's listening to that. And
Well, I mean,
you know,
for sure, but we shouldn't like intertwine the church with the state because
no,
as soon as we
no,
do
absolutely not. And I totally agree with that. That's why I started off with I'm a Christian, but I'm not going to base my beliefs off a Christian standard.
that, right?
And then, if you don't mind, if I ask you one more thing, and this doesn't have to be deep, because we already talked about the border a bunch. I know you made a comment earlier that you believe the deportation of past violent criminal history. You agree with that deportation, but not all deportation. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, man. Go ahead.
Yeah, I personally believe that all deportation should be legally right. I know that Donald Trump is sometimes not doing it the legal way and still violating constitutional rights. I
Well,
do get that.
I have an idea
I
for
do.
you. I have an idea for
Yeah.
you. You seem to be willing to change your mind, given like I could refute your point. Like I think like you've conceded like every argument you've tried to make so far. How about this? Go to my page and watch my 5.5-minute video explaining why exactly mass deportation is bad and what a better alternative and/or solution is. This is going to be my 3rd most recent post, or if you're including the pin post, the 6th most recent post on my feed. If you want to identify it pretty easily, it's the video where I'm wearing a red long sleeve polo sitting like that. And it has 5.1 million views with a little bit of yellow text over my head. It's close to 6 minutes long, and it's a really in-depth explanation about why I think that mass deportation is bad, kind of going over all the reasons. So honestly, man, I'm probably just going to move on to my next guest, and I direct you to go watch that
Thank you,
video.
D, so much for your time.
Yeah, man, I appreciate you for coming up and being willing to change your mind on these things. Take care. Take care. That's probably like the first time I've ever had just like a homophobe conservative like be willing to kind of have coherent dialogue. I gotta say, man, like I've never had somebody come in here like saying that being gay is wrong and gay marriage should be illegal, and like to have them in like a mental space where they're I don't know, it's like he actually thought that those conclusions were like derivative of like sound reasoning and logic. And honestly, you know, like a lot of people will ask me sometimes why I can talk to people that are a little bit more crazy like that, you know, that hold to like just truly absurd beliefs like gay marriage should be illegal, or like why I debated Nick Fuentes. And I mean, like that right there is like kind of one of the examples, you know, like most people in those circles are like just truly going to be hateful. And like the only reason why they hold those conclusions is because of their hate and bigotry, no reason or logic at all. But there's going to be like a smaller portion of people like Caden where it's like they just actually think that it's logical because of societal like programming, manipulation at behest of like peers, educators, parents, etc., into believing that these things can be logically justified, but like in their heart, like they don't feel the hate, they just think that it's logically true. And I mean, those people are rare, right? Those people are very, very rare, but maybe an example of somebody like that is Caden. You don't come across people like Caden often, and I hope that he does truly change his mind. But yep. We're gonna go ahead and move on to our next guest, everybody. This will probably be the very last guest of the evening before we hop off. We've been on for around 4 hours. That's right. Then also for like those in the chat that disagree with my view that elective lethal abortions are like wrong after 20 through 24 weeks, putting it out there. I've been researching this for 3 years. Never found a single circumstance of a woman getting an elective lethal abortion after that point. Most elective abortions we see after that point are going to be via an induction of labor or C-section. I don't think that's wrong. I think that should be legal. But then everything else is going to be like medical exceptions or victims of rape, which I also don't think are wrong and should be legal even at that point. What's going on, Cass? Are you MAGA?
Hello, it's nice to meet you. So I did not vote in this election, and I just wanted to talk about like 2 subjects. I don't want to take up much of your time, and I feel like a lot of it stems from even what Caden was saying, like not being very educated, not having the right peers, not knowing what to socially follow, what's right, what's wrong. Like, I just wanted to ask you like 2 questions maybe.
For
and
sure.
see what-
How old are you?
I'm 20.
You're 20. Okay. Yeah. So I mean, yeah. Feel free to like run any view on me that like do you have like views that like lead to you like supporting ideas on the right, Donald Trump?
I don't really keep up with him. I just have like my own preferable beliefs. I'm not very educated. I will admit that. I just
Yeah. Why
went
not?
to
Feel free to ask me a question.
Okay, so first of all, what is your stance on transgenders? Like,
Transgender individuals.
yes.
For sure. Yeah, I'll answer this question. Then I'll probably move on to the next guest because I want to have like a debate before we end.
Of course.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think that like gender identity is a social construct that exists outside of like a biological reality. And I mean, I think that it has been a social construct for a very, very long time. I mean, even as it relates to like the gender of God in Christianity or gods in other religions, you know, that is an acceptance of gender existing as a social construct. So, I mean, like, of course, I'd say that, you know, like the gender identity of trans individuals is valid for that reason. You know, I just don't define gender as biological sex. And I mean, I don't really think that like anyone does either. You know, like, no, you don't actually think that, you know, a woman is an adult human female, right? Because like when you're watching like, I don't know, like maybe for instance, let's see here, like Superman and you see like Superwoman. All right. Well, I mean, you
Yeah.
think Superwoman's a woman, but she's not an adult human female. She's a Kryptonian. So like, why would you call her a woman even if she doesn't fulfill that classical definition? Well, maybe it's because attributes of Supergirl or Superwoman like would be conducive towards what is typical that of a female, right? And maybe that's a better way to define the term man or woman. Is just like holding to a gender identity or like particular traits in which are conducive towards or that being typical of a female. And maybe that's a better working definition of the terms compared to basing it off of a biological reality. But yeah, man, I am just kind of looking for like a debate before we end here, so I think I'll move on. But I appreciate you for
Thank
coming
you so
up and
much.
asking. Yeah, we're gonna move on, everybody. Give us a minute to try to get that very last guest of the day up in the box while we're getting that last guest up. Let me thank a handful of people here. First and foremost, Randa, thank you for the $5 over on Venmo 24 minutes ago, saying thank you for all that you do. I appreciate you for the love, Randa. As well as Ali, thank you so much for the $35 on Venmo, saying another dono for cooking the homophobes. Ali, I really appreciate you for that love. Let's get 350 Ali W's down below in that chat. And Jesus, Emmanuel, with the $100 donation over on Venmo. Oh my lordy lord, Emmanuel, that is so incredibly kind of you. I want to see 1,000 Emmanuel W's down below in that comment section. Emmanuel says, thank you for informing people with facts and logic. Unfortunately, many lack the ability to comprehend. Well, you know, we're trying to change that figure day by day. Emmanuel, I really do appreciate you for that $100 donation, my man. That is so incredibly kind of you. As well as Lindsay with the $45 over on PayPal, saying, for my favorite educator, please keep doing what you're doing, Lindsay. I really love and appreciate that so much. Huge shout out to Lindsay and Emmanuel and Ali down below in that chat. I'd also like to thank you super duper quickly, Sophia, for the $60 donation over on PayPal. They say, hey Dean, I'm Sophia from Switzerland and I watch your live streams every day. I truly wish you the best. Thank you for doing what you do. Sophia, I love you. Thank you for the $60 donation and the very, very, very kind message. Show some love to Sophia down below in that chat. And we got a couple more people here. First and foremost, let's see. I can't read your name because of the text, but Anonymous, just because I can't read your name. Thank you for the $20 super chat on YouTube, saying love seeing a younger 20-year-old outperform people older than I am. Well, that's very kind of you. And honestly, I like that there's other people out there that are older that listen to me. It means the world to me. But thank you for the $20 super chat. Then Pineapple with the $10 and the Firebully with the 10. And then I'd also like to thank Firebully with the 50 and Aesthetic with the $50. Guys, let's show some love to Firebullet and Aesthetic down below in that comment section while we're getting the next guest up here. Firebullet and Aesthetic donated $50 each over on YouTube Super Chat. Firebully says they care so much about protecting the unborn children. What about the kids in school? What if you were that parent that had to go identify yourself, your children in a drawer at the medical examiner's office? I'm a guy, but I think abortion is healthcare, as you should. And yeah, no, the GOP is very hypocritical because they stop caring about that child the moment it comes out of the woman's body. Absolutely. And Aesthetic says, love what you do, don't ever stop. It gives me hope to see you do what you do. Well, aesthetic, I really appreciate that. That is awesome. And then one last one here. Snipes with the $20 super chat saying, Dean, attended the No Kings rally yesterday in Yorktown, VA. This is where the British surrendered to the American forces in the Revolutionary War to free itself from control of a king. Thanks. You're truly a beacon of light. Wow, that must have been a really cool place to protest, Snipes. Very, very historical. Holy shit. Thank you for the $20, and I'm really proud of you for getting out there yesterday and exercising your First Amendment right. What's going on in Paranoid? Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
Okay, how old are you?
I'm 39.
And why do you support the worst president of your lifetime, the man, the myth, the failure, Donald J. Trump?
Well, could I just first start by saying everything I say in this debate is my personal opinion, and I'm not a doctor, and I'm not giving any medical advice. The reason I support President Trump is because I absolutely despise the political ultra-left, and I think they're deranged and totalitarian. And
Do you despise the political ultra-right?
Left.
What about the ultra-right?
Well, specifically the left.
Okay, but
No,
what about the ultra-right?
I'm on the side of the right.
Okay, but the ultra-right, those are the Nazis. I'm if we look at a political compass and we align all political ideologies and beliefs, you'll have your super far left, middle left, moderate right, middle right, far right, and then you have like that alt right, and then the alt right, the ultra right individuals are like the American First Groypers that like Nick Fuentes, support Hitler, think that fascism is good, unironically so, and are like literal neo-Nazis. So neo-Nazism is like a belief that's propagated by the alt-right. So would you say in that same breath that you would despise the alt-right, just as you would despise the ultra-left?
I support Israel.
Okay, well, you're not answering my question. What? What kind of answer was that?
Is your question, do I despise
what?
Like
that was probably like the worst non-answer I've ever received.
Okay, well, I don't I understand why are you talking about Nazis in the sense of actual Nazis?
Actual neo-Nazis.
World War II,
Actual neo-Nazis is what
Right.
comprises the ultra-far right.
Okay.
Well, definitionally speaking, that is true. The composition of this can be seen in America today in movements such as America First, as headed by figures like Nick Fuentes, okay, and the Groyper movement. Actual Nazis comprise the far right.
I would say that I don't like Nick Fuentes, so if that answers your question.
But do you despise the alt-right as you despise the alt-left?
No, I don't.
Okay, so what does the ultra-left do that's worse than Nazis?
Okay, I think Nazis are being used nowadays by the left just to describe, like Trump supporters.
Okay. So I just want to clarify that the ultra-far left describing the average Trump supporter as a Nazi is more despicable than the alt-right actually being Nazis.
Okay, are you talking about Nazis that are virulently anti-Semitic? Is that your definition of a Nazi?
Just neo-Nazi, like supporting and propagating the beliefs of Hitler as described in Mein Kampf and upheld by the state of Germany under his rule. Incredibly anti-Semitic. They think that the Holocaust was unnecessary for humanity. They think that there's a distinction in you based upon your phenotypical traits, characteristics such as color of skin, color of hair, color of eye, height, race, genetic composition, background, etc. All of these things, right? They're just white supremacists, neo-Nazis. They can form and idolize figures such as Hitler, Mussolini, and endorse fascism. Think that fascism is the best way to run America. Christian nationalism, at least their contortion of it, etc. So yeah, that's the alt-right. Yeah.
You don't think it's a scale of like 1 to 10 where there's you would just consider it all or nothing? Is that your position?
I'm not so sure what the question you're asking me means. What are you asking?
Well, don't you think in terms of anti-Semitism, don't you think there's a scale of it? Like there's very extreme and
Yeah,
there's maybe
yeah,
not as extreme.
sure. So we could say that some forms of anti-Semitism are worse than other forms of anti-Semitism. However, I don't like promoting this idea because typically this idea is used to then contort some forms of anti-Semitism and promote them as acceptable, just because there's other anti-Semitic things that can cause more harm, right? So, like, although some anti-Semitic actions, beliefs, etc., can cause more material harm than others, typically when we promote that idea, it just typically is used as a rhetorical tool to justify anti-Semitism, right?
Yeah, well, as I was, early on, I was trying to explain to you why I despise the ultra left.
Okay, but I know, because you still haven't answered my question. Do you also despise the Nazis and the ultra right? Ultra right.
Actual Nazis, yes.
Okay, so then you despise both the alt right and the alt left.
But the extreme, not the right is not all anti-Semitic.
Okay, the right isn't fully comprised of Nazis. And just to clarify, what do you think the ultra left embodies? Because I'm sure whatever you think they embody is not true of everybody on the left. Like, for instance, not everybody on the left is a communist. Not everybody on the left is a socialist.
No, and I don't consider liberals. I'm not talking about liberals. I'm talking about this woke nonsense.
Okay, well, liberals should be woke. Okay, let's get that one straight, right?
Okay,
but like, just to clarify that not everybody on the left is a communist or socialist. Just like not everybody on the right is a Nazi. Now, I'd also say, if you offered me be a socialist or be a Nazi every single time, I'm gonna choose a socialist. And in fact, my only disagreements with socialism are like maybe some slight pragmatic issues, but then my disagreements with Nazis are, well, they're Nazis. So the far left is significantly more preferable than the far right. In fact, comparing the far left to the far right is like pointing at like an adult that is going one singular mile over the speed limit to Jeffrey Dahmer. Like, I mean, I'd say you should despise the Nazis more than the socialists. So I don't understand why your views of the far left would make you vote for the right.
The left, not even the ultra left, but just the left, blue states were imposing totalitarian lockdowns during COVID-19 in 2020 and 2021. But then the left does a complete 180 in the summer of 2020 and encouraged protesting and allowed chaos and riots. So I find that extremely hypocritical, to say the least. I think it's just awful. And also, too, I never got the C-19 vax, despite the totalitarianism of the political left in 2021. And so C-19 is a major source of resentment. Also, I would say what you've been talking about here a lot. I've heard you that
whose administration did that happen under?
The vax really rolled out right in 2021.
Who fast-tracked the approval of the vaccine for use by Americans?
Who was trying to mandate it?
Who fast-tracked its approval?
Who was trying to mandate it? Who wanted vaccine passports?
Who's trying to mandate the vaccine? Well, I mean, I actually don't think that we saw a majority of the left advocate for mandates. But let me ask you a question.
Was that the right or the left?
I said I don't think that we saw. I don't think that we saw a majority of the left advocate for mandation of the vaccine. However, I do think that a mandation in a lot of scenarios would be a good thing. Now, don't interrupt me. Don't interrupt me. Don't interrupt me. You're not going to interrupt me. You're starting to crash out because you're losing the debate. Don't do that here.
I'm not losing.
Yeah, you are.
Okay.
The way that you lost was by saying that you voted for the right because you despise the far left, even though I was able to describe how the far right is worse than the far left, and you didn't respond. You got gagged.
You haven't even given me a chance to articulate what I don't like about the left.
And it's funny because you interrupt me to say that I've given you a chance to articulate as you're interrupting me, taking my chance away to articulate. Now, let me ask you a question. Are you pro-life?
No, I'm pro-choice.
Oh, okay. You're pro-choice. Well, I mean, then you would see Donald Trump's, support in overturning Roe v. Wade and giving the states to the ability to restrict a woman's access to get abortion, which has led 66 million American women having restricted access to abortion as one of the most totalitarian, scary, government-controlling things that our government has ever done.
I'm disappointed that that Roe v. Wade was overturned. Yeah,
But what is the left done that's more totalitarian than that? Because those are human rights violations.
Well, I think C-19 was the first example.
I want you to name the specific actions and the specific outcome that was more totalitarian than the right restricting upon the human rights of 66 million American women.
I mean, it's still available in states. But I agree with you.
That's why I said 66 million American women, not 160 million American women. It is not available to 66 million American women, and that is a human rights violation. So what is the left done? Now be very specific. That is more totalitarian than the right restricting the human rights of 66 million American women.
The left has imported the third world into Western civilization. From 2021 to 2024.
Remember earlier when we were talking about that far right? Remember earlier when we were talking about that far right? So when you say import the third world, okay, that's just a really racist way to talk about the 4 million undocumented immigrants that came into America in the last 4 years. So let me ask you. Let me ask you. Okay. Well, we know that the totalitarianism of the right that we just agreed on, its outcome that destroyed our country was 66 million human rights violations. So what is the outcome of immigration in the last 4 years that is worse than 66 million human rights violations?
It's the downfall of Western civilization.
I want you to qualify it. Don't give me rhetoric. Give me fact. Give me stats. Give me specifics.
Europe, and you look at Canada, and you look at the United States, there were millions of people let into this country with no due process.
So give me the empirical outcome of immigration in the last 4 years with specifics that you think is worse than 66 million human rights violations. I don't want rhetoric. I don't want, destroyed civilization, society, tradition, etc. I want you to be specific. I want you to be very, 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 very specific. Give me the incredibly specific outcomes of immigration into America in the last 4 years, which you think is worse than 66 million American women having their human rights violated.
There were a lot of SAs that have been committed, and other types of crimes too.
So crimes committed by immigrants, by undocumented immigrants. Did you know that you were 2.5 times more likely to commit a violent crime than an undocumented immigrant?
Now, you're skewing that to it, when you factor in like inner cities. That might be true, but you're skewing it. You're intentionally what's the misrepresentation that's coming from PNAS? They've been tracking crime rates since the 19th century. What we see is that in America, it is the case that undocumented immigrants are 2.5 times less likely to commit violent crimes than natural U.S.-born citizens. Okay, and then also, I just want to point out the total amount of crimes as committed by immigrants does not trump 66 million, meaning that this wouldn't be as bad under your view or under. But once again, I want you to respond to the fact that undocumented immigrants are 2.5 times less likely to commit violent crimes than natural U.S.-born citizens. How can you tell me that immigrants have destroyed America by being less likely to commit crimes? Are you saying that America is stronger the more crimes there are in this country? Are you saying that our culture is protected when there's a higher per capita crime rate? Are you saying that when we have people coming into America that are less likely to do these bad things, that we are no longer placing America first? You don't think that all the third world being brought into Western Europe, that there hasn't been a crisis of
Oh,
SA.
okay, so now we're talking about Europe. Wait, I thought that you're an American first patriot.
No.
What happened to America, man? I want you to respond to what I said, sir. You said that undocumented immigrants are destroying this country by committing
I said
crimes.
civilization-
2.5 times less likely. No.
civilization-
You're 2.5 times less likely to commit violent crimes than natural U.S. born citizens. And the cherry on fucking top is that you voted for a rapist. God, oh God, it's okay if it's a white man, but guess what? If your skin is brown, you're a third worlder that's eroding the fabric in which underlays this society. I don't care if you're 2.5 times less likely to do it. You're a deplorable POS that has set forth the president of an issue in this country today that is exponentially larger in weight and outcome than 66 million human rights violations. But if you're a white man from New York with over $1 billion in your bank account, you're the savior of Western society and the most powerful country on earth. And the difference is, when we're talking about undocumented immigrants, we're talking about likelihoods to commit violent crimes. As it relates to Trump, it's something that we know that he's done with certainty. So, holy fuck. Please respond. Okay, well, the racist is obviously stupid, okay? And for that reason, he doesn't know how to click the button in the middle of his screen to unmute his mic. I'll give you a little bit of a crash course. So what I want you to do, take your phone, click on the profile.
I'm here,
button.
I'm here.
There you go. There you go. Take it away. Please
here.
respond to what I said.
Okay, the villainization of whiteness is the opiate of the ultra left.
Wait, so I'm villainizing white people by pointing out the fact that that Donald Trump is an adjudicated rapist, but you're not villainizing immigrants by calling them third worlders and saying that they
Yes.
commit all these violent crimes even though they're 2.5 times less likely to?
Well, the reason the villainization of whiteness, I'll give you examples. The summer of 2020.
Oh, I don't want examples. I want you to respond to what I just said. I want you to respond to what I just said. I'll repeat it because the racist is a stupid idiot that needs me to repeat myself a handful of times before he even knows what I'm saying, before he could even track the words that are coming out of my
You're
mouth.
just going ad hominem.
Once again, no, an ad hominem would be me discrediting your argument with the basis of your stupid character. And motherfucker, I did that for fun. The way I'm discrediting your argument is as follows. How is it the case that you could say I'm villainizing white people by pointing out the fact that a rapist is a rapist, okay? But you're not villainizing immigrants by calling them third worlders and saying that they commit all these crimes even though they're 2.5 times less likely to. That is a substance that I want you to respond to. So let's actually try to respond to what I'm saying now. Let's actually try to respond to what I'm saying. Also, for all the people in the chat that are like, oh, Dean, let him talk, let him talk, let him talk. Bro, his response was about as outside of the box and completely irrelevant to what I said as imagine I'm asking somebody why they support Trump and they say they have blue shoes on. Okay, obviously I'm going to interrupt them if they go on this tangent about how much they like their blue shoes when I'm asking them why they support Trump. Just like I'm going to interrupt and mute him and re-ask him the question when he's going on a tangent about examples of whatever the fuck he's talking about when I'm asking him a very specific question that he's not responding to. The very specific question, I'll repeat it for a third time, is how can you say I'm villainizing white people when I'm calling an adjudicated rapist an adjudicated rapist, but you're not villainizing immigrants when you're calling them third worlders and saying that they commit all these crimes even though they're 2.5 times less likely to?
Well, again, he was never convicted.
He was held liable for it, yeah.
Okay, well, you said convicted earlier, right?
No, I didn't. Bet money on it. I
Well-
dare you. I dare you to bet money on it. That's what I thought. Go ahead.
You're the problem with your generation, man. You're a real smart ass. You know that?
Oh, dude, I'm gonna be as much of a smartass to you as I possibly can. Don't worry, it's my moral obligation.
Yeah. Well, if you'd let me explain, could I talk when and not be interrupted?
Yeah, for sure. As long as you could respond to the question that I asked you.
Okay. The villainization of whiteness can be seen in the summer of 2020.
Okay. See, now I'm gonna interrupt you because
The
you're not
gospel
responding to what I'm
protest-
saying.
the gospel-
Now I'm gonna interrupt you because you're not responding to what I said. I will repeat it. The question is as follows: how could you say I'm villainizing white people when I call an adjudicated rapist, but you're not villainizing immigrants when you call them third worlders that are more likely to commit crimes, even though they're 2.5 times less likely to commit violent crimes?
Okay. You think there's something inherently wrong with saying the third world?
Yeah, actually, I do think it is incredibly bigoted to do so. The reason why I say that is because you are dehumanizing humans. And I think that this language leads to the beliefs that you hold, as well as it leads to the mistreatment of immigrants in America. And for the reason that it leads to more bigoted beliefs held by bigoted people and real material harm, such as when we saw a fiance of an undocumented immigrant literally type into Google, "Is it okay to kill an illegal?" I'd say so. Well, yeah. Now respond to what I said.
You think it's okay to have no due process and don't you think it's a national security issue just to let in millions of people with not knowing
Hey,
who
buddy,
they are?
throw the flashcards away. You're not responding to the question I asked you.
Dipshit, I don't have any flashcards.
Oh, big boy's getting mad. Sit the fuck down. Come on, bro. Yeah, you do not get the right to raise your voice and call me a dipshit when the last time you got an education was maybe second grade.
Oh, yeah. Now this is the problem with your generation. You're a smartass.
Like I already said, man, my moral obligation to be a smartass to racist. Now, are you going to respond to my question or not?
Your question doesn't make any sense.
God, no fucking shit. I don't think anything beyond Teletubbies and fucking pencil on paper and 5 words or less would make sense to you. Let me see if I could find a way to dumb it down, okay? My question, in a nutshell, is very simple. How can I be villainizing white people when I call an adjudicated rapist a rapist, but you're not villainizing immigrants when you use dehumanizing words to refer to them and then lie about their propensity to commit violent crimes to paint the picture as if they're very bad, violent people when they're better people that commit less violent crimes than natural U.S. citizens? Natural-born U.S. citizens.
You think they should just be let in here with no just let in here with no system and given all kinds of free money and free housing? That's what you
Holy
advocate?
fuck, I feel bad now. I feel bad. How can you not comprehend? You cannot comprehend the question after me repeating it in 10 different ways, 10 different times. I feel bad now.
I don't care if
I feel bad. I feel so, I almost feel bad because like this guy, Jesus, seriously, he doesn't even know what I'm asking him. Okay, critical thought is just simply absent in this guy down here. He doesn't have the ability to understand the question that is leaving my mouth and going into his ears. He just can't. He can't. See, I listen, because my question included the phrase undocumented immigrant, the only thing that fills his 5 brain cells is freeloaders getting paid for by government. Like, dude, it's nuts. Like, my question had, I can't believe it. We'll try for a last time. My question is, how can you say I'm villainizing white people by calling an adjudicated rapist, but you're not villainizing immigrants by lying about their propensity to commit violent crimes and referring to them as third worlders, stripping them of their humanity to paint them as the villain, literally?
I don't care if I'm villainizing the third world. I don't care. And you don't think that the left or the ultra left villainizes whiteness? Is that your belief? What is the choice? What is the choice for what is the choice?
Wait. Holy fuck. I'm so sorry, man. I gotta do something real quick. I gotta do something real quick. Give me a second here. Compose an email to myself. Compose email, add photo. Boom, bam. And let it load, and then send it. That's sending. Go on the PC, go to Google, type in mail.google.com.
What are you doing?
Man, it's too complicated for you. You want to understand?
Okay.
I'm downloading a picture from email. I'm such an asshole. Okay. Add source. Let's see here. Add source. I gotta wait for it to pop up. My CPU is really low. Really slow, everybody. I need a new CPU. There it goes. Add image. Hey, what's your name?
Do you not want to hate the argument anymore?
What's your name?
Mark?
Bada bam. Boom. My name is Mark. I'm obtuse and my name is Mark and I'm really stupid. I don't care if I villainize or dehumanize humans because guess what? I'm an American patriot and on top of that, I'm white. Yeah, I'm a white American patriot. And because I'm a white American patriot, okay, well, if you're not white, I don't think that you matter as much as I do. And for that reason, I'm gonna go be a jackass bigot, go on a TikTok live in front of like 15,000 people, lie about crime rates, defend a rapist while saying that rape is bad, while falsely assuming that undocumented immigrants are 2.5 times more likely to accept to commit violent crimes, even though I look like I probably have 10 of them on my record. Whee!
What's the definition of woman? Define a woman for me.
God damn, you unironically wouldn't be able to follow my definition, bro. Hey, I'm so sorry. It includes more than 5 words.
Hey, define a woman.
Like I said, it includes more than 5 words you would not be able to track.
Are trans women women? Drag time story hour for young children.
I mean, God, there's absolutely no way you would know if a trans woman is a woman because you don't know what a woman is. I'd say a pre-qualifier to knowing what a woman is going within a 5-mile radius of them. Fucking hell, dude. Fucking, I mean, seriously, you walk outside and the fight or flight response of a woman living halfway across the city reading a book and her loft kicks into motion. I mean, holy shit, Mark, dude. Okay, we got to do something about that haircut. I mean, what the fuck is that? You look like Jimmy Neutron minus the big brain. It's just empty. It's just empty space in there, man. I'm gonna be honest. Okay, we're gonna kick him. Sorry, that was really unproductive. But one thing I will say is I am very okay with bullying racists. So if your one takeaway from the if your one takeaway is about me from the stream today, is that I'm okay with bullying racists. And listen, if you tune into these streams, chasing intellectual wisdom, education, furthering this country, that's what I'll do 90% of the time, 95% of the time, okay? But listen, taking 10 minutes out of a 4-hour stream to make fun of somebody like Mark fills my heart with joy. Okay, everybody. But listen, that was probably our last guest of the day. I gotta thank a handful of people. Alania, thank you so much for the $50 over on YouTube super chat. Saying I'll bet my birthday money is trees of family circle. Is family trees a circle? That's funny. Thank you for the $50 super chat, Alania, as well as Annie with the $50 super chat as well. Saying I clocked this dude the second I heard his weird C19 medical disclaimer come out of his shaky eye. Glorper ass mouth. Yeah, the guy was literally a part of the alt-right. But Annie and Alania, I really appreciate the both of you for the $50 over on YouTube super chat, as well as Coral with a $20 saying that was glorious. Yeah, make bullying racist great again. Make them scared, everybody. You gotta love it. As well as Alexandria, thank you so much for the $2 over on PayPal. I won't read it out loud. You got it. As well as JLC with the $10 over on PayPal for the support. I appreciate you for the love, JLC. Lion of God with the $10 on Venmo saying, "Little nice job with Mark." Yeah, we had to give him a piece of my mind. Shannon with the $25 over on Venmo for taking down the racists. Yeah, you got fucked up. I appreciate you for the love, Shannon. Thank you for the $25, as well as Tyler with the $20 on Venmo saying, I love your lives. Thanks for doing the work that you do. I really appreciate you for that love. That is incredibly kind of you guys. Now, everybody, it is 5:30. And unfortunately, at this point, I will have to end. Now, I see a lot of people in the comment section spamming one more. If it was any day but today, I would actually be down to do one more. M Sharp, thank you for the meteor shower. I really appreciate you for that. But I did make plans to go get a dinner with my girlfriend this evening, and that's at 6. So I better go get ready, get myself looking nice. But I really love the fact that you guys want to see more debates. I actually do love that. So for everybody spamming one more, just know that I really appreciate you. It puts a smile on my face. But we are going to go ahead and end for the evening. Everybody, make sure to drop a follow on TikTok and a like and a sub on YouTube before you head out. And make sure to follow me on Instagram and join my announcements, updates channel over there, because that way you could get a daily notification whenever I go live. I've started to send out updates, and that'll give you a notification as an Instagram DM whenever I go live. So make sure to join that updates channel. You can find it on my Instagram by literally just looking at my Instagram story. I think I linked it in there. But we are going to go ahead and end for the evening. Let's see who's on live, everybody. Let's see who's on live. Let's find somebody to go raid and show some love to. Somebody in my YouTube chat is saying that wasn't a debate. Yeah, you win. That wasn't a debate. Okay. Yeah, I was not debating the racists. I was bullying the racists. Oh, it looks like Adrian's live. Everybody, we're going to raid Adrian. Yippee! Okay, phenomenal. And actually, look at this. I'm going to go ahead and find a really easy way to get you guys Adrian. ADRIEN.JPG on TikTok. So if you're watching right now and you feel like watching some more debates, I'm going to go ahead and send you guys over to my friend Adrian's live. Adrian is live right now debating misogynists. She is cooking them up, asking the question, why do women need men to lead them? If you would like to go show her some love, please head over to what you see on screen on YouTube. Strange. And I'll also get it over on TikTok right now, everybody. It is adrien.jpg, ADRIEN.jpg, over on TikTok. Let's see here. Awesome. There we go. Turn on that text low. There we go. All right. Everybody go show Adrian some love on TikTok. Spam Dean Raid down below in her chat. Watch her go fuck up some misogynists. I will see you all tomorrow. If you want an update when I am live tomorrow, once again, go follow my Instagram and join the updates channel. You will get an update every single day when I go live and a notification at the top of your phone screen. So make sure to go do that. I really appreciate everyone so much for the love and support today. It was a good stream as always, and I will see y'all tomorrow. Everybody, I hope you have a great rest of your evening. I'm off for now. Peace and love, and have a good rest of y'all's nights, y'all. See you tomorrow. Go raid Adrian.